Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Alright, Space Fams, good to see you on this Sunday Funday. Well, like I said, I got a lot to talk about here tonight, but first some shout-outs. Trevor Borins, HBX, and Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Mr. Spock goes forth. Mozart, also here, Man to the Pivot, Fishbone. Atticus Among Us. The Green New Deal. And Ryan G. Oh, and Jaeger Larson. Jaeger Larson and Princess... I'm missing people. Jaeger Larson, Princess Kimberly, and the Green New Deal over on Twitch. Well, fantastic to see all of you people here tonight. Sunday Funday. Which means there's nothing that could possibly be depressing or terrible for us to talk about in the news today. What's that? There is. Oh. That's unfortunate. Well, we'll try to make it fun, regardless. Boy, oh boy, Sunday Funday. We got some U.S. news to talk about, but we're going to keep it as light as possible. Saturday, St. Patty's Day, of course. Things happening this weekend, among other value-taining news-related items for us. Storms coming. Oh, the storms are coming. Winter is coming to an end, and with that comes tornadoes and hurricanes. Whole lot of stuff going on in the Middle East, of course, which we will update on. But first, the United States.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. People still talking about this guy? This great the Epstein hoax. Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this great... It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And we like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein. I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein
Is
hoax.
unbelievable. Well, what Donald Trump calls the Epstein hoax, we call the Epstein crimes. Call them the Epstein crimes. And, you know, today I was thinking Sunday Funday, why not take a day off? This is depressing and terrible, terrible news. But then I was reminded by the title of this video. From the Bituation Room. Might be familiar with it. Francesca Fiorentini. Trump abused a child, and we're just gonna move on. Question mark? Question mark? Sorry. Question mark? And then I thought to myself, no.
Not gonna
No,
do it.
we're not gonna do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture for us to just go moving on. We're
Are
going
you
to keep
still
talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I want to diverge a little bit.
Please.
And go into, not that it's at all more appetizing, but, you know, right around, like maybe a couple days after the war in Iran, the excursion in Iran, started, the DOJ released some of the documents that they had temporarily.
By the way, thank you, Looney Tunes, for the resub over there with Prime.
Follow the rich way.
Hidden related to Donald Trump's abuse of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. She doesn't remember exactly how old she was, but she's got, like, I think there's 50 pages of testimony in the Epstein files. Some of them they're like strategically hidden. They come back. You know, this is Operation Epic Fury in Iran, which, of course, Epstein files, we're putting it together as the new left-wing QAnon here. And so I didn't want to glaze over this, that again, the allegation is that this young girl was introduced to Donald Trump by Jeffrey Epstein. And obviously he says he's been totally, he's been exonerated. They ask him like what he wants for lunch, and he just goes, I've been exonerated by the Epstein files. In the files dated between August and October 2019, the woman whose name is redacted alleges that when she was between 13 and
Everyone's saying it's the perfect files. The very perfect Epstein files. The perfect phone call. The long list of perfect phone calls and emails.
Epstein took her either to New York or New Jersey, where in a very tall building with huge rooms, he introduced her to Trump. Trump, she said, didn't like that I was a boy girl, which interview notes that it meant she was a tomboy. The woman said the other people were present. She couldn't recall who. Trump asked them to leave the room, then said something to the effect of, let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be, and then unzipped his pants and put her head down to his penis. She recalled in the interview. She said she bit the shit out of it. In response, first of all, Queen, still, I need to know her name so I can create a shrine to her. In response, she said he pulled her hair and punched her on the side of her head. Get this little bitch the hell out of here. And by the way, this young girl's family, just to like, I did a little bit of reading into this file. Her family had been blackmailed. Her mother had been blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein over some sort of like real estate dealings, and had been trafficking her for some months, if not years, had been using photos of her as blackmail against her mother. I mean, truly the most depraved, disgusting shit that like this interlude with Trump is just sort of one of the many atrocities that she and her family were meant to deal with. This fucker who had all the money in the world, had all the access in the world, and is still preying on the, families, mothers, people, who are sending them to jail. In this woman's case, sent to jail for real estate fraud, prison for real estate fraud, right away. Then traffics her daughter. And this, like, just, I don't know how about you, Emma.
Mm-hmm.
I just gotta go through my days these days, just being like, he rapes kids. Our president rapes kids. Like, we're just supposed to move on. He rapes kids.
Yeah, and the Republican Party is 100% okay with that, which should not shock anybody, given the Roy Moore saga, let's go down the line, given probably the
they
entire
love
time.
Andrew Tate. I mean, this is my big thing with Epstein. They really screwed the pooch on this one by making Epstein an enemy. Like, the real thing is that they should love Jeffrey Epstein, but of course he has the misfortune of being Jewish. And so,
yes.
and this is the problem. If he were Jewish, mark my words, they would herald him.
But this is what I'm telling you. I think when you say they, you mean the right wing base.
Yeah, the right wing base, the
Right.
groypers, the people. But even still, like I periodically I'll check in on like Chaya Right Chicks, like, libs of
Mhm.
TikTok account and be like, is anyone talking about the Epstein files to these fuckers? Like Jack Posobiec, these people who got the fake binders of the supposedly Epstein files. Like, where's I don't even see Piers Morgan debates about this. Speaking of which, I don't go on anymore, but when I did, I asked him ahead of the election when, the Michael Wolff, Michael Wolff is his own piece of shit, but he was like,
Right.
Epstein told me he's got photos of Donald
Seriously.
Trump, naked with underage girls or whatever. And I brought it up and
But
he,
yeah, exactly.
blew me off and whatnot.
That guy is such a, I guess the word is opportunist, right? Like Michael Wolff, like he's not about in any way. He's not about the journalism. He's about the dollar signs. Guy is like, yeah, I've got some evidence of some horrifying crimes, but until I can profit off of them, sorry.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What you talking about?
But like none of them have been even asked what they think about the Epstein files or that Trump is implicated in them.
It really is astonishing, and it shows how, one, opportunistic these right-wing influencers are, two, how little they believe in anything, and three, also how their attacks on people who are or LGBTQ people are so insincere. They don't actually believe that they're groomers. They're just projecting that onto them as a way to otherize them, or say even psychologically for themselves, if they're the kind of right winger that's attracted to young girls or to young boys. And let's be real, we know which states are trying to lower the age of consent so that children can get married, and it's like the reddest states possible. They project it onto gay and trans people just to kind of get rid of their rights and
These
to
people are
otherize them,
perverts.
when in reality they're the ones that are purveying this kind of behavior themselves. They are predators, and they're hierarchical by nature. That's what conservatism is. And so how do you replicate that behavior? Through rape? Well, usually it's going to be against the person that is the most vulnerable in your sights. That's a way to dominate through what is ostensibly a sexual act, but is really an act of violence against a child. And, you see that behavior, I think, with some of these billionaires, because that's it's both taboo, but it's also like the last frontier for them to reify their masculinity, their rapaciousness in a very literal sense, but also like their dominance. When we talk about rape as an act of violence, that's what it's about. Or disconnecting it, I think, or disaggregating it from healthy sexuality is like, that's what is in the mindset of people that rape children like this. It's it's so about their internal dominance and hierarchical, play acting is not the right word, but just it's a display of it. It's an expression of it. And that's why I think religious people who are very invested in hierarchies are they're protected by those institutions. Yeah.
How many priests? I mean,
but
again,
billionaires,
like,
it's the same thing. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's very, very important to, like my stepdad, I remember when the Epstein started breaking.
I mean, I think the word that Emma was looking for is fantasy. I think it's it's like a fantasy. They want to live in a fantasy, and that their fantasy is twisted and sick.
Is like, is it just like men? Is it just like male sexuality? And I'm like, well, obviously, in my dictatorship, they will all be castrated, but it is much more about power. And it is much more about, I think, as you've talked about on the Majority Report a lot, the ability to, amass massive amounts of wealth, do whatever you want, do insider trading, have white collar crime all over the place. No one's holding you accountable for that. Why the hell would they hold you accountable if you're setting up trafficking rings vis-a-vis modeling agencies?
Yeah. And I mean, looking back at model culture, it's been interesting. because there's been
Did
this.
you grow?
Okay, I'm gonna pause it here. This is where this conversation. I mean, I don't know if "goes off the rails" is the right word, but absolutely, no, model culture is just something that is promoted. A lot of this twisted kind of thinking. And in fact, all these guys are involved in modeling, which is interesting. Mitty with the algorithmic pass-through. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We're just getting started here. I mean, we're only 20 minutes in. We're only one video in. This is the most fledgling beginnings of this stream. Got so much to talk about tonight. Gotta keep this moving. One last Epstein Files related clip. Also, Ian Neal with a 15-stream streak. Ricky Said with a 3-stream streak. And Green New Deal with a 40-stream streak. Wow, wow, wow. Impressive streaks all. Alright, CNN. Something horrifying. Let's take a terrible trip to Epstein Island.
Infamous sex offender Jeffrey Epstein used the secluded island to both wine and dine the rich and build a trap where women and children as young as 12 describe rape, sexual abuse, and trafficking.
The girls and young women who went on the island were basic prisoners. You couldn't leave.
A CNN review of thousands of videos, photos, and emails in the DOJ files, written testimony from victims, and satellite imagery paint the clearest picture yet of how Epstein transformed this island into an elaborate crime scene. The files show the signs of abuse captured on camera.
It was just for Jeffrey's amusement.
Powerful guests publicly and repeatedly say they didn't see this abuse, but it was so obvious and bold, according to one victim, that anyone spending significant time at any of Epstein's residences would have clearly been aware of what was going on. To do what he planned, Epstein used the island's seclusion.
This is my swimming pool. No one's allowed to dock here. My beach.
Helicopter or boat were the only way visitors could get to the island he purchased for about $8 million in 1998. In 2002, satellite images show the island, Little St. James, was barely developed. Just one main house here and a few small buildings on the northern tip of the roughly 70-acre island. Over the next 2 decades, you can see Epstein's building spree as he transformed it into a luxurious vacation escape, expanding the main home to the north. He built a larger pool, new cabanas, upgraded rooms, a dental office for some unknown reason, and this unusual-looking building, referred to in the files as a temple. He also bought a $300,000 antique desk and statues worth about $100,000. As Epstein developed his getaway, he wrote repeatedly in emails to business and government leaders, "Come visit me on my island." Even after Epstein was convicted in 2008 for sex crimes, including one involving a minor, the visitors kept coming. Like LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, who explained on a podcast late last year that he briefly went to the island while fundraising for MIT.
He was a masterful networker.
But beneath Epstein's business dealings, Virgin Islands prosecutors say Epstein coerced girls as young as 12 into sexual activity. One victim said she was trapped on the island. "I tried to escape Epstein and the others by trying to swim off after spending the day being raped."
That's one of the most horrifying sentences I've heard all fucking week. Ugh. Gross. I need a shower. Alright, well, since it's Sunday Fun Day, let's try and talk about something positive. And seeing as it's Women's History Month, let's talk about women in the workplace. Specifically in the skilled trades. Things like HVAC and carpentry.
Corporate America has seen historic rounds of layoffs recently in what some experts warn could be the beginning of an AI-driven white-collar recession. But jobs in the skilled trades are seen as AI-proof.
A robot's never going to be able to do what we do. Trade jobs are never going to be technology-based. They're going to be human-based.
At the same time, blue-collar industries are facing a shortage of skilled tradespeople as workers age out of the field.
You have major industry in this country which cannot find people.
For women especially, that creates opportunities for employment growth and rising salaries, potentially even narrowing the gender wage gap.
Although, as this piece of CNBC journalism winds up showing, it's not a bumpy road.
The number of women working as electricians in the U.S. has increased over the past 2 decades, and the number of women working as carpenters has increased by 17% over the same period. But it's still a small percentage of workers. In 2025, women represented just 3.5% of electricians and 3.1% of both carpenters and plumbers in the U.S. Experts say that women who pursue this path are positioning themselves for job stability and economic security. Average starting wages for skilled trade workers grew over 25% between 2019 and 2024, in some cases outpacing inflation.
Pay-wise, you move up pretty fast. I've only been doing this for 2 years. I've gone from Tech 1 to Tech 2 to Tech 3, and I'm about to become
immediately, if not
Here
sooner.
at Chicago Women in Trades, we do a lot of hands-on training to get women prepared for these careers in construction. And what we've noticed is a lot of second career participants, and what they have found is, quite frankly, they can't afford to care for their families on the wages that they earn in those other jobs. It is the economic stability that's offered in the union construction trades with very high wages, a great pension, which is rare these days, health benefits, all of those great things, and without the debt that comes from getting a 4-year or 2-year degree at a college.
I've had students that did 2 or 3 years of college and thought, I don't like it, so they came to trades. I've had students that completed degrees, didn't get jobs in their fields, came to trades. There's plenty of trade work out there.
While the skilled trades offer increasingly higher salaries and job security in the face of AI, women remain hugely underrepresented in some blue-collar fields.
I was the only girl when I started. Currently, I am the only female technician. I interviewed with almost 13 companies, and nobody wanted to give me a field position. Everybody kept offering me an office position, and I was like, that's not what I went to trade school for. I went to trade school because I want to use my hands. I don't want to sit behind a desk all day. So I definitely do think that it had to do
Daddies are more
with the
stronger
fact
than
that
moms.
I was a girl, and they just thought that it would be a better spot for me.
Getting access to hours and work opportunities is a huge barrier. Often women are the first to be let go of a work site as soon as work starts to slow down, and the last ones to be picked up when work starts up again. The other barrier is just the situation on the work sites alone. We have a
Disgusting and probably
disproportionate
illegal.
experience of harassment and discrimination against women on construction sites. Women often will end up on these sites as apprentices and not be given the opportunities to learn the kind of broad base of skills that their male counterparts are able to learn.
We had another female technician working there, but she left after a very short period of time. Having another female technician there was very nice because it gave me someone else to have camaraderie with every single day. But at the same time, I get along with everybody I work with. They will train me and they watch out for me at work. I kind of like being the only girl at my company because I've earned a great amount of respect and I've made some really good friends because I come to work and I do my work, and that's why I'm there.
Many blue-collar industries in the U.S. are facing a retirement cliff as more tradespeople retire than new ones enter the field. For example, the construction industry needs to attract an estimated 350,000 new workers in 2026 to meet demand for labor. In 2027, the industry will need to bring in 456,000 new workers to meet demand. The economic impact of this.
Well, there we go. Working with your hands, a skill and a form of labor that is still greatly needed. Hundreds of thousands of jobs every year. We need more women taking up those jobs, whether it be HVAC or plumbing or carpentry or whatever else. Now, while women are only taking up about 3 or 4% of those jobs, one group of people who take up a lot of those jobs because they have the skills necessary to do them are immigrants. But some people, well, some people honestly don't think women or immigrants should be doing these jobs. You know them. You know the types. You know your Lindsey Grahams, if you will. Said the DHS hearing over, I'm sorry, the House oversight hearing on
Thank
DHS
you very much.
funding.
I have a different view of things. Really appreciate the hearing. Obama deported 3 million people. I don't think all of them were criminals.
Obama.
They didn't use judicial
And
warrants.
Obama.
What you're trying to do is make it impossible to deport people. If you have to go to a judge and get a judicial warrant to deport somebody, you effectively destroy the ability to deport.
If you have to follow the law to deport people, you can't deport anybody, says Lindsey.
What now?
I just found this to be a fascinating claim from Lindsey. He's a weird guy. He's a really weird guy. So if you follow the law, you can't deport people, according to Lindsey. If you use the immigration system as is, if people, get due process and the ability to have a day in court, that's too much, says Lindsey. You can't do it. Can't do it. This guy is a deranged lunatic. How is Lindsey Graham still in office? There's my question. That sucks. Now, people like Republicans and the Trump administration are very hateful bigots who are, waging war against America vicariously through immigration policy. Going after immigrants of all kinds, regardless of their status. For cruelty seems to be the one and only objective. Not enforcing the law. Not sensible immigration, whatever that is. No, it just cruelty. Stories like this should convince you of that.
On this plain white envelope, the first thing you notice is the federal government return address. Immigration attorney Olia Katala has heard about these letters.
It is ordered that a civil penalty be imposed upon you in the amount of $1,820,352.
But when her client called her in a panic, she too was stunned to see the Department of Homeland Security imposing a fine for every day her client has stayed past his removal order.
My client came to the United States in the early 80s, fleeing the Vietnam War, or they came as refugees from Vietnam. And they settled in the United States. So he was only 5 years old when he came, and he's in his late 40s now.
We're not identifying him because he's terrified of potential retaliation against his case, but he
I mean, everybody should think about it in this way. This is my opinion. The way that they were doing this, they're basically trying to find this man for every single day he's been in this country since he was 5 years old, fleeing the Vietnam War. Basically, they're saying that at some point, at the moment that guy entered the country as a 5-year-old child, he should have been paying $500 a day. Like, someone should have gone to that 5-year-old child back in 1960 or whatever. Whatever it was. Like, and been like, hey kid, I know you're only 5 years old, but we're going to need $500 for
immediately, if not sooner.
And we're going to need $500 from you tomorrow. Too.
So he was only 5 years old when he came, and he's in his late 40s now.
We're not identifying him because he's terrified of potential retaliation against his case, but he shared old family photos. He was issued a final order of removal in 2007, but Vietnam doesn't issue passports to refugees.
He does have a removal order, but he cannot leave. So he does have work permits, and he is here in the United States legally. He has had regular check-ins annually.
So why the
What's insane to think is that this man has been here for over 40 years and that he's not been naturalized yet. That's the failure of this system. This guy's been here since he was 5 years old. He's an American. He's an American more than he is anything else. And if you don't think that, then you're just a racist. Right? You're just a full-on bigot. And you should accept that. I think it's easier for everyone if you just accept that. Because this guy has been here lawfully this whole time, and somehow he hasn't been able to become a U.S. citizen for 40 years. Why? Tell me what that achieves. It boosts your ego, right? And that's because you're a racist. You're a small person.
The Trump administration amended an old law last June, making it easier to fine immigrants.
The federal law the Trump administration is using to impose these fines isn't new. It's actually been in the books since 1996, but was rarely put to use. Considering that the fines can go up to $998 per day, the $1.8 million fine makes sense math-wise, but practicality-wise, it doesn't.
It's astronomical. I don't know anyone who has $1.8 million just laying around, and so surprisingly, you get this letter. It's a shocking number.
Katala's advice? Appeal if you can.
That's what
Appeal if you can, people. $2 million. For being here since you're 5 years old. And contributing, you would assume contributing to America. You would assume this guy has probably contributed plenty to America of the 40 plus years he's been here. Taxes, things like that. Everybody understands that immigrants pay taxes, right? All right, well, while the United States is waging a war against immigrants, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. And as a result, your spring break travels may have some hiccups, as apparently the TSA is funded through the Department of Homeland Security.
This morning, millions on the move, the spring break travel crush.
Look at this.
As the government shutdown adds fresh turbulence to already packed airports from coast to coast.
Look at the line, y'all.
Gridlock at this Austin airport on Friday.
Currently in the Austin security line, and this is how long it is.
Passengers, they're missing flights.
Look, that's quite a line.
is facing a growing crisis.
Ooh.
60,000 TSA workers just received their first $0 paycheck with Homeland Security funding at a standstill.
$0
And
paycheck.
since the shutdown began.
That's just insulting. It's insulting that you would receive like a physical paycheck. worth $0. Because you know it costs way more money to actually print that check and send it to you. Infinitely more money. Infinitely, technically, considering it starts at 0. Oh,
300
that's
agents
rough.
have quit, call-outs more than doubling, and now federal workers flooding food banks in order to feed their families.
It hurts the pride when you have to go and stand in the line, to receive food and things when the only thing you've done is show up like you're supposed to.
Single mother Nyrene Washington, a 19-year TSA employee in San Diego, says morale is at a breaking point.
It feels like you are helpless. It feels like you're depending on someone else to make a decision about your life.
Yep. TSA shut down, causing serious travel disruptions. This is as a result of the shutting down of the Department of Homeland Security. Now, I have mixed feelings about this. I honestly don't think that the TSA is necessary. I don't think we need to have, anal checks to get from one part of the country to the next. I don't think we need some sort of, quasi-military... Right, because everything through the DHS is essentially quasi-military, sort of apparatus. I don't think we need that. But if anything, of all of the things, well, actually, not even all the things. Honestly, I think FEMA might be the most necessary agency of all of the DHS agencies. But really, all of these things could be done without them being part of the national security apparatus. We don't need some sort of federal, quasi-military, terrorist, focused shit. It basically makes every American the enemy. And I'm sick of that. I'm kind of sick of that way of thinking. And it's not clear to me that the TSA has ever prevented any sort of since 2001 or whenever the TSA was created. I don't think they've prevented the next 9/11 from happening. Okay. Now the immigration war Donald Trump has started in this country, causing people a lot of problems for their spring break, making Sunday Fundays less fun all over the place. Now, one group of immigrants that have come to this country and have their own holiday are, of course, the Irish. And all weekend, people have been celebrating St. Paddy's Day. That's right. Start in Chicago here with the dyeing of the Chicago River. Well, there you go. The river is green. Only way to know that it's St. Patty's Day is to look at the Chicago River, of course. And then when you see it's green, you remember to yourself, oh, right, it's St. Patty's Day. Because there's no other signs aside from that. All right, let's go to New Orleans.
Gathered dressed in all green for the Irish Channel Parade in Uptown yesterday. Here's more on how parade goers took in the celebrations.
Happy St. Patty's Day! I am very excited. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. New Orleans on St. Patrick's Day. I am loving this. This is the best. Marvelous!
I'm enjoying myself. This is my first time and I love it. I will be back. Cabbages. And some sunglasses. New Orleans is the place to be for St. Patrick's Day Parade.
My nephew's getting married in New Orleans tonight. Are you kidding me? This is excellent.
This lady is hilarious. Just holding a cabbage going, this is excellent. Yes, yes, that much is clear. New Orleans just loves parades, don't they? They will get beads and floats out for anything. What? What? It's St. Patrick's Day. We have to let's get out all the floats. I've got 200 floats and 5 metric tons of beads. Let's do it. Now, New Orleans weren't the only ones celebrating St. Patty's Day. Let's go up to Nashville, where they had an Irish.
Now this weekend, Nashville is going green for St. Patrick's Day, and right now in the heart of East Nashville,
they had a. What's I can't think of it. I think what's the thing to say on St. Patty's Day exactly?
Now this weekend, Nashville is going green for St. Patrick's Day, and right now in the heart of East Nashville, they're gearing up for the annual Irish Network Nashville Parade and Festival. Our Eric Pointer is live in 5 Points, where it's going to kick off at about 10 o'clock this morning. So in just the next couple of hours, Eric, I mean, people are excited about this event today.
Yeah, people are excited and people are getting ready. We actually moved over to Boston Commons, which is going to be one of the VIP areas, and there's also going to be performances happening out live here during the parade, so a lot to see from this vantage point. And speaking of this, it's a celebration of Irish culture. We have a pretty big deal here in Tennessee. We have Amy Sigenthaler, who is the Irish consul, honorary Irish consul here in Tennessee. So kind of walk us through what that means and how.
Oh, the great Amy Sigenthaler, you say? Wow, what an honor! What an incredible honor! Everybody knows the great Amy Sigenthaler, the number one, the very best. Everybody's been saying it. All right, let's go further north. From Nashville, Tennessee to Buffalo, New York, WKBW TV from 5 hours ago with the 2026 St. Patty's Day Parade.
The 2026 parade is Hail to St. Patrick and God bless America and support our troops is our theme.
God bless our troops. That's the theme is God bless the troops. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm getting big Iraq War vibes from that. I gotta keep this moving. I can't believe what my ears just are. God bless the troops. It's like like next week Donald Trump is gonna ask the troops to send a letter about what was it? I can't remember. What did he do? What did Bush do again? He like asked the troops to pray for asked the troops to pray for him or something. Please pray for President Trump. Now, one New York Democrat, in fact, the New York Democrat with the highest office in the state, at least in state government, made an appearance at the Buffalo parade. I'm, of course, talking about Governor Kathy Hochul. Kathy.
Our Grand Marshal.
The Grand Marshal.
Thank you for everything you do for Buffalo.
Congratulations, Mr. Grand Marshal. It's a great day for your family.
Yeah, my son Landon, my son Daniel, my wife Brittany.
Yay, Landon, Daniel, Brittany. Get to meet Kathy. Look at Kathy Hochul. She's having a great time. Green jacket. Green jacket still looks like she's having a great time. Like she's ready to govern the state. She kind of looks like the Wizard of Oz. Like, for whatever reason, this outfit gives me Wizard of Oz vibes. Where's the groundhog? Wrong parade. That's the wrong parade. All right. Let's go to South Jersey with CBS Philadelphia, where businesses struck gold from the latest St. Patty's Day celebrations.
St. Patrick's Day celebrations are already in full swing across our area, and many businesses are feeling grateful. Thousands turned out for the first part of the annual St. Patty's Day pub crawl in Haddon Township. CBS News Philadelphia's Eva Anderson shows us the scene there tonight.
The party stretched well into the evening, hours into a pub crawl along Haddon Avenue, where dance floors were packed, drinks were flowing, and even the tiniest partygoers made an appearance.
My baby is 5 weeks old, so any chance to get out of the house, I'm gonna take it.
This was baby Charlotte's first St. Patty's Day celebration. 10-month-old Charlie was getting into the spirit, too.
How are you getting him acquainted to the holiday?
Well, just don't drink till you're 21, buddy.
Here we go. Just steps away.
Okay, that's the cutest hat. That's the cutest hat. Hands down the cutest hat, this kid.
Patty's
right
Day
here.
celebration. 10-month.
Look at this. Look at this kid with the freaking hat.
Aww.
There we go. More people celebrating St. Patty's Day. Now, this is, I think, might be our third St. Patty's Day since starting this stream. And our obligatory St. Patty's Day clip of the year is this one. from the great DJ Danarchy.
We are surrounded by dancing leprechauns. Is it? It is St. Patty's Day, right?
We're going to go out and party tonight?
Oh, dude, I'm going to get wasted.
Totally.
It's Casual Friday. Yeah. This is the day where I literally will not go outside at all.
Look at all those people out there having fun, Sean. I used to be them.
No, not on
St. Patty's Day, because I would get punched all over the face in classes, and I just wanted to read Social Security. But Irish guys who looked like Matt Damon would beat on me and call me all sorts of things.
Appearing on the program today, Cliff Schechter, not Irish. An entire country just begs President Trump to just give up the idea that Barack Obama spied on him.
Never.
Let me just set the record straight on this whole St. Patty's thing that's blowing up all over the place here. Back when growing up, like in high school and stuff, Worcester was obviously heavily Irish, and spent a lot. Celebrated St. Patrick's Day quite a bit. You know, even had those like shamrocks with the Jewish star in it.
Hi, fellas, can I join? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Okay.
Seamus, please. Sean, Seamus.
Sean.
Yeah, I love the idea of the combined Star of David Shamrock. What do you call it? St. Patty's Day swag.
I thought we were
all
friends.
of those names are my cousin's names.
No, everybody
Sorry
I know.
that we
They
killed
would have let you
Jesus.
join.
Mary, Brian. I mean, all
You aren't just naming every family member.
just naming
Mickey.
everybody.
What about Mickey?
And even like when I was in Boston a little bit. But the problem is that now, like those guys that I used to hang out with, now I see them as a problem. They come in from, they come in from, I'm not saying Irish people. I'm just saying like, 17 to 25-year-olds from the suburbs who come in and get wasted. I feel like, I don't.
Everyone likes to party with those potato-eating, soft-head potato mashers, but they are a problem from a public safety and ordinance point of view.
I've got news. I don't think all those people are Irish, and I'm not
saying they're all Irish.
I'm
I've
not
said
nearly as old as you,
And Kelly was one.
I consider them a complete and total problem, and I never actually was.
I didn't say that I'm that old, and that's why I
You're
consider
really
them a
old,
problem.
though.
No.
That's why.
Listen to the ancient Jew speak. He is not wrong. He is Moses on this.
I used to work every St. Patrick's Day.
Actually, you know
and
what?
make so much money.
I bet.
Come here, lass. We're decompressing from beating black kids in our cop job.
Oh my god. I even saw two people doing it.
It's a nice time for the Irish when they can go out and get socially active by protesting the inclusion of gay people.
Yeah,
in their parades.
wait, I want the goddamn Gainer parade.
Okay, there's the St. Patty's Day spirit. I can feel it now, lad. The green is flowing through my veins. Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. Is it true that when we watch Majority Report, Tim Pool's toilet gets clogged? Just asking for a friend.
Toilet.
It is true. Well, We're not going to leave New York quite yet. And we're going to keep it valuetaining. Somehow. Many people find the sport of basketball valuetaining. And one basketball stars would seem preparing for a fight against one Zoran Mamdani. Giannis. My brain just broke. Giannis Antetokounmpo. There we go. I did it.
One of the NBA's biggest superstars, Giannis Antetokounmpo, could be gearing up for a big fight against Zoran Mamdani. That's because Giannis has a highly controversial side hustle as a financial investor and landlord. Giannis recently became a shareholder and brand partner for Kalshi, a company whose mission, according to its CEO,
the long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion.
And you know where Giannis also sees a big opportunity for financialization and wringing profit out of the things you hold so dear? Homes. He probably saw these purchases as merely an investment. He'd pony up the cash, hire a management company to do everything, and eventually a ton of cash would kick back to him. But then, the biggest winter storm in decades hit New York City and both his Brooklyn buildings were left without heat. According to one tenant who spoke with writer Jiri Nathan from Defector for a piece published March 5th, they have not had heat in their apartment since February 23rd. The one tenant reported that the management company, Maximus Property Management Services, had told tenants that the lack of heat was due to an issue with a condenser on the roof. They hired someone to fix it, but they couldn't. The issue lingered. We can cut Giannis a little slack here because the tenant said that the new management company was a step up from the old one, even if it only has a 2 out of 5 star rating on Google. But when we dug into the pro athlete as a slumlord thing, it turned out to be a bit of a trend. Manti Te'o, who you may remember as a college football star and former NFL linebacker, let one of his rental properties fall into such disarray that the Cleveland law director called him a slumlord. A tenant of his told Fox 8 that he and his company ignored a bug infestation, a dilapidated staircase, and even doors that didn't secure properly. And then there's Alex Rodriguez, who was hit with hundreds of tenant complaints. Obviously, this isn't just a problem with professional athletes, it's a problem with viewing housing as a commodity to extract profit from, rather than a place where real people live. But Giannis.
Well, there you go. Superstars and oligarchs, be warned. New York City is no longer a place for you to extract profit without providing adequate housing for people. Omega Star with a puppy treat for Leica. Okay. Let's keep talking sports. Keep talking sports. Trying to keep it Sunday Funday for a little bit longer. Talk about basketball, in fact. Two mascots going head to head. At the edge at Hudson Yard.
All right, moving along here. It was a Big East face-off high above New York City in honor of tonight's game between top-seeded St. John's and second-seeded UConn. Their mascots, here they are, went head-to-head right at the edge at Hudson Yards, hundreds of feet above the city. They face off at Madison Square Garden tonight.
All right.
Well, what's
wow.
out as a 5K is now.
Couldn't be more excited for that game. I missed it. I completely missed it. That's a lie. But let's be real. In this economy, mascot jobs, hanging out, dancing on rooftops. I mean, come on. Not bad. All right. While we're in New York, let's talk about the New York City Half Marathon, which happened earlier today on Sunday.
This is the very definition.
Well, what started as a
of
5K is now
totalitarianism.
turning into a half marathon. Katie Kay will be running the United Airlines NYC Half Marathon this Sunday.
And this weekend, their mission is twofold. As a non-binary athlete running for Team for Climate, they're using this race to promote sustainability and representation.
Sports anchor Sam Ryan with the story.
Strong and steady is my motto.
Katie Kay will take that mindset through their very first half marathon in the city they grew up in.
My first race was in Central Park, and I live here now. I've been living in the Prospect Leopards Garden / Flatbush area for the last 7 years. So I run this hill that people hate all the time. I actually like that hill. So to start at Prospect Park, where I found my new community, and to end where I started my first race is amazing.
Catching the running bug back in 2022 at the Central Park 5K, Katie has grown as a runner throughout the different boroughs.
Like, there's not a single part of the race where I don't have a memory associated to it, or like people who can like step out and say like, hey.
But now Katie's running for something more than just the finish line.
And so when I did my research for Team Climate and I thought about the why, the like reforestation project and like protecting wildlife and rivers and things like that, that was really important to me, both in New York City and Maine. And then also just like providing greener options on race day. I felt like that was super important.
The New York Roadrunners Team for Climate is a group dedicated to a healthier planet for future runners.
And so joining Team for Climate was a very natural choice because I have this long history of doing sustainability, like from when I was younger, but also like in my everyday practice. As someone who's also like a New York resident, native New Yorker, like I want to make sure that I'm doing my part running this race to just like make sure that it is sustainable, because it is a big shutdown and it is a big disruption if you're not part of that community, you know?
Also,
okay. Well, let's see what all happened at this race. Eyewitness News, 8 hours ago. Recap. Record smashing 2026 New York City Half Marathon. Record smashing. Oh.
And
Well, all morning long, we've been following the New York City Half Marathon. About 30,000 people signed up for the race this year, including Eyewitness News anchors Liz Cho and Mike Marza.
There's Liz.
Times Square,
Where's
look at him.
Oh, yeah.
Nice
That
Mike.
him
There he
crushing it.
is.
Look at
There
the
he is.
shades. Fist pump, jumping. Love it. It's part of the 13.1 mile course from Brooklyn into Manhattan. Ryan Field is leading our team coverage of the race.
This one of only 2 times per year, Times Square closed due to traffic, and that was just one of the many amazing things we witnessed here today at the United Airlines NYC Half. We saw 2 first-time winners, a new event record, and a record number of participants. More than 30,000 runners making their way to the finish line here in Central Park, and that is where we find Sam Ryan. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Ryan, and look at these faces. These runners are crossing the finish line of the United Airlines NYC Half. Look at these smiles. As you mentioned, 30,000 finishers, a record number expected today. Rob Similcare from New York Roadrunners told us a little bit earlier, 60% of the runners running today here are running this race for the first time. That'll do it from the finish line. Let's send it over to my colleague, Brittany Bell. She's in Times Square. Hey, Brittany.
Hey, Sam, it feels like a party here in Times Square. So you have the runners coming near my This is also the location of the kids run. About 1,500 kids are participating in a run from ages 2 all the way up to 18.
There's 2-year-olds running the half marathon. My God. That's crazy.
Big kids right now with Terry Tullifson and Bex Gentry. And ladies, what a day of racing we saw here on the streets of New York.
Oh, it was so cool. I loved every single one of them. I mean, really, to see an event record, but also to see these men's wheelchair races take off, it was awesome.
And Daniel Romanchuk, Bex, again, the story on the men's side.
Absolutely. Just coming back from that really, really upsetting injury in Sydney last year, he's taken his time to rehab, to get everything back together, and he took the win here. We are so proud of him. Evan Corral coming in second place. He knows that well.
Yep, third time in a row.
Romanchuk, a winner here for the third time. Eden Rainbow Cooper, a winner here for the first time.
Oh. You know, she has done so well on the marathon race courses, but this is her first big win over the half marathon, and she is fired up about it.
She sure is. She changed her attitude. She changed how she looked at this whole racing scenario for herself, and she got herself that win. Followed by the incredible Tatiana McFadden coming in for the second place.
Rainbow Cooper, a winner by more than 6 minutes. On the men's side, the story today, Adrian Vilskut, the 27-year-old from South Africa.
Yep, he's an Olympic finalist. He's a World Championship finalist. He's coming off of the World Cross Country Championships where he is 13th, and now he wins here today. He is fired up about this win, but he said he wanted to come here and not only make that podium, but crack the tape.
Absolutely. Coming here, taking the win and feeling overjoyed about it. Racing so well. And then coming in second place, another man who knows that second place well is the amazing Zuhair Talibi.
Telby from America. And then on the women's side, Helen Obiri, a course record at the TCS New York City Marathon in November, and now a course record here at the United Airlines NYC half.
Yeah, she took everyone through that 10K in well under course record, event record pace, and she just lengthened that lead all the way. You know that name, Sharon?
All right. Well, there you go, people. New York City Half Marathon happening earlier on Sunday. Record-breaking times coming from multiple athletes. Ep Silver Art with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. If Adult Swim was actually good like it used to be, they would have you be a spot on there. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, what a compliment. I think I'm too edgy for Adult Swim. All right, well, continuing with the Sunday FUNDAY programming. By the way, we're already making great progress. I just started a goal, if you didn't notice, everybody. And even for whatever reason, it's not registering. I don't know what's wrong with the goal. We're at like 3 of 10 right now or something. Yeah. Right? Something like that. Already making great progress. That's the point I'm making. Let's go to LA now, where some finish line drama happened earlier this week at the 2026 LA Marathon.
Wow, look at that. Oh, no, all right. She missed it by 2 seconds. She ran 2:25.17 in at the Marathon Project, and she missed her PR by 2 seconds.
Okay, how close is Michael from here? Is he within eyesight from us?
He's in the last, I don't know. Here
he comes.
He comes right now.
Here he comes. So let's get right back down to the finish line so we can watch Michael cross the line here.
Come on,
Michael
crack
Kamau from Kenya.
Just over 2 hours and 11 minutes on the clock.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Nathan Martin, Nathan Martin.
Nathan. Whoa. Oh, my gosh. What? Wow.
And it is a photo finish for crowning of the 2026 A6 LA Marathon champion.
I'm not sure.
Nowhere, because we can only see just a little bit beyond.
We have to see that playback to see exactly what happened there, because he crossed first, right? I think he did. I think he crossed first.
Here comes Kellen.
My God. Big controversy here at the LA Marathon this week. A man out of nowhere comes flying. I mean, not nowhere. He was clearly in the race. But he stole the finish line. He just didn't stop running. That's the thing. You could clearly tell. Clearly tell the other runner was slowing down into the finish line. This guy. Possessed. Some sort of fury. Continuing to run all out straight through the finish line. Taking the victory. Now you might be thinking to yourself, StreamLord, I am old. Or out of shape. How am I? How am I to benefit from this sort of story? My running days are over. I would like to differ. I beg to differ, in fact. CTV News 4 days ago. The one man here to prove you're never too old to be a champion.
Finally tonight, meet the Toronto man that's taking the idea of an active senior to the next level.
Sure is. CTV's Andrea Case introduces us to a multi-sport champion who's still competing and winning at 102 years old.
The 60-meter dash at the Canadian Masters Championships. And they're off. 40 seconds later, and the last to cross the finish line was Atar Singh Sekhon. Not bad for an old man. How old? Sekhon is 102. Through his son, Joginder Singh Sekhon, Atar says he's feeling very good today. Legally blind and hard of hearing, Joginder is by his side as a precaution. He had a busy weekend. In addition to the shot put, he took on the 50-meter and 200-meter race, winning each in his age group at a competition for athletes over the age of 35. But at his age, he's the only one in the 100 to 104 category. Sekhon moved to Canada in 1988 at the age of 64 and began exercising in his 70s to stay in shape. But he didn't start competing until 2017 at the age of 94.
There you go, people. Never too late. This old guy started exercising when he was 70 to get in shape, and now look at him go. Table full of medals. A centenary champion. Look at that Sikh grandpa go. Now, perhaps you're thinking to yourself, StreamLord, it's not age or being in shape that's the problem. For me, it's the kids. I got a bunch of kids in tow. Well, perhaps you just have the wrong attitude or the wrong equipment. To the AP archive from yesterday. Let's talk about stroller technology on the cutting edge. Lamborghini, baby Diablo. By the way, for the low, very affordable price of $5,300 US dollars, not to be confused with, I don't know, some other less valuable currency. $5,300 US dollars. This could be yours, and you could be speeding down the sidewalk with your baby, getting some serious exercise, hitting top speeds of 15 miles. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I just thought it was hilarious. Murcielago Lamborghini for the baby. Oh, wait, hold on. We got to hear about all of the great... I almost forgot. We got to hear about the sweet... all the specs. The $5,500 conversation piece for dads who are bored. I can just imagine the fantastic conversations that must go on when you show up at the playground with this puppy right here. All the dads probably want a selfie with this hot piece of stroller right here. Oh my god. I'll bet all the single moms are swooning. GTA Baby Edition. Exactly, Columbia Rican. Honestly, though, $5,500. This is ridiculous. That stroller is like, I'm trying to think of who that stroller is for. It's for the recently divorced dad. It's the recently divorced billionaire dad who's been forced to have 2 days custody with their infant child per month. What are we watching? We're keeping up on baby stroller technology, okay? $5,500 for a Lamborghini Baby Diablo. This is what we're calling it around here. All right, now if baby racing is not your thing, maybe Formula One is.
The Woodlands' Jack Crawford taking to the streets of Houston in the Aston Martin Aramco Formula One car last year.
My first year in the Aston Martin Aramco driver development program. It's been an amazing year so far. I've learned so much.
Well, Jack's been on the fast track since he was 6. He got his start racing karts in Katy. By 8, his dad saw something in him, and by 12, it was off to Europe to chase his Formula One dream.
You know, the competition has been so tough, but for sure a lot of fun, and I feel like I've learned a lot both by myself and also how to become a better driver.
You're the third driver now with the Aston Martin Aramco team. That's kind of like being the third string quarterback. You got to be ready physically and mentally, because you never know when they're going to call your name.
Yeah, exactly. It's a perfect way to put it. You know, I prepare every race like I normally would, like I'm going to drive, because, you know, I can't be, of course, caught off guard.
Jack.
There you go, one young Houston man headed to Europe to live out his F1 dream. Probably a little bit more exciting than Lamborghini baby strollers, but who am I to judge? Another high adrenaline sport people supposedly watch. It's, of course, mixed martial arts. The UFC being the one and only proprietor of that, seemingly. All right, not the only one, but a near monopoly. UFC has an interesting business model. with some shady practices apparently going on.
For 3 months. Hey.
Hey. Hey to you, Nightlight Ushy Jesus. Thank you for the resub. More Perfect Union from last week with an investigation into the shady business practices behind the UFC.
2026 is going to be the biggest year in UFC history. Coming off of $1.4 billion in revenue, they just launched a 7-year, $7.7 billion deal with Paramount and are planning multiple title fights at the White House on Donald Trump's 80th birthday.
We're going to have a UFC fight on the grounds of the White House.
We're going to take over Washington, D.C. the week of the fight.
This is great news if you're a Trump donor or a tech mogul, but for your average fan, UFC's massive growth hasn't necessarily been so great. Ticket prices to attend fights are through the roof.
Why do I need generational wealth to go to a UFC event?
Last row in the arena, $500 each.
And a lot of fans feel like the product is just getting worse every year.
This is going to be so bad.
And underneath all of the spectacle, a seismic shift in combat sports is quietly underway. With backing from powerful allies in DC and Saudi Arabia, UFC President Dana White is coming for boxing. He launched Zuffa Boxing last year, and alongside cutthroat mogul Ari Emanuel and WWE executive Nick Khan, they're working to rewrite the laws that govern the sport.
There's no ego or arrogance whatsoever when I talk about getting into boxing and trying to fix it, because this is a busted sport.
So who really is Dana White, the ruthless kingpin of the UFC, and what does he want with boxing?
Talk a little bit more about whether you think it will be a viable competitor to some of the other straight boxing promotions.
I don't want to say we'll be a viable competitor. We're going to blow them all out of the water is what we're going to do.
It's hard to get fighters to speak out, but we talked to a few of them about their experiences working for Dana White. Let's get into it. While reaching UFC is the pinnacle for MMA fighters, working for its boss hasn't exactly been a dream. In 2014, a group of former UFC fighters filed a class action antitrust lawsuit alleging the UFC had illegally monopolized the MMA market and suppressed fighter pay. The case dragged on for a decade. The UFC fought it every step of the way. In one testimony, Shane Carwin, a former UFC heavyweight, wrote that CTE has left him bedridden for days at a time, unable to hold down a job despite owning an engineering degree. Finally, in 2024, the UFC agreed to pay $375 million, but admitted no wrongdoing.
They decided to settle the case out of court. So for me, that was a bit of a disappointment in that we didn't actually get to argue it. Right? We didn't get to call BS.
So in 2025, a second lawsuit was filed, this time representing fighters from 2017 onward. Dana, meanwhile, can get pretty hostile whenever fighters or journalists bring up these lawsuits.
If you want to be an asshole, let's do it in private. People have called us a monopoly and all this stuff for years. A monopoly? We're just the best. I love when people who have no fucking idea what they're talking about and don't know anything about the business give input.
So is the UFC a monopoly or not? Well, despite what Dana says, his intentions from the beginning were very strategic. The UFC started in 1993 as a promotion to exhibit what are now known as mixed martial arts fights, a sport most Americans had never heard of. Unlike boxing, MMA had no sanctioning bodies overseeing it and very few rules.
It was just so unregulated. My first fight, actually, was I was 185 pounds and I fought a guy 285 pounds. Total craziness.
Be forewarned, there are no rules, no judges' scores, and no time limits.
At one point, the UFC was so brutal, they banned it in 36 states. Senator John McCain famously called it human cockfighting and led the charge to get it off of pay-per-view.
People repeatedly getting smashed in the face with a guy sitting on top of them. That's not a sport.
By 2000, the UFC was struggling. Dana White was a boxing manager in Las Vegas and saw an opening. While boxing had strict rules and regulations, we'll get to that later, in MMA, a single promoter could control the rankings, handpick matchups, and sign fighters to exclusive contracts. Dana could build an empire.
That's exactly what Dana did. He signed exclusive contracts with all of the fighters, and then gave them much lower than average compensation for their fights. And all these guys and gals fighting in the UFC have suffered as a result, while Dana has enriched himself to the tunes of billions of dollars. Having a great time palling around with the president now, and other people like that. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. We don't have Medicare for all. Took away our safety nets to start Epstein war and give our money to Israel and have stupid UFC fights at the White House. Yes, we're using our tax dollars wisely. I think that's the point of what you're saying. All right. Well, let's go to some other sports-related things. To some real men.
Daddies are more stronger than daddies are more stronger than mommies.
All right, the DU gymnastics team creates a party atmosphere at their meets. They're focused on fan engagement and fun. They want people leaving Magnus Arena looking forward to coming back the next time. And a big part of that vibe comes from a couple of caped crusaders patrolling the mats. Our Nick Rosso went out and got a great story for the gymnastics community in Colorado, the hype men of DU.
When I think of Denver gymnastics meets, I think of Tom and Taylor.
You'll likely hear him before you see him. For Tom and Taylor Green Parrott, hype is more than a state of mind. It's a lifestyle.
It feels like something we were born to do, honestly.
Yes.
Like, it literally feels like such a natural progression of our lives.
They started bringing the noise for DU back in 2019.
The origin story is just that we have been coming to meets forever. My whole life, I'm a Denver native.
The sequins and capes and TikTok twirling. All focused on creating an unforgettable meet day experience.
We're doing everything we can do to make sure that the fans who are coming to the meet know that this is going to be an experience. This is going to be loud, crazy, fun. You know, even if you're not a fan of gymnastics, you're going to come in the arena and have a blast because we're all just going to be cheering, getting loud, getting crazy together.
We just want it to be like a full game day experience, a little bit outside of the norm of what people think outside looking in when they look at gymnastics.
How have you seen the hype that you generate create better performances?
When the crowd's going crazy, they put on their best performances.
Switch side volunteer. It's really cool to hear everyone cheering for you while you're doing your floor routines, while you're doing your beam routines. You can hear them chanting, "Go DU." It really just pushes me to have a good time, to have fun, and it reminds me that competing is having fun.
You can always tell when the girls feel like the crowd is behind them. You can see it in their body language. You can see it in their performances. When they feel uplifted, you see it all work together. The crowd gets louder, they do better.
Okay, people, there we go. Couple of guys providing hype for Denver gymnastics. All right, well, we're an hour and a half into the stream. So we're going to take a quick break. But do not worry, space fans. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Could spread the gift of galactic love with the galactic membership gifts. If you're over on Twitch, you got the bits and the power-up subs, gifted subs, of course, there as well. Prime subs. Prime subs for those with Amazon Prime memberships. Cash App and PayPal for your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. Throne if you'd like to buy items, gifts, or at least contribute to those things that would eventually wind up on my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits. I won't bore you with them now. Just click the link in my bio on YouTube or Twitch. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So, better get back in those seats, otherwise you are gonna miss it. All right, people, we are back. Second half about to begin. Since it's Sunday Fun Day, I figured I'd give us at least a few breaks today. It's been a very stressful week, and just preparation for everyone. First off, this is going to be a very long stream. Second off, once we get out of the U.S. portion of this spacecast, things are going to go awry real quick. Like, we're having a good time right now. We're talking about Yeah, we're talking about St. Patty's Day and the marathon and sports and all of these things. Everything seems fine right now. But at some point, in the not-so-distant future, things are going to take a turn. I can't give you an exact timing on that, but of course we're going to be talking about Iran and everything else. It's all the other things that are going on. Perf XL. The sweet super chat on YouTube. Funds for the gunship. Thank you, Perf. Incredible generosity. All right. Now we ended the first half talking about gymnastics. Let's go on now to talking about dance. Two young ballroom dancers shooting for greatness down in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. CBS Philadelphia from Monday.
And they are more than just dancers. These kids are world champions, and they're from Bucks County, right here in our area. And this week, Spreading the Love, Waukesha Bailey introduces us to an award-winning duo redefining what strength, confidence, and competition looks like.
Ballroom dancing a sport? Absolutely. At Brilliant Dance Sports Studio in Feasterville, 11-year-old August and 9-year-old Mia train like elite athletes.
You have to be like strong, like lower body, upper body. So my first lesson, I was like a little shy.
Shy? You would never know. Though August and Mia have only been dancing together a year, their timing is tight. Well, mostly.
Sometimes she's like moody,
Jeez.
and sometimes she's like in a really good mood, and sometimes she's like she wants to sleep. It is true.
Individually, they've put in the work.
I've been dancing for 4 years. I've been dancing for 6 years.
Honestly,
Practicing 6 days a week, competing around the world.
International, UK, ASEAN, and Black Bull, 8.
They've competed internationally, representing Team USA in dance sport competitions in the United Kingdom and the Netherlands.
I'm sure those kids are perfectly, perfectly nice children, but can you imagine their parents? Can you imagine? They're absolutely like full on, they gotta be like full on show parents. Oh, they must be nightmares. I feel bad. But those kids, I mean, the moves, they clearly know how to dance. They're like, I don't even know. I'm trying to gauge. With kids that young, it's hard to tell. For me, they're like 10 or something. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
There's some fun day action for you folks. Kids competing to see who will be the next best child ballroom dancer of the world. Uncle Simric with a super chat. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascist did. Why haven't you? Oh, okay. Question. Good question. Everybody get exercising. Uncle Simric with the athletic suggestion for everybody. Now, maybe none of the physical activities previously listed are for you, but really any kind of physical activity is good for us. No matter the age, especially as you get older, apparently.
It's science.
So brain health is multidimensional,
There are many beneficial activities that one might engage in, and cognitive enrichment is one of those activities that complements diet and physical activity. So cognitive engagement can be thought of as lifelong learning. So we are talking about activities that involve reading, writing, going to the library, learning a second language.
There are those two components of focusing your brain, using your hands, which is a different kind of knowledge than reading or writing. And then there's the social thing. I mean, I think I come here as much for that as for the making.
That's right, everybody. Just do activities. Activities are good. Learning, challenging yourself. All of these things. Good for your brain and your body. We gotta keep doing activities as people. So we can keep thriving, Space Vamps. Boy, oh boy, do I want you to thrive. Now, perhaps one thing that you might see as a part of thriving is music. Everybody loves music, right? Well, people in New York had an opportunity to watch Alicia Keys perform at Grand Central Station. Why? Let's find out.
Well, commuters traveling through Grand Central this afternoon got quite the treat. A concert by Harlem's own Alicia Keys. The Grammy winner performed at the Apple Store as part of the company's 50th anniversary celebration. Keys sang fan favorites such as Fallen and You Don't Know My Name. Apple was founded back on April 1st, 1976 by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne. The tech giant has grown into one of the largest companies in the world, hence they can afford to hire Alicia Keys to sing them.
Follow the
The rich white man hired Alicia Keys to celebrate his greatness. All right, let's keep this stream moving from New York to, I think it was like either Ohio or like Indiana, something like that, where the president held a campaign rally, even though he's in his second term. So a campaign for what? It's not clear. I guess just a campaign for self-enrichment? Where there was something of a musical performance as well.
Oh, shit, someone died behind him. What the fuck?
In an
Oh,
interview.
No. Oh, no, someone is having a medical incident behind Trump.
So Biden went down for the count.
Is it hot out there? What's going on?
You have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor?
Is there a doctor in the building? Is so funny. If there's one building where there is no doctor in that crowd, it's this building, okay? This is the one fucking room in Kentucky where it's the least likely for a doctor to be in, okay?
Do you think the people backstage are listening to me?
He fucking
How
hates
about
this shit.
Ave Maria? Well, because this is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening? Ave Maria.
Hog down. Let's get some Ave Maria in here. Make America great again. Great patriot came here to celebrate how great I am. And now they're dead. It's kind of sad because they probably bought my merch and now they won't be able to any longer. But have to go on.
Shit.
Ave Maria. Well, because this is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening? Ave Maria by...
He wants to play Ave
Barbara
Maria as one of his hogs is dying. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he is so good. He's so good. He's like, that motherfucker's dead.
All right, people. Well, one hog down. It's okay. It's okay. They're going to a better place. Unlike me, the guy who's probably not going to heaven. Well, you know what's not good for our health? Certainly not our mental health. Probably not our heart health. When you get to the pump, you drive to the pump, you get out of the car, and you look at the price of gas, and you have a small heart attack.
Come on! On one hand, Jake Tapper is having journalists on who are working with a clandestine Israeli-Iranian group to sever the relationship with them and their regime, supposedly whatever. Okay, fine, Jake Tapper's not doing that. But if we head over to Fox News, we're going to get a different perspective. Okay? There is a range of conversation about this war in our mainstream media. Granted, Jake Tapper sort of promoting this, but on Fox News, at least, we're getting a different message.
Yeah, I understand that the Democrats have their own political spin on this, but I think they should be careful about some of the talking points that they were releasing. They're talking about the oil prices and the way that it's going to impact and that the president can't last too long. That is exactly what Iran wants to happen. Part of their strategy of this is the propaganda machine that's going out there saying these things, and they believe that if they can get the prices of oil up, that the president would have to draw from the conflict. So just careful, guys.
Yep.
Careful, guys.
Yeah.
Careful, guys.
Exactly. Exactly, guys. Come on. Be careful. When you get stressed out and you start complaining about the cost of gas, you are playing into the hands of the Ayatollah. You're basically Hamas. When you complain about gas prices, you become Hamas.
If not sooner.
You're some sort of hybrid Hamas, Hezbollah, like ISIS member, essentially. When you do that, like everything, you're You're basically doing a jihad every time you complain about the cost of gas. Okay? And just remember that. Thank God we have Fox News here to tell us that it's our patriotic duty to suck it up and pay for that gas. Stop complaining. Do you want to help Iran? Every time you complain, there's like a direct line to Mojtaba Khomeini, who chortles to himself. Okay? Those complaints are directly filtered to him. And he's, oh, America, foiled again. You stupid people. You've played right into my hand.
You know, we're starting to see more and more and more of this, man. You go talk to previous Trump supporters, and a lot of them are flipping. A lot of them are kind of embarrassed, right? Like a good example is, you guys remember Andrew Schultz was, rode for Trump and had him on and gave him a softball interview. Now he's almost completely turned. Tim Dillon, same thing. He spends most of his time now shitting on Trump, talking about the Epstein files, talking about the war. And that's just like the punditocracy, if you will. But among regular people, look, you go talk to them, and a lot of them were, hey, man, I just wanted prices to come down. I thought he'd make prices come down, right? They'll say some shit like that, right? Well, guess what? When you go in there, and then inflation goes up, and unemployment goes up, and the economy is cooked, and you're starting new wars, everybody's looking at you like, well, what the fuck is this, right? So this video of this guy here went viral, and I couldn't wait to share this with you. Guy's name is Richard Stanley from Fort Pierce. He's a Florida resident, and you'll understand why he went viral very quickly when you listen to it. Here we go.
He was bragging the other day on news, 190 or 290 somewhere. It's $5.50 a gallon. I missed my Uncle Joe. I was balling then. Now, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even show you $5 in my pocket.
I miss my Uncle Joe, says this Florida man. Yup, gas prices continue to skyrocket right now, making things unaffordable, specifically people filling up their cars to go to work and wherever else people go with their cars. I don't know what people do with their cars. Columbia Regan with a sweet super chat. I don't care about what another country thinks. I just paid $4 a gallon here in Albuquerque. Regular unleaded gas. That's terrible.
This is ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Yeah, times are tough. Times are tough. Gas is expensive. And if you drive for work, that's really cutting into your livelihood. People like DoorDash drivers, like this man from Tennessee,
have struggled at one point in our lives just trying to make ends meet. When hospital bills enter the picture, it can make things even worse.
That was the story for a Manchester couple until just this week, when they found themselves the focus of a viral moment. Our Kim Rafferty met with the couple today and the woman who's helped to change their lives.
Brittany Smith's doorbell camera video of a man delivering DoorDash in Manchester has taken on a life of its own.
Yeah, so I posted the video of the Ring camera footage, and it's got 2.3 million views.
Wow. The man in the video is Richard. He didn't want to give us his last name, but they've faced a lot of struggles. He and his wife have kept working long after retirement age.
And just losing that, we had to supplement it, so I started running for DoorDash, and the people were nice. DoorDash was good to me.
Richard says he started delivering food after his wife lost her job. He works long days to help make ends meet and pay for his wife's medications.
It's a medicine for kidney disease. I'm a diabetic, and that's what's keeping me off of dialysis. Sometimes you just look at all the things that you need to pay or need to do, and you know that has to come, because if it don't, you're going to end up in the hospital or somewhere with something even more expensive than that.
I think so, yes. Brittany started a GoFundMe when she learned about Richard and Brenda's story, and donations started pouring in.
It is awesome. I have not spoke to him since yesterday at 3 o'clock.
So she met them at Jiffy Burger in Manchester in person to show him everyone trying to help.
How are you guys today?
Brenda says it's harder for older folks to get hired. That's why Richard turned to DoorDash. Within a day, Brittany's social media post turned into hundreds of thousands of dollars for the couple. The donations could mean fewer hours on the road, a chance to breathe again after years of hard work.
It's just really difficult to believe that there's that many people that are that generous to try to help us.
Oh my God. What a story. Honestly, I don't know whether to be like disturbed or pleased. I mean, I think I'm both, you know? I'm both disturbed and happy at the same time. I'm glad that these people managed somehow to be found. A couple of old people just trying to live their lives. The lady's got diabetes and her like 100-year-old husband's fucking delivering DoorDash. They absolutely deserve that money, and we should have had a society that set up that we didn't have to crowdfund it on GoFundMe or something.
This is ridiculous!
But here we are. Speaking of crowdfunding, we're still running a galactic deficit right now, and if you want to help us out with that, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the ways for you to keep the lights on here in the Galactic Space Station. Every dollar counts, people. One day we won't be running a galactic deficit. Of that, I'm sure. Of course, your donations there also contribute to the Galactic Sunday Funday content goal. And actually, we're making more progress than it looks like. It says we're at 4 of 10 with 2 hours to go, but we're actually... I think we're at like 6... I think we're like 6 out of 10. I'm just me with a 5-stream streak on Twitch. I think we're on like 6 or 7 out of 10. I gotta look through it. But we're making more progress than it looks. We got plenty of time left, people. I think we can do it. All right, let's go from old people delivering DoorDash. To a story from long, long ago. From an olden time. In Wisconsin. CBS Evening News with a throwback from the olden year of 1983.
We're a speedboat sort of a country, as you must have noticed. We like going fast in fiberglass. In our time, in such a country, who would have the patience to build a great square rigger out of sturdy oak? Well, to answer that, we have to leave the Sheboygan River on a sunny summer's day and take you to the birch trees and the corn cribs of lonely rural central Wisconsin on a day last winter. That's where we came across furred nymphaeus. one of the last great craftsmen of one of the great historic crafts, building wooden boats capable of sailing the oceans of the world. Ferdinand Rudolph Karl Maria Nymphius cares not one bit about doing it quickly and efficiently.
This guy has the exact right name for the dude in 1983 still making wooden boats. Say that one more time for me.
Ferdinand Rudolph Karl Maria Nymphius cares not one bit.
Ferdinand Maria, what?
Ferdinand Rudolph Karl Maria Nymphius cares not one bit about doing it quickly and efficiently.
Ferdinand Rudolph Karl Maria Nymphius. What a name.
All he cares about is doing it right.
Now this is a 47-foot Banks type schooner. The old timer with a double cabin. You got a step-up deck.
The schooner's name is to be Christine Margaret. Ferd Nymphius has been building her for more than 2 years. Doing it right takes time.
For short, it's
all the best of construction all the way through. Teak, mahogany. You notice even the ceiling is deck cabin tops are all mahogany. Instead of having plywood, it's just like a tongue and groove. These are all splined, all fastened.
Ferd Nymphius built a rowboat 60 years ago. He is still proud of that rowboat. He's been proud of every one of the 111 boats he has built since. The schooner Christine Margaret is the 112th. The frigate Red Lion, identical to a Dutch man-of-war of the same name which sailed 300 years ago, is the 113th. Nobody taught Ferd Nymphius how to do this. He taught himself. The great joy in this enormous shed in the middle of Wisconsin is to watch him teach others.
Go ahead, that's it.
He kids them.
You're right on the line, too. Accidents will happen.
He praises them.
You did a good job, that's all I gotta say.
He helps them.
So then there's only a 30 seconds difference in 4 pindles. And that's...
Joshua Lee worked in television in Chicago. He decided building wooden boats would be a more honorable occupation. And of course, he's right about that. Mike Alured was a math major at the University of Colorado looking for a calling. Out here in Ferd Nymphius's cold barn, he found it. Earl Johnson was a fur salesman in the city. He used to make a lot more money selling furs, but he'll never go back to it. Ferd Nymphius's own son, Alex, can already build a wooden boat as well as any man alive, with one possible exception.
That's why I try to teach my young fellas. The first thing you do is do the thing right. Now, I don't care just how much time you take, as long as you're trying your best while you're doing it. It's, sometimes it's hard to get that through the scout. They catch on. Like a boat yards will charge around $20 an hour, and we charge half of that. And we do better work. I just as soon make less money and feel satisfied, and then the fellows feel better by far that way too.
There's a sign in Ferd Nymphius's cluttered office that says, "Lonesome, like to meet new people, like a change, like excitement, like a new job, just screw up one more time." Quality. That's what Ferd Nymphius teaches these young apprentices of his.
The surprising part, they go along with it, some of these, You see them with their long hair and whiskers all over the place, and by gosh, they go with that quality. I'm sometimes a little astonished, Mr. Kowalski. You kind of get the impression the first time you see them, and geez, they look like they haven't washed for a while even, and you expect the work to be the same way. But no, I can depend on it. I get those guys going, and by God, they'll do a good job.
Okay, there's Ferdinand Rudolph Karl Maria Nymphius back in 1983, making boats the old-fashioned way.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Less concerned with profit and more concerned with the quality. Thank God for him they didn't have Scantron. I don't think they had Scantrons back in 1983. Maybe they did. Although when he was a kid. Back when Ferd Nympheus was a kid, they didn't have Scantrons. But if they did, oh my God, can you imagine trying to bubble in that name? Oh, God. All right, is everybody entertained yet? What's happening? What do you need to be more? What can I do to value-tain you further right now? Ah, I know what. How about the Oscars?
You're about to be value-tained.
That's right, the Oscars were maybe still going on. I don't know, actually. The Oscars happened here tonight on Sunday. But before we talk about the actual event, let's talk about some historic Oscars landmarks.
A venue known around the world as home of the Academy Awards.
It's where Hollywood's biggest stars gather every year to celebrate the best year in film. But nearly a century ago, the Oscars looked very different. The very first ceremony was actually held at a hotel ballroom just steps away inside the historic Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel.
Well, tonight, entertainment reporter Joelle Gargiulo takes us inside.
Hey guys, well, earlier in the week I told you about the history of the Academy Awards with the first ever Oscars being held here at the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel. Well, I did a little digging and it turns out the history, well, it doesn't end there.
The Dolby Theater, the longstanding home of the Oscars.
Denzel Washington.
Mikey Madison.
All right.
Where filmmaking has been celebrated for decades. But that wasn't always the case.
Where are we right now?
You are in Blossom Ballroom. This ballroom witnessed the very first Academy Awards in 1929.
Let me paint the scene. The date is May 16th, 1929, inside the historic Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel.
You had 270 people that night. It cost you $5 to eat here. 15 minutes long to hand out 12 statuettes. It was the only Oscars that was not on television or on radio.
Who was in this room?
Of course, Sid Groman, mastermind of the Chinese theater. Anybody who was everybody.
The first film to win Best Picture, Wings, and a special acting honor was awarded to
for Mr. Charlie Chaplin that night.
And the celebrity history doesn't end there.
We're going to take you out to the Tropicana pool. This statue was actually a gift to our hotel.
Hey Charlie, who may have enjoyed a dip in that pool?
Probably the most famous guest that we've had, Norma Jean, who later becomes the great Marilyn Monroe.
She lived here.
Norma Jean comes to live here in 1950. She becomes Marilyn here at the Hollywood Roosevelt.
This is the Marilyn Monroe suite.
She takes her very first photo shoot at the end of this pool. There was a diving board there.
Marilyn Monroe may have stood right here.
Wow, incredible. Hollywood history. He has the name of a Habsburg emperor. I assume that's referring to the great Ferdinand Rudolph Karl Maria. I've already lost it. I've already forgotten what his name is now. Okay. To the red carpet. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, 11 hours ago. Final countdown to the
Immediately,
Oscars.
if not sooner.
Well, we've been talking a lot about the Oscars, which will be here in a matter of hours.
So much excitement and buzz around the show this year. Entertainment reporter Joelle Gargiulo joins us from the red carpet with what we can expect and what to watch for.
Hey, Joelle, first of all, set the scene for us.
Okay, all right, I told you guys this yesterday. This is like a movie set. It feels like you are actually in a living, breathing movie set. There are countless people working around the clock to get this carpet Oscar Sunday ready. And here we are. It has finally arrived. I feel like I've been talking about this for months.
So let's talk about tonight. What's the buzz there about the show?
Okay, well, of course, everybody is so excited that Conan is back. I told you that he really does set the tone for the Oscars. He's kind of like the prom king. I call it Conan's campus. So thrilled that he's back. I know that the monologue is going to be absolutely hysterical. You guys saw that interview. Also, the performances that we're going to have during the show. Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters, and then I Lied to You from Sinners. Miles Caton is going to be performing that, of course. He was in the film. We know he's going to be joined by a bunch of other performers, including Shabuzi and Misty Copeland.
Oh my God, Shabuzi and Misty Copeland? Oh God, these Oscars are gonna be great.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
All right, to the Associated Press live stream from 2 hours ago. Live from the Academy Awards.
Crossing? Yeah, problem. Hello. Right on that mark, if you would. Right on the mark. A little bit more.
All the stars are
There you are.
here.
Gentlemen, to your right.
Like I don't think I've recognized a single one of these people yet. I thought they were going to be the big stars. It's just a bunch of Epstein class.
Together right there. There you go. Shabuzi, that smile, man, that smile. Shabuzi, that smile, there it is. What time is it? Shabuzi, right next to her. Right down the same.
There you go, people. The Oscars. All the stars showing up for the Academy Awards. Now, one thing you may or probably aren't asking yourself is, what sort of food will the stars be eating at the Oscars after party? Oh, well. I have the answer for you. Reuters at least does from 4 days ago. With the clip.
Okay. Between us every single day. Well, we have a lot of traditional dishes and also some new stuff which might be new to a lot of people and not to other people. But I think for us, it's new or if it's traditional, it doesn't matter. It's all about the quality of the ingredients and the quality of the dishes. If we can do it really well, because we have to cook for 1,500 people. A lot of food gets eaten. We know about how much to prepare. Whatever is left, we pack it up, send it downtown to Skid Row, so the people who have nothing, we have some tables there and they can sit down and have dinner and pick.
Okay, there you go. Wolfgang Puck cooking for the Oscars after party. And apparently the homeless on Skid Row. Because whatever they don't eat. For fuck's sake. Like, you just feel so, like, just saying it sounds so Hunger Games-y to me. Oh, God, whatever they don't eat, they give the scraps to the poor. How generous the Epstein class are. Well, while we're talking food, let's go to ABC 13 Houston in Texas from last week. Talk about a very old barbecue team from long, long ago in the 20th century.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It all started back in 1975 with a one-barrel pit in a gravel parking lot. John Floyd and Abraham Morrow firing up the barbecue for family and friends, and they had their specialty.
What we turned in every year was ribs, because you could turn in pork and everybody else turned in pork roast. And so Abraham's real forte was cooking ribs. We were basically the ones putting ribs out and cooking ribs out here, which gave us a huge advantage in the contest.
Over the years, the Morrow Ribs winning championships. Abraham Morrow passed away in 1994. His nephew Gary took over working the grill. He's now passing the cooking baton to his son Chris.
He's ready to go. What do you say? I love it. I love being out here with Dad and having a good time and feeding the people.
The menu always top notch and the friendships always strong.
We've all got to be, over the years, got to be real good friends and enjoy doing this every year. We invite our friends out to enjoy it with it.
It's a good time to reconnect with people that you don't see all the time. We enjoy doing it. We enjoy the family atmosphere, the fact that we can all sit down and laugh and talk and just have a good time.
Well, there you have it. A 52-year-old barbecue team still cooking ribs down in Texas. Well, while we're talking about food, may as well talk about the benefits of joining a CSA. A community. I always forget what the S stands for. Community something. Community something alliance. Oh, whatever it's called. The Farm Collective. It is spring after all, the perfect time to do it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Welcome back. Spring is almost here. The flowers are starting to pop. Fruits and veggies are soon on their way. One way to get locally grown produce is to join a CSA. Here to explain what that is Holly Hutchison with the Pacific Northwest CSA Coalition. Welcome.
Hi, Lacey. It is so nice to be here.
Yes, we're glad you're here. So CSA stands for Community Supported Agriculture.
That's right.
Tell us more about it and how it's
Yes, there it is.
So community supported agriculture is a radical food system. It benefits the eater, us, the community, and it benefits the farmer as well. So the community gets beautiful, fresh food right when it's picked, and the farmer gets all of the money instead of just a portion of the money, which is what happens when you go to a grocery store. The farmer is able to plan their season, plan the number of people they're growing for, and have a more viable business.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yes, indeed. Thank you, KGW Portland. Exactly. It's the spring. It's the perfect time for you to join a community-supported agriculture community. I just said community twice. I'm standing by it. Honestly, though, get yourselves some fresh produce, locally grown. To benefit your health, benefit your community, and in some cases, depending on the community, the could be beneficial to your wallet. We're still talking food this Sunday Fun Day. From CSA to a very strange occurrence. Very strange occurrence at a Philadelphia macaroni restaurant.
Would you jump up?
Well, Center City restaurant is in what it's calling a dip dilemma. 600 tubs of French onion dip were delivered to Macmart, but no one knows why they were sent. The mac and cheese restaurant posted to Instagram that hundreds of these containers of dip were delivered to their 18th and Arch location.
What now?
In the post, they said the shipment came after what appeared to be a promotional inquiry. But a day later, the company reached out and said they have no idea where the shipment originated from. Now the dip company is conducting an internal investigation to figure out how the tubs of dip wound up at the Center City restaurant.
New here at 11, let's have a bit of fun. From dip dilemma to a cheesy conundrum, this caper has the internet sleuths working overtime. The owner of Macmart in Center City is trying to hunt down who sent her this. Hundreds of containers of hell of a good dip. But before you dig in, that company says it didn't come from them, creating a mealtime mystery. Action News reporter Brianna Gallagher is in Center City to dive into this unusual delivery.
You could say it's been a hell of an interesting 24 hours for this small Philadelphia business here at 18th and Arch. This is Macmart. They are a mac and cheese kiosk.
Oh. Wow. This 6 ABC Philadelphia anchors got jokes.
You could say it's been a hell of an interesting 24 hours for this small Philadelphia business here at 18th and Arch. This is Macmart. They are a mac and cheese kiosk, and they got a rather large delivery, something that they did not approve of.
So you're telling me that I have 600 containers of hell of a good French onion dip?
Yep. You heard that right. 600 containers of hell of a good French onion dip was delivered right outside of Macmart's kiosk.
A few weeks ago, got an email from a promotional company based out of Australia.
Marty Lieberman, the co-owner of Macmart, said the email didn't appear strange at first because they've done promotional work in the past.
As things progressed, there were a lot of red flags.
Eventually, Lieberman responded saying she'd take a sample to see if it would be a good fit. She then blocked the email, but messages kept coming in. A few weeks later,
I get a really nice man at the window of the kiosk, and he's like, "Hi, honey, I have your cases."
She shared the bizarre news of the Dipgate scandal on Instagram and tagged the company. While she was on her way to store the dips at her commissary, Hell of a Good sent her a message.
On my way there, I get a DM from Hell of a Good Dip saying, "Stop what you're doing. We don't know where this came from."
They told her they had to do an internal investigation, and 24 hours later, she learned the stock likely came from a third-party company who had to get rid of the product.
Hell of a Good Dips and their company has no affiliation with how this all went down. They've been nothing but cooperative and helpful in this. We really just appreciate the humor that all of our followers and everyone in the city has been able to find in this.
I mean, they run a mac and cheese shop. You'd think you could just make some sort of hell of a good French onion mac and cheese. I feel like that could be good. Just, you know, don't waste it, right? Like, might as well just use it. It's a crazy weird story. Where in the hell did this 1,000 containers of hell of a good French onion come from? Very strange. Frizla with a sweet super chat. No message attached. But that is a message. I'm very confused. All right, one last food-related story. This next one's a real tragedy. Real tragedy for people in Portland. KGW News from 6 days ago. Girl Scout troop tries to sell cookies outside cannabis shop. Unfortunately, those Girl Scouts were thwarted.
A Girl Scout troop in New Jersey has been banned from selling cookies outside a marijuana dispensary. Despite overwhelmingly positive feedback from staff and customers, the dispensary's owner says Girl Scouts leadership told him they would not be back. In a statement, the Girl Scouts of Central and Southern New Jersey said, quote, Girl Scouts can set up booths outside of businesses that they would be able to enter or purchase something.
Sorry, that wasn't Portland. That was KGW Portland, but that was in New Jersey. Wow, that's a real loss for society, you know? Like, those girls were clearly fulfilling a need in the community. God damn you, Girl Scouts of America. Why do you hate freedom so much? Why? Why do you hate freedom so very much? It was the perfect business scheme. First off, these girls were clearly innovating. These were business geniuses, of course. You're selling cookies. Where's the best place to set up shop? Why set up at the supermarket where you're competing with the supermarket when you could in fact go to where the cookies are needed most? They thought about it and they said, "Oh, outside of a dispensary is perfect. It's perfect. It's genius. It was a perfect plan. It's the perfect concept of a plan." And they were shut down in their prime. Shut down unfairly in their prime. Depriving both those Girl Scouts of an opportunity and of local potheads of snacks. Come on! What do you think about is just a real shame. Nobody was being hurt. Nobody was being hurt by this. If anything, it was benefiting society. It was reducing carbon emission. When you think about it, it's reducing carbon emissions, right? You go to the dispensary, you pick up your consumables, whatever it may be there, and then you're leaving and you're like, wait a second. I could drive to the store, or I could prepare myself right now with a half dozen boxes of Thin Mints. Real shame. It's a real shame of a story. That's what that is.
This is the very definition
now, while we're talking
of totalitarianism.
Yep. It is totalitarianism. Now, while we're talking about the kids, let's talk about how society is trying to protect the kids by turning social media into a surveillance apparatus.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
As governments worldwide ramp up efforts to keep minors off social networks, some teenagers are coming up with ways to get around it. That's according to Rick Song, the CEO of Persona, an identity verification company that helps businesses confirm age-appropriate users through ID checks, biometric verification, and fraud prevention tools. Song says Persona tests scenarios that teens may use to fool scanners, like wearing a mask with adult features or holding up an action figure.
Yeah, of course, they were always going to do this, and that's why this is fucking stupid, and we should stop trying to do this. We should stop it. Just stop it right now. Stop with the fucking face scans. Stop with the goddamn surveillance state now in our fucking pockets, okay?
This makes me want to
Shut
burn
it
this
down.
motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Come on! Boogie!
Censorship is a bipartisan value. It's one of the things that the parties actually agree upon. They're not arguing over the mechanics. They're only arguing over who has the power.
Welcome back to my series on Section 230, the most important and most misunderstood law on the internet. Today, I want to talk to you guys about algorithms. I think we all feel the effect of algorithmic amplification on our social media experience. Over the past 10 years, social media has become increasingly dominated by recommendation algorithms, search algorithms, basically all of these simple services that one day sort of just presented us content from our friends have completely revamped and redesigned themselves to promote a lot of algorithmic content. There's a lot of people online, when I start to talk to them about Section 230, say, well, because these platforms, use algorithms or algorithmic ranking, they should lose Section 230 protections. These people argue, well, aren't algorithms themselves editorial decisions? Doesn't that make them more like a newspaper? Platforms should be regulated like newspapers because of this. It's actually not that simple. And to sort of debunk this argument and help people get a better understanding of why this is not really an effective argument against Section 230 protections, I had to call up Eric Goldman. Eric is an icon in the space. He's been fighting age, identity verifications, and surveillance laws online for 30 years. He's the Associate Dean for Research and a professor at Santa Clara Law. He's one of the nation's foremost experts on Section 230. And today he's joining me to break down the nuances of Section 230 as it relates to algorithms and how, in a lot of ways, the way the tech companies operate and sort content today is not actually that different from what they were doing even 30 years ago. Eric, welcome.
Hi.
So to start off, I think most people, if you've watched this far in my series, probably have a good understanding of Section 230. But how do you describe Section 230 to other people, sort of in layman's terms, if it comes up in conversation?
Section 230 says, to summarize, websites aren't liable for third-party content. It still leaves liability on the part of the person who's authoring or creating the content, but other people downstream from that person are not liable for it.
I think that's a good, the shortest summary that you could give, probably. This description, which you just gave, which is also the description I basically give, makes a lot of people angry or uncomfortable. They're like, well, these platforms should be liable. There's a lot of bad stuff on there. Why don't we want them to be liable? And I've gotten into some of that in my other videos, but today I want to talk about algorithms, because I think when you start to ask people about the harms of social media allegedly, or, what makes them upset, a lot of them talk more and more about algorithms. So what was the internet like when Section 230 passed? And was there any sort of editorial judgment in terms of how they curated content within these portals?
So we're going to take a stroll down memory lane for a moment. And let's start with the default way of presenting content circa mid-1990s. Much of that content was presented reverse chronological order. much like many of our email accounts are presented today, but almost everything was like that. At the top was the most recent item. And there were other efforts to change that, but those were at the margins. So for example, there might have been the most popular content would be presented, or the one that had generated the most comments, or sometimes editorialist selected items would go up at the top. Some editor was deciding this conversation should be moved up front. But obviously, we're far away from thinking that reverse chronological order is the best approach. And indeed, the studies have suggested that reverse chronological order as a sorting mechanism rewards bad content. It actually encourages the production of bad content. I do want to point out that reverse chronological order is about the dumbest approach to organizing content. It's as simple and thoughtless as perhaps any other approach, but it is still, and I'm going to describe it using a magic word, it's still an algorithm. It is still a formula for deciding how to rank order content. It might be
Yeah, I think a lot of this just stems from people's misunderstanding of the word algorithm, because it really is just a word equation, right? It's just a way of deciding how something is done, right? And in this case, presented to you as a user of social media, right? You could use an algorithm for all sorts of things. Sorting algorithm, one of the most famous ones, of course, is bubble sort, but there's all sorts of different sorting algorithms for databases and all sorts of other sorts of information. There's algorithms. I mean, algorithms are used in your life in so many places you probably don't even think about it. But you yourself probably think algorithmically about all sorts of things. And it's just a matter of thought process. It's a process. It's really all an algorithm is. It's just a process that can be described in words.
Intelligent algorithm, it might.
Right, and in this case, it's a process that can be described in words that determines what you see when you turn on social media, and that it is necessary. If there wasn't one, then it would just be a blank screen.
A simple algorithm that a 3-year-old could come up with, but it's still an algorithm. That's why we're going to struggle discussing about Section 230's application to algorithms, because no matter what, any form of content presentation and organization will be a form of an algorithm. The idea is that if you get a benefit to being at the top of the content order, which is the general payoff is you get the most attention, it encourages the production of more content. People are all flooding the zone to try to occupy that top space. And without having any other filtration process, you're going to get the unfiltered slice of humanity, which means that over time, as people are all chasing the limited attention zone, the bad people are going to be competing as well. That includes the trolls, the spammers, the malefactors. They're all going to be pushing themselves into that zone. That's why we really don't want to rely upon something like reverse chronological order, because it doesn't do anything to try to curb the spammers, the trollers, the malefactors. It rewards them equally.
Yeah, I think of this a lot where people will be like, I miss the early internet and everything should have a reverse chron option. First of all, I think Meta actually does now on Instagram. You can go and choose that setting, or you could for a while. Nobody really wanted it. It's a pretty bad experience. And I think what a lot of people actually miss is just the internet before it was commercialized. Because as you said, there is a lot of bad actors. There was a lot of spam back then. Like it is a better experience to see more engaging posts. I think of this even as a journalist. Like, I mean, now comment sections are becoming less popular. But one of my jobs back in the day when I worked at a media company was to troll through a lot of the comment sections and highlight popular posts, something that I'm sure is done by an algorithm now, things that got enough like conversation going. And I feel like that was always a value to see kind of like, oh, here's what's.
Also, though, I think people say that, but then they really don't mean it. Like, you wouldn't want to go back and start using ICQ again or AIM again. You wouldn't want to go back to using the old internet. For instance, you wouldn't want to go back to using 56K dial-up connection, right? You wouldn't want to go back. You wouldn't want to, nobody's using Battlegrounds anymore, or E-Bombs World, or any of these things, because there's much better versions of that now, right? Like, what is the old, like, people are just nostalgic for some sort of vague, better time. And it's a fair thing to do because we're continuing to slide into a dystopia. But that's because of corporate capture of everything, and not because of algorithms.
Follow the rich white man.
Popular. Here's what's interesting. Here's what people are engaging with. But I guess this idea of like algorithms really took hold. I mean, I guess it started in the public consciousness.
ICQ is awesome. Yeah, everybody wants to go back to using ICQ in the chat. Is that true? Yeah. You think it was a superior product to what we have right now? Interesting.
Terms of social media, I would say with Facebook introducing newsfeed in 2006, I can't remember if that was reverse cron or it sort of immediately defaulted to an algorithm. But if it didn't immediately default, I think it very quickly became algorithmic because so many people were posting on Facebook.
I don't remember exactly the history of that. I do remember there was a time that the default was reverse chronological order, but I don't remember when they switched over to some kind of algorithmic approach. And you can go in Facebook and do a reverse chronological order, but it's still curated. It's not all of the content that your friends have posted, reverse chron. It's still in the background. They're picking the top 300 or 500 items or whatever the right number is, and then they're only presenting that content reverse chronological order. So it's actually quite hard to get the true content of your friends on Facebook, and I think most of us are okay with that at this point.
Yeah, but you know who honestly benefits a hell of a lot from switching to like a reverse cron type system with no recommendation weighting? The slop tubers. The AI slop tubers who are just, you know, feeding prompts into Sora 2. Of the most trending possible stuff to get you to just mindlessly consume. To not think about anything in your life. Just be mindlessly entertained by utter nonsense. Unfortunately, AI is what many of these companies now want to replace all real content with. Forget effort. Forget effort or expertise or any of these sorts of things. You too can be a successful content creator just by putting words into a prompt box and posting it. Hey, you can even get an AI to do it all for you. Just tell one AI to tell the other. You get Claude to tell Sora to make content for you, and then get Claude to post it for you. You don't have to do anything. Oh my god, what a great future. Can't wait to consume that kind of stuff. But hey, maybe we can bring AI into the real world too. Maybe that'll solve some problems. Well, I'd like to introduce you to iMoochie.
A what now?
Oh, there you go. iMoochie, some sort of possessed, quasi-Labubu-esque, AI-infused plushie toy. Apparently available in stores now. Launched at the MWC Mobile Fair. All right. One last AI story. Let's go to WWL-TV from 4 days ago and talk about a developing trend. We've been sold by the AI overlords that AI is going to make everything easier for us. Can take our focus off of these mindless tasks, unlock our potential, focus on more rewarding things. But a new study finds that AI may actually be leading to mental burnout.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Money Moments on 4.
In today's Money Moment segment, artificial intelligence is supposed to make life easier by having the machines do the work. But there's a new study that finds babysitting those AI machines is actually leading to burnout, a situation now being called AI brain fry. So let's dig into this here. The study published in Harvard Business Review surveyed about 1,500 workers and found that people constantly bouncing between multiple AI tools reported more decision fatigue and errors. About 1 in 7 workers said that they had experienced mental fatigue from juggling AI tools at work more so than on just a normal regular workday. The study found a striking paradox. AI can both reduce burnout and create it.
Wow. Great. Great. Sounds like AI is really, really helping us as a species. Well, sounds really valuable and a thing that we should be spending an incredible amount of resources on. Adding to carbon footprints and things so we can create fake polar bear videos while the actual Arctic melts and turns polar bears into a very endangered species. But at least we'll have AI videos of polar bears, even if we don't have real ones. Alright, let's move to the environmental news, people. Hawaii news now from 4 days ago. Talk about a project working to remove fishing gear and other plastics from the northern Pacific.
New tonight at 5, an ocean cleanup effort that pays fishermen to pull debris from the water is touting major success. Hawaii Pacific University says its Bounty project has removed more than 185,000 pounds of derelict fishing gear from the North Pacific Ocean since it began in November of 2022. The project pays commercial fishermen to pull derelict gear, also known as ghost gear, from the ocean during their routine fishing activities, so debris is removed before it reaches reefs or the shoreline.
Now, if we could just pay fishermen to stop using gear that pollutes the ocean, we could solve this problem. 185,000 pounds of ghost gear already cleaned up from this project. What a great success.
Great success.
All right, now we're going to stay in Hawaii because, as I mentioned earlier today, spring is practically here, which, of course, brings with it storms. And Hawaii, in the last 24 hours, has been seeing a very powerful storm moving through the islands. Kayhan 2 News from yesterday.
Other parts of the North Shore also flooded today. Nikki Schenfeld reports.
Heavy, consistent rains overnight into Friday led to more flooding across North Shore.
Everything's flooding.
My backyard is flooded. My neighbor's yard is flooded. Everything is flooded.
Wailua Beach Road was inundated by about 3 feet of water. Officials advise against driving through deep, heavy ponding like this because it is bad for your vehicle. You could get swept away, but also there's hidden dangers. Yesterday, lots of cars were damaged over in Lahaina due to rocks hiding below. Over by Dillingham Ranch, incredible flooding. The beach right-of-way inundated by water. This fence broken in half. And water soaking fields as well as Farrington Highway, even leaving mini waterfalls off the side of the road.
This is by far the worst, like they anticipated. Today there's just no break. And the winds are the one. I can deal with rain, but the winds are the one that really, put that edge on you.
Down trees were also seen on Kaukonahua Road and Pupakea Road as residents worked to clear it with the fire department.
All right, we're going to keep going through these clips on this storm in Hawaii.
And back on Oahu, a massive tree came down across Kalakaua Avenue and some streets were underwater in Waikiki. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Mahealani Richardson continues our team coverage.
We arrived here in Waikiki around lunchtime, and I can tell you the tourists, a lot of them had these plastic raincoats on. Everything seemed makeshift. People running around with their umbrellas, the umbrellas going backwards, especially when the rain just really starts to come down. We're at the Hyatt Regency Port Cochere, and there's a ballroom across the street. In fact, there's a dance competition going on right now. It's called Crowd Pleasers, and we've seen people in leotards running back and forth across the street. But for the most part, for tourists who are not expecting this weather, I can tell you this weather is not a crowd pleaser. Kalia Road in Waikiki, near the Outrigger Reef and Halekulani hotels, went underwater from the relentless rain.
Oh my goodness. There is no sidewalk. Holy shit. Look, yeah. Okay. Look at that. There's no sidewalk, oh God. You're trapped. Look how bad it is.
There's no sidewalk.
Overnight, a tree went down across Kalakaua Avenue, blocking almost the entire roadway and damaging a streetlight on the way down.
All right, I actually have a couple more clips of this. 17 hours ago, Hawaii.
Right now, Maui is being hit the hardest by the storm. Our Chelsea Davis is in Kihei, and she joins us live with more. Chelsea.
Yeah, Ben, we're along South Kihei Road in Kihei, where the road has turned into a brown river that you see behind me. I'm actually going to step out of the way just so you can take a look at this. And this is pretty much the entire South Kihei Road. For those of you who aren't familiar with this area, we're near Azeka's, and this area is usually bustling with locals and visitors, vehicle and foot traffic. But as you can see, there is no one in sight, and for good reason. It is not safe on the roadways, guys. So we are asking everyone to stay home, stay indoors. It is not safe out here. We want to show you some video that was captured from around the county from our friends. Take a look at this video by Tiana Lucas of South Maui, South Kihei Road. And
Can you imagine? Can you imagine coming out to your truck and finding a goddamn shipping container on top of it? That's not what you want.
take a look at this video by Tiana Lucas of South Maui, South Kihei Road and Kulani Hakoi Street, which is not too far away from here, actually. You can see brown gushing water that damaged multiple cars. And we actually saw some tow truck companies working hard to tow several cars that just a few hours ago. And check out this video from the owners of Ululani Hawaiian Shave Ice, where he was forced to shut down his business because of major flooding near his business on South Kihei Road and Uapo Road. And this is video from Kendra Vischer of the floodwater so powerful in the parking lot.
Two Sheds, Arthur Two Sheds Jackson. Arthur Two Sheds Jackson. Yeah. Catastrophe striking here in Hawaii. Massive floods as a result of this storm coming through fairly early in the year for a storm this big to be hitting Hawaii, causing an unexpected amount of flooding. Let's go to the last clip I've got on this.
Maui was hit the hardest by the storm today. Our Chelsea Davis has the details from Kihei.
Yeah, I'm along South Kihei Road where it has turned into a river. I'm actually going to step out of the way so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. For those.
We already watched this clip. I'm just realizing we watched this clip already. Okay. Screw it. Let's go to Canada. Global news from 2 days ago up in BC.
A powerful windstorm tore through the Fraser Valley Wednesday night, leaving behind a trail of damage across multiple communities, including Cultus Lake.
This is like normally Sleepy Hollow here, but there was crashing and a lot of the pine cones coming down on the roofs and branches.
It was chaos out there. Branches were flying, and we've lived up here for 6 years, family cabin my whole life, and I don't think I've ever seen wind that bad.
The Chilliwack Fire Department says crews responded to 18 calls for service overnight. Multiple trees came crashing down onto homes, roads, and power lines, and one person suffered minor injuries when a tree struck a vehicle.
It was a real mess. It sounded like a freight train coming through.
Outside of Chilliwack, the windstorm also wreaked havoc along the Coquihalla. The highway shut down Wednesday night after more than a dozen semi-trucks tipped over in the wind. The highway partially reopened Thursday after.
My God.
Tipped over in the wind.
How fast? How fast you figure the wind's got to be going to just knock over a whole bunch of 16 wheelers here. Like they're nothing. Look at that. That's wild. An entire line of them. All right. Back down to the United States, where Interstate 90 reopened in the Snoqualmie Pass after a fairly significant snowfall this weekend. Here's King 5 Seattle from yesterday.
Taking a live look to I-90 over Snoqualmie Pass right now, and this is a breaking update. It is back open. This was after heavy snow and multiple spinouts. It was closed for a full 24 hours. We did see plows working throughout the night to get things clear. Let's get over live to King 5's Connor Board in North Bend. You were actually catching up with the folks hoping to be some of the first cars back onto the highway.
That's right, Farah. People have been waiting here, some since yesterday, some since early this morning, hoping for Snoqualmie Pass to open. We're seeing it happen right now. Now that it is open, we're seeing people, a lot of semi-truck drivers, very eager to get back on the pass. I'll show you a little bit of what's happening behind me here. We're at that milepost 34, which is where that closure starts in North Bend.
on the west side. So people are lining up. We saw people lining up earlier, but they actually got asked to move by Washington State Patrol. But now that the pass is open, people are very eager to get on the road. And you do need either four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, or you'll need chains, which you see a lot of those chains on these big semis that are about to enter the pass. And we spoke to some people earlier who have been waiting since the early hours this morning, hoping for the pass to open.
Okay. Well, as the snow melts and clears off of roads, allowing for people to travel on them, that melting snow actually, I take it back. This isn't from melting snow. No, I take it back. No. I think this is from an atmospheric river. I think the snow is actually a result of the atmospheric river, too. South of the Snoqualmie Pass down in Oregon, flooding forced residents to evacuate the Columbia County RV park. KGW News. Also from yesterday.
Hey John, yeah, we're here at River's Edge RV Resort and Camping, where as you can see, there is still plenty of standing water, but just in the hours that we've been here, it has receded quite a bit. You can kind of see the debris line right here from where the water was to where it is now, so it is going down, but overnight, the owner tells me about 20 people had to be evacuated because of this flooding. Trailers and cars damaged, and some people evacuated at the River's Edge RV Park in Clatskanie early Saturday morning.
There's about 18 that were evacuated with the fire department. They just put them in a larger rig and were able to go through the floodwaters and bring them over to the entrance there, and then we got them shoveled up to the high school.
All right, well, there you have it. Flooding causing chaos for some in Oregon. Now down to California, to Big Bear. To talk about two very famous birds and their family. I am, of course, talking about the Big Bear bald eagle cam.
Now at 4:30, a big day in Big Bear at our favorite eagle's nest. Did you see that? After 12 weeks of watching her grow up, Sunny has taken flight. And now everybody, of course, watching to see when her sister, Gizmo, will do the same.
All right, welcome back. We've been following the two newest Big Bear Valley residents for a few days now. Of course, what I'm talking about is those two eaglets that hatched this week for celebrity parents Jackie and Shadow.
But with this winter storm Big Bear is currently experiencing, we are a little concerned about the little ones' health and their well-being. Our next guest says don't be. Big birds and the baby birds, they're doing great. The ultimate eagle expert, Sandy Steers, executive director of Friends of BigBearValley.org, is joining us today. We appreciate you being here with us. What a beautiful time.
Oh, it's amazing. And if you haven't heard yet, we just had a pip confirmed in the third egg.
What? Really?
The third egg is hatching.
Okay, so it's, yes, breaking.
Breaking news. Wait. Pip. There's a pip in the third egg. Oh my God. Big pipping development. All right. Well, Jackie and Shadow's family growing up fast. Soon they'll be flying off to make families of their own. All right, now let's go to the middle of the country, to Michigan, where a horrifying tragedy unfolded this week after deadly tornadoes ripped through southwestern Michigan. As well as other places, actually.
Good morning, everybody.
Week.
Welcome
it
back
started
to Local
6
4 Live.
days
I'm
ago.
Nick Monticelli here.
Technically, it started 6 days ago in Michigan, but over the week, I think Illinois and Indiana also hit.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Local 4 Live. I'm Nick Monticelli here just outside of Union City. This is Tuttle Road, and behind me is the worst hit area by that EF3 tornado. 3 people were killed just along this road on Friday afternoon. In fact, I'm going to step out of the way so our photographer Darius can zoom in and show you some things. It's quite astonishing and devastating to watch and look at some of the stuff. In fact, Darius, if we can zoom in a little bit further, you can start to see vehicles that are flipped over. In fact, if we go even further left, towards our left, you'll start to see a fireplace that is off in the distance. You'll start to see homes that are still kind of standing over there, but barely. It is just a horrific scene, and you can really understand how 3 people were killed. All 3 of them were in mobile homes. I also want to show you some video that was taken from our drone 4, and other sources throughout the last couple of days. This area, again, hit by that EF3, 150 mile per hour winds that came in here about 4 o'clock on Friday. Tornado sirens were going off. However, this area is a very, very far northern edge of Branch County, so it's likely you couldn't even hear them out here, although there were a lot of cell phone alerts going off that alerted people. Those warnings and watches actually have become a point of contention for Governor Whitmer. She was touring this area yesterday in the Michigan State Police helicopter, looking at all the damage, and then she also started talking about her frustration with what's going on and the lack of warning. The statement reads, the National Weather Service exists to monitor conditions and inform Americans of severe weather in their communities. The fact that the service did not issue a tornado watch is troubling, especially with the loss of life in Michigan.
Yeah, well, maybe we shouldn't defund the National Weather Service if we want it to work. There's a thought. Maybe if we want government agencies to function, we should give them the necessary funds with which to do so. Rather than giving billionaires tax breaks and funding secret police, we should have functional weather alert services and things like that. But extreme winds whip through the middle of the country, causing devastation in other places as well. Here's ABC 7 Chicago next.
Yeah, we are actually in Aroma Park. We are actually on the Sandbar Road. Let me give you an idea. It's very dark out here, still very rainy, so you should use a lot of extra caution if traveling around having to. What we've also noticed is that some homes have electricity and other homes don't. Let me show you what's on the road here. If you can make this out, we're again on Sandbar Road. This is a tree that has downed some power lines. Now we are back at a safe enough distance where we are not in any kind of danger. The road is basically clear of debris and also vehicles. This is the kind of damage that's happening down here. Now, Aroma Park, for those who don't know, is about a little bit south and a little bit east of Kankakee. This is where some of this dangerous weather ended up striking. Now, of course, search crews worked into the night looking for people who may have been trapped by the damage from the tornado or suspected tornado that hit Kankakee. As I mentioned, this area of Aroma Park was one of the places that was hardest hit. Powerful storms brought driving rain, gusting winds, and that resulted in some of these downed trees, which...
Now, while we're watching all this, I just want everybody to keep in mind the fact that we are about a month away from the normal tornado season. Maybe a little bit more. It's like late April. So we're very far off from normal tornado season. And the fact that this first tornado that we started talking about was all the way north in Michigan is also odd. So it would seem we're starting early this year.
Down the power lines. Some of these winds, of course, have been very, very dangerous, blowing debris throughout the roadway. Neighbors say at first they heard hail, then the storm became more intense.
We heard like bowling balls. We thought it was hail.
Yeah,
and
large
we
hail, 3-inch.
Thought our roof was obviously coming off out of our bathroom and our safe space, and it was literally a freight train that came through. We stepped out and saw our neighbor's garage gone, power line in the next neighbor's house gone, both of our cars, my living room, our shed, gone.
Now, the fire lieutenant says a man did have to be rescued from the basement of a home with heavy damage, but otherwise not heard of any serious injuries from the storm. Now, back here with this live look around along Sandbar Road, this is kind of what you're going to see, the damage that you're going to see. What we're going to do now is we're going to end up going a little bit further down on Sandbar Road, see what's happening.
Okay. Let's go inside of the tornado with Reed Timmer. Tornado chaser.
It's kind of bright. Matt, look at the camera. Bright green, clear slot. It's trying to ramp up. It's trying to produce right here. Rapidly rising motion.
Jesus. Look at that
We
thing.
need to definitely figure out where we're going. It's trying to produce. Big, bright green, clear slot on it. Rising motion. It might even already be on the ground, but. Rapidly rising. See it? See it through the camera? It's going to try to produce here, guys. This thing needs a tornado warning. Okay, look at it now. Should we take it?
Let's start heading over that way.
Okay. It's about to produce in the middle.
Just look at these really quick. You have it in your mind.
Okay. Yeah, we just got to go east.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Tornado watch has been issued and a storm is erupting right now just to the north of Bloomington, Illinois. It has a severe thunderstorm warning and it's moving into a very volatile environment along this warm frontal zone with southeasterly surface winds. You got it on your side, Curtis? Keep an eye on that navigation. How far is it to east? It's on the ground! There it is! How far to the east? We might be able to intercept it here. It's on the ground. Two miles. We need to go east. Well, that's okay. We just got to go due east here. It's okay. It's on the ground. It's right in that tree line. Here it comes. Can we go right
yes,
there?
Yes, you can. I got it teed up. Just that.
Okay, that'll work.
Perfect. 0.3.
We'll wait on it. We might be able to intercept it here. It's planting. On the ground. Tornado. Right here? Okay, we might be able to intercept it on this road. It's coming through the trees. Do we have to go south, or should we intercept it on this road?
We can do it right here, but this is the option to go south. Up here we have to go way up.
We'll get it. It's right in front of us. There it is.
It's coming in. Coming in.
Debris coming in. Yep, we're in it. Big wind right here. Here they come.
This is ridiculous!
How far to the east? Option now. Debris! Debris, Curtis! See you other side! There it is! Oh my God, look at the size of it. Now the other clip we were listening to said that at least one of these tornadoes hit EF3 status, which is insane. For March this far north, this kind of like, I mean, it's just crazy. Tornado sirens. These dudes are just standing here having a What town is this?
This was 6 miles. Facing northeast.
Well, crazy freaking weather here. In the Midwest. Not just Illinois and Michigan getting hit. However, also the town of Lake Village in Indiana.
Good morning, Terrell and Tanya. We're still waiting to learn the identity of that elderly couple that was killed in this tornado. At this time, it's told to us that several other people were seriously hurt. That's believed to be fewer than 10 people, which all in all, these officials were very happy to hear that news. While, of course, a tragedy, when you see this damage out here, it looks like it could be so much worse. And especially as we saw some daylight out here, it really put things into perspective. I mean, gas stations with the roof just partially blown off, convenience stores just gone. This is something that devastated this community, but they're already ready to build back together.
The abrupt aftermath of a devastating tornado that ripped through Lake Village, Indiana. As the sun came up this morning, the reality set in for many homeowners and business owners, seeing their livelihood dismantled to debris.
Total devastation. There were houses that were collapsed. There were people trapped in houses. There's livestock loose.
More than 250 first responders from neighboring counties rushed into Lake Village late Tuesday night to immediately begin rescue efforts. Crews forced to work in the darkness.
There we go, people. Rushing to pick up the pieces after this storm. However, the storms seem to keep coming. I don't even know where this next one is. This was a live stream going on Reed Timmer's channel once again. It may very well still be live. I'm not sure. But the title says, another huge tornado day. Chasers on the ground. And it seems to be somewhere in the Midwest. Oh, no, still live, it looks like. Oh, wait, no, not live. Was live.
Base is over there. 72 degrees.
Facebook want to come meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. How's it going?
Good.
Sorry.
Okay, so what?
Not sure where they are. Is this Tennessee? I think this is Tennessee. Right? Memphis, I think this is Little Rock. I think this has to be Tennessee. Somewhere near it. Pretty crazy looking weather. Well, I don't see any tornadoes. Oh, there's a tornado. I take it back. There's a tornado. Anyway, let's keep going through what we got to cover here tonight. Now, it's not just high winds and tornadoes all the way north in Minnesota. Another, perhaps the final winter storm of the year. It's coming through. WCCO, CBS, Minnesota.
At the direction of Governor Tim Walz, the National Guard is standing by, ready to respond to the storm. Their focus for now is in southern Minnesota, with Guard members now stationed at armories in Albert Lea, Fairmont, Owatonna, and Redwood Falls.
We have the vehicles there necessary to rescue motorists if required from their cars, and we're prepared when the call comes.
Connor White gives us a first-hand look at the preparation. He joins us live in Owatonna tonight. Connor?
Derek, you'll notice, unlike Minneapolis so far, not much is actually coming down from the sky. We don't have any snow on the ground, though the wind is a little bit strong here so far. Behind me, that gate, crucially, is remaining open for the time being. That's what would block you from getting onto I-35 here in Owatonna if they decide to close the highway. And that's possible with the snow and the sleet mix that is slated to come down overnight. As for the National Guard, it's really up to Steele County to call them in if people end up needing their services. The folks that we spoke to around here say they're hoping to avoid those kinds of dangerous scenarios altogether.
You came out before you get stuck in the house, right?
A forecast-dominating conversation.
We don't get caught in the storm.
At the Timber Lodge Steakhouse in Owatonna, loyal customers came in Saturday for a last call of sorts, with the manager making the rare decision to close Sunday.
I've been here 11 years, and I think we've closed like 3 times.
Once they're done here, the plan is to get cozy at home.
Just maybe watching TV, taking it easy.
Members of the Minnesota National Guard have different plans.
Right now, we're ready to go.
Sergeant First Class
Not a lot of people are on the roads.
Not a lot of people are on the roads.
That is a great thing today.
We're going to go right now to Adam Duxter, who is down in Lakeville, to tell us what conditions are looking like there. And Adam, I feel so sorry for you because every time we come to you, it looks worse.
You know, Esme, it's just all part of the job, but I think that what we're doing is just trying to tell people why not to be outside. Simply, if they can watch us, they'll say, it doesn't look like much fun. I want to give you an idea, just with the wind blowing off the snow, you can really see it just south here of Lakeville South High School. When you look at kind of the snowbanks and you see the stuff that's already landed blowing off of it. So again, it's not just the snow falling, it is the snow blowing from the snow that's already fallen, and again creating those big drift conditions that we've seen. This is not a drift. This is kind of a good accurate idea of what we're seeing here, and we are just shy of a foot of snow on the ground here. You mentioned cars on the road. It's dead when you look out here. Very few cars passing by. On our way here, as we're headed towards kind of the center of Lakeville, we did come across a poor woman. She said, I was just trying to get home from work. I'm so tired. Remember, people work overnight, and this is the end of their shift, and she was in a sedan and she was stuck. So myself and Grant, we both have shovels with us today because we knew what we were up against, hopped out and got her out of that snowbank and back on the road. So again,
good guy.
If you
there you go, Minnesota plunged into a wintry wasteland once again. Hopefully for the last time this year, at least for this season. I think most of us are done with this now, or at least we'd like to be.
Thank you for joining me. I have a few words for winter. To quote a close friend, I am done with you. What the New Yorkers think, they're weighing in on your point. You ready for winter to be over?
I am so ready for that, yes.
Oh, I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
Heck yeah. I mean, it's been brutal.
I'm sick of the cold and the snow.
This winter's been horrible, and my kids have been sick from it. It's been terrible.
It's too cold, and there was too much snow.
The weather's really gloomy when it's winter. Like, it's depressing. It's been long and terrible this year.
It's getting a little old at this point.
I can't wait for winter to be over.
How come?
Because look at this. New York is the best when people are walking around. This has been the hardest winter in like 10 years.
Was this winter worse than other winters?
It was, for sure. I think everyone could agree.
Much worse.
Yeah, definitely.
In what way?
More snow.
Because it was a lot colder.
Because the snow, it was like 10 degrees for 3 weeks straight.
I haven't seen snow like this for 10 years at least. It was normal.
Not particularly. It was colder, more snow, but nothing bad.
Not as bad as when I was in 3rd grade, but pretty cold.
What happened in 3rd grade?
We had huge blizzards, like 3 feet.
What's the best thing about spring in New York?
Spring in New York, it's just always, no matter if it's a bad day, if it's pretty out, you're going to be happy.
There we go. Everybody in New York is done with the snow. Ready for spring. Oh, right. Just a reminder, everybody. We're running out of time on the Galactic content goal. We're at 8 of 10. Not 5 of 10, so we're very close. And of course, you could help us out in multiple ways. Contribute to 2 goals with 1 donation on places like Cash App or PayPal or Patreon. And we still gotta be raising something like $20 a day right now. Maybe a little bit more than that between now and the end of the month. Actually, wait. Yeah. Yep, something like that. So do consider helping us out. Every dollar, every penny counts. Helps us complete that goal and ensure that we manage to keep the lights on here at the Galactic Space Station. Ah, 4 hours has already transpired somehow. We've made a fair amount of progress. I'll give us that much. Although I feel like we're going to start getting bogged down now. As we approach the Earth news half, things are going to continue to get more and more bleak. However, let's try and stay constructive for one moment. With spring here, New York City pothole blitz season also arrives. That's right, in places where it's cold, potholes are a real plague. But springtime.
What a difference an hour makes. This crew has been hard at work repairing over a dozen potholes, and now they're shifting over to the other side of the street. They got one side done, and now they're working on this ramp, which is the entrance of the Cross Bronx Expressway by 3rd Avenue. And in the meantime, the road stays open, so they're navigating traffic, and motorists are trying to get around it as well. But the goal here is to patch up what you see there, just the craters that exist. And this is happening throughout the 5 boroughs this weekend. Over 80 DOT crews will be out there across the city, filling in the worst potholes around. They are trying to get to 1,000 a day. They filled 10,000 last week alone, but there are so many out there because of this harsh winter that we had, and the freeze-thaw cycle has really done a number on the roads. And so they are out there, they are working, they are trying to patch up the worst of the worst, and for motorists, it can't come soon enough. This is really...
Well, there you go, people. It's springtime. And we all gotta roll up our sleeves and clean things up. Narwhal by Nature with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thank you, Narwhal. I'm sorry, super sticker. Super sticker. Did you change your profile picture? Is that like a one-eye horned gargoyle of some kind? It's hard it's hard to see. Okay, let's go next to the Middle East. In Palestine. A horrifying sight. Hold on. What is happening? Why are you doing this? Sorry, everybody.
Look at the plight of these poor people.
Well, my computer is doing weird things. This is highly annoying. All right, to the Middle East. The apocalypse is in full gear. Wait, what the hell is this? This is not what I want. You are killing me right now. Wow.
The sky, a burnt orange color as powerful winds whip up dust and sand. The enclave's health ministry warning people to stay inside, especially those who suffer from respiratory ailments. For those that have been displaced and are living in tent cities in Han Yunis, the storm is compounding their misery.
The tents are our only shelter. Without a tent, we have nothing. Our belongings are being ruined by the sand. Our mattresses are being ruined by the sand. Everything we own is being damaged by the sand.
The worries now are even greater. You can barely open your eyes. What can I say? The situation speaks for itself. Look at the plight of these poor people. All their tents have been blown away.
Some 2 million Palestinians remain displaced in the aftermath of Israel's war with Hamas. The UN estimates that around 83% of the buildings in Gaza City have been damaged. The sandstorm swept through the tent camps in southern and central Gaza, destroying shelters and sending belongings flying.
Just a horrifying sight. People already there dealing with enough suffering. But of course, people in Gaza are not the only refugees right now in the Middle East. There's nearly 1 million refugees in Lebanon, of course. And they are being inundated not by sand, but by heavy rains. 2 days ago, the tent collapsed and then filled with water. Look at the mattresses and the blankets. They're all soaked. We brought new mattresses again, but it got filled with water once again. And then tried to fix the tent. I managed to repair it. Then it came loose and went flying. There was still water inside. We don't know when this will end.
Orange color as powerful winds whip up dust and sand.
What?
The enclave's health ministry warning people to stay inside, especially those who suffer from respiratory ailments.
Hold on, I have to restart my browser. I think it's acting fucked up.
من يومين كمان الخيمة عملت لك ظبطنا وعبينا مي ليك الفرش. والله الحرامات فرش كلها مي. كيف؟ رجعنا جبنا فرش رجعوا كمان تعبوا مي. هلا حاولت ظبطها زبطت بس على الهواء ترجع تفخر. عرفت كيف؟ عم تقطع وكمان بقلبها مي. يعني ما مش عارفين لوين نوصل بعد.
There you have it. Nearly 1 million people now refugees in Lebanon as a result of Israel's war. People living in tent camps that are being flooded by storms. All right. Let's go now to Qatar, where in this Gulf country they are turning to desert farming to boost food security.
Just minutes before breaking the Ramadan fast, Qataris rush to fill their shopping carts with specific products.
Orange juice, okay, made in Qatar. Olive oil from Qatar also. This rice.
Qatari factories produce all sorts of goods now. It wasn't the case before, but the authorities are encouraging local production.
Does it make you proud?
Of course, and I support it.
In this supermarket, items branded Made in Qatar line the shelves, from milk and meat to fruit and vegetables. To better understand this trend, we have to go back to 2017. At the time, several neighboring countries, including Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, disagreed with Qatar's foreign policy and imposed a 3-year embargo. As a reaction, the tiny oil state, which then relied on imports for 90% of its food supply, decided to double down on local production. In this farm, an hour away from Doha, it is already 30 degrees in the morning, but Nasser Khalaf has a solution.
With high pressure, our fans draw in hot air from outside, cool it with water, and create fresh air that circulates inside. Thanks to Qatar's generous gas resources, energy costs are very low. A kilowatt of electricity costs us just 2 US cents.
Well, there you go. Qatar using some engineering to improve their food security. Cooling down crops in desert heat. Unfortunately, that energy they're using is not green. They're just burning fossil fuels to do it. $1K for 2 cents? It's the Gulf. It's the Gulf. It's why all the fucking AI bros have been showing up with their data centers lately. Although they're, I think, all rethinking that right now. Perf XL with another sweet super chat. Another stream saved by the Galactic Gang. Yes, and I was about to mention that we had, in fact, just completed the galactic content goal. Before that chat, incredible generosity. That was not fast enough. But thanks to all of you, we have in fact completed the galactic content goal. I don't know if this individual, this great galactic man, wants to be recognized for his incredible generosity. But one of the chatters in here just now just donated over on PayPal, contributing both to the financing of the galactic deficit and the galactic content goal, keeping us on track to keep the galactic lights on and the spacecast, which you're currently enjoying, on the air. That's right, thanks to space fams like you. We can continue this Sunday FUNDAY stream. Alright, everybody, let's get back to it. And I think we're gonna... Oh, wait, no, break. Actually, we already skipped a break. I'm just realizing we skipped the second break. We're half an hour away from what should be the third break. Wait, are people buffering? Don't expose their government name, exactly. That is the rule, Soul Life. If people don't tell me, if they don't put their name in a message with their donations on Cash App or PayPal, or respond to the Galactic Questionnaire on Patreon, I'm forced to not out them for their generosity. They can always make themselves known in the chat. We can recognize them that way. All right, let's say talking environmental issues. And let's go all the way now to Indonesia. Talk about a horrifying tragedy which happened on Monday at the largest landfill in the country. Why is everybody doing F? What is this? Why is everybody putting F in the chat?
Come on!
What is that? It looks fine. It looks fine to me. What are you people talking about? There is no F, you liars. You liars. It looks perfect. It looks perfectly fine. How dare you? Trying to trick me.
How rude!
It's very rude. Oh, it's Soul Life's fault, as it is with most things. Probably this horrifying, deadly avalanche in this Indonesian landfill is probably Soul Life's fault too. All right, now to space news. To the space news. We need to talk about something which is deceptively beautiful, but in fact incredibly dangerous. Yes, indeed, I am talking about the hidden dangers of the Aurora Borealis, aka the Northern Lights. Whoops. Is this the right one?
2,
oh, yeah.
1, mark, T0.
This rocket isn't going to Mars or the moon. It's on a course for the Aurora Borealis. Auroras are one of the most dramatic natural phenomena on Earth. But behind that mesmerizing beauty is something dangerous. A force powerful enough to disrupt civilization and plunge parts of the world into darkness. Auroras are fingerprints of the powerful electrical and magnetic activity swirling around our planet. These rockets are armed with advanced scientific sensors that can help us understand and be ready for what might come.
There's your it's starting to form, yeah.
Christina Lynch is an experimental physicist. She studies the invisible forces behind the Northern Lights, like an aurora detective. She's come to the frigid winter of Fairbanks, Alaska, because if you want to launch rockets straight into the aurora, this is the place to do it. During winter, the nights here can last up to 20 hours, and the darker it is, the easier it is to see the aurora.
I sort of pinch myself every day. It's like, you know, this is the dream job of most fifth graders, right? I get to launch rockets, right? That's pretty cool.
Don Hampton is a geophysicist and studies how energy from the aurora interacts with Earth's atmosphere.
So Poker Flat is near Fairbanks, Alaska. That's interior Alaska. That's underneath what we call the auroral zone. That's where the aurora happens on a very regular basis.
But these scientists can't just launch on any night they want. They have a precariously narrow window to get their rocket off the ground. The moon has to be down, the skies have to be clear, and the aurora has to be out. 3 years worth of preparation and building custom scientific instruments has come down to this one moment.
It's science.
It's science, indeed. Scientists doing science stuff, sending rockets into space, trying to observe the elusive Aurora Borealis. Yes, indeed. People have thought of all sorts of things about the Aurora Borealis. It's a message from God, among other things, but of course, it is just electromagnetism observed. Its interaction with our atmosphere. However, while it is beautiful, it does, in fact, pose a danger. A danger to all of our electronics and communications devices. All right, now let's talk about another space problem, one which yours truly is constantly dealing with up here in low Earth orbit. And that is the problem of space junk. Problem being caused by,
Well, first of all,
mostly
some
people
of the things
like
that I say will be incorrect.
Elon Musk. However, there could be a future solution to this problem caused by the space oligarchy.
What can we do with all the space junk piling up? The answer for one tech startup, a tow truck for space.
Imagine the motorway without tow truck, right? It's the same. So there would be broken cars everywhere. So that's what's happening in space.
ClearSpace was founded in 2018 with the aim of cleaning up space debris.
Then we realized that the space debris problem is a side effect of an industry that doesn't have servicing. All the other industry do, and this industry underpins trillions in world economy and operates still like a single-use consumable.
That's co-founder and CEO Luc Piguet, who says the company's Astro tow truck is designed to capture defunct satellites and remove them from orbit. He says its technology could help kickstart an entirely new industry, servicing and refueling spacecraft in orbit. That, he believes, would make space operations more sustainable and eventually less costly.
Oh, okay. Space tow truck. To grab debris in orbit. Interesting idea. Could work. Gotta do something about all this junk floating around up there. Up here, excuse me. Yes, indeed. Okay. Well, that's enough space news, I think, for today. Let's get to the Earth news. And of course, last couple weeks, the Earth news has been completely dominated by Team America. And as it turns out, Team America got some new outfits. Matching outfits.
I don't know. Marco Rubio was very involved in telling me to do this.
So don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
I mean, here's the thing. You know, there is a lot of reports that Trump is spending his days doing 2 to 3 different things. One is asking people, should it be Marco or Vance?
Oh my God.
And then the other thing, according to reports, is that he can't stop asking whether Corey Lewandowski got part of that $220 million. He can't. I mean, that rat fucker.
Did you see?
This is NBC News. Trump has questioned aides about Corey Lewandowski's role in DHS ad.
I swear, if he got his beak wet and didn't tell me about it.
First off, I let this jerk off.
What a beak it is, too.
Bang the
Look at that
hottest piece
honker.
of ass he's had since the last term I had.
One thing playing grab ass.
And now he's keeping money from me.
My beak's so dry. I bet probably 300 women.
I mean, Trump told NBC News he wasn't thrilled when Noam testified. Behind the scenes, he's grown suspicious about Lewandowski's role in doling out government contracts. Now, do you think this suspicion is a function of, like, my sense of good government feels like the radar's going off? Are we not doing things above the board? He's pissed because he sees somebody else making cash. Like, listen, if there's a buck on the table, 25% 25 cents better be in my pocket before we even think about taking that table out.
Hey, the dog.
Immediately, if not
It's
sooner.
like Tony Soprano with what's that guy that gets out of prison and then starts
Cifaretto?
Oh yeah, he's like, come on. Yeah. You know how it works.
It's unbelievable.
I know another thing he's apparently involved in is the footwear of his
You
advisors.
guys are not wearing shoes that I like, and nobody wears nicer shoes than me. So we need uniformity. That's what we need. And here's a picture, apparently, of Marco Rubio. Is this is from the New York Times? No.
I think it's the Times of England.
Okay.
Marco Rubio wearing oversized shoes. He's been buying $145 Florsheim dress shoes for allies. And this is one pic of Marco. You can see a giant amount of space there. But that's not it. There's another one here of a bunch of different guys in these same shoes. And you can see they're all ill-fitting. There's he just looks nice.
I like to think that you all have huge penises. And so therefore, I'm getting you all size 13 shoes.
Was that Trump's ankle falling over the
Huge
side of the shoe
ding
there?
dong.
No, because he would have ones that fit. I'm not sure. That might be. Actually,
Yeah,
that could be Trump.
That's Kanks
That
right
does
there.
look
Is that
like-
what Jennifer Welch calls them, Kanks?
Kanks.
Yeah.
Big handsome guys need big handsome shoes. Okay. Big sexy hetero men need big sexy hetero men shoes.
I never sucked any ding dongs.
Now, what's maybe a little awkward for Donald Trump about this, I'm not sure if anybody has told him about this, but while he's buying Florsheim shoes for the whole team, this came out last week, March 12th, 2026. Trump's favorite shoe brand, Florsheim, is suing him. Florsheim, the shoe brand Donald Trump has been widely reported to favor and gift to allies, is owned by a parent company that is suing his administration over tariffs imposed during his second term. Waco Group Incorporated, which owns Florsheim Shoe Company, filed a lawsuit in the U.S. Court of International Trade in December, challenging the legality of those tariffs and seeking refunds for duties it says were unlawfully collected. Newsweek reached out to Waco Group Incorporated and the White House via email for comment. That's fascinating. There you go. Look, I like the shoes so much I don't even care. Sue me. Literally. Now, while Donald Trump is creating a energy crisis, oil shock as a result of the invasion in the Middle East, Canada, well, Mark Carney sees this as an opportunity.
So under the arrangements in the IEA, the exporters of oil like Norway, like Canada, we don't have to have reserves because we're providing oil to the market. It's for people who are importers. They have to have reserves so that they can buffer those. It's like foreign exchange reserves. And the rules are you should have at least 90 days reserves for those importers. What we do is we provide oil to the global market. We will continue to do so because we are a safe, low risk, low cost, and increasingly low carbon exporter. And what the Minister of Natural Resources was referring to was the perspective, what the upcoming exports that we'll be doing, the 23.8 million. I actually don't know the exact time frame he was referring to. I could do the calculation. Someone else maybe might do it. We have some marge to maneuver, but the part of our constraint, both we have to increase production, take some investment in the oil sands and elsewhere. The thing I was going to add is one of the conversations I had today was with Equinor about Bay du Nord, which is a very attractive project off Newfoundland.
Mark Carney is super excited about Canada getting to export more oil. God, he's such a neo-lib. What the fuck is low carbon oil? Don't ask me, HBX. It's the same, yeah, it's the same thing as clean coal. It doesn't exist. It's a misnomer. It's a catch-22. It's a paradox, if you will. Do we take another break now? We're like 4.5 hours into the stream. I don't know. What do you people think? Break, no break? Really, either way, it doesn't really bother me. We've been only going for a wee 4.5 hours. Carbon-free carbon, exactly. It's a nonsense. It's a nonsense statement. I don't need a break, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't need a break. So it's only if people in chat want a break, really. Screw it. I'm just going to keep going. Plus, there's going to be more. I'm just realizing. There's going to be more things happening. As I'm saying this right now, I'm realizing that there's got to be like multiple developments in the Middle East that have happened since I last checked. Yeah. All right. All right, let's go to Cuba. Where their government is preemptively trying to appease our supreme leader, Cyclone Cheeto, aka the Orange Dictator, Donald Trump, chief of crazy. But countries like Cuba, watching what's been happening in their region of the world and really across the planet, I think, are trying to act proactively to prevent perhaps a similar fate for themselves.
Cuba says it plans to release 51 prisoners as a demonstration of goodwill, following talks between its foreign minister and Pope Leo at the Vatican. This comes as Havana confirmed it's also been talking to Washington. President Donald Trump has made no secret of his desire for a change in leadership.
These conversations have been aimed at seeking solutions through dialogue to the bilateral differences that exist between our two nations.
The oil embargo imposed by the Trump administration following its capture of the Venezuelan leader has brought the island's economy to the brink of collapse. Cuba's president acknowledging that conditions in the country are dire.
Today we can confirm that no oil tanker has entered our country in the last 3 months. And we have been working under very adverse conditions that have immeasurable impact on the lives of our people.
Miguel Diaz-Canel said Cuba is running unlimited natural gas, solar power, and thermoelectric plants. Cubans seem open to the idea of negotiations.
If all of this leads to agreements and solutions that will improve our lives, then it's for the better, because the situation is quite difficult right now.
Cubans are desperate. You can't live without water or electricity. That's why we want a consensus to be reached. If there are talks, let them be productive. Let them achieve something good through those conversations.
Earlier in the week, President
Productive, he says. That's a fascinating concept. I'm not sure productive talks will be achieved between Donald Trump and anybody in the near future, but I guess we can dare to dream. Nothing wrong with that on a Sunday Funday, I guess, if not just for a moment. I think it's highly unlikely, but, you know, crazier things have happened, I guess. Now, from Cuba to the United Kingdom to talk about something other than Iran for if not just a moment. Let's talk about the disgraced, now former ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been
Documents
talked
released
about
by the
for
British
years.
government show officials believed there was a reputational risk to appointing Peter Mandelson as the US ambassador because of his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The concerns were raised in a document sent to Prime Minister Keir Starmer in December 2024, before he appointed Mandelson to the role, seen as vital to establish a good relationship with the Trump administration. The document also spelled out other reputational issues over Mandelson's work in a previous Labour government related to financial matters, including high-profile donors. Lawmakers have forced Starmer's government to disclose thousands of files about the decision to name Mandelson to the key diplomatic post at the start of Trump's second term. Authorities published 147 pages of documents on the government website on Wednesday. The government has said the files will show that Mandelson misled officials about the extent of his relationship with Epstein.
Yeah, one wonders why a guy in the Epstein files would have been seen
In fact, we're going to
as
dispel with the
a
headlines
potential
because
Trump whisperer. You know? Like, why? Why is that? Why is it that Donald Trump appears in the files more than anybody else? And the guy who Britain thought would be the perfect fit to somehow woo President Trump, also in the files. It's weird. It's weird. I wonder what's up with that.
It's weird.
All right, to talk a little bit more about this,
In fact,
let's
we're
go
going
to
to
BBC.
dispel with the headlines because we've had two major breaking stories in the last few minutes. But let's start with the one here in the UK, and that is the release of 135 pages, a document relating to the appointment of Lord Peter Mandelson, the former ambassador to Washington. And what we learn from these documents is that Keir Starmer was warned there was a general reputational risk over Lord Peter Mandelson's relationship with the paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein. And he was warned of that before giving him the role of ambassador. Just over an hour ago, the government released that initial batch of papers. It's not a full account of what went on. There is still a criminal inquiry ongoing. But a due diligence document drawn up in December 2024 before the appointment to Washington noted a series of reports detailing Lord Mandelson's links with Epstein. The documents that have been released highlight that Lord Mandelson received a payoff of £75,000 after initially asking for an entitlement of more than £500,000.
Entitlements, yes. Yes, the Epstein class and entitlement. I think those two things go hand in hand. I know that's not what they meant, but it's really, I mean, just sort of the same thing, isn't it? Okay. Because why? Never mind. I'm going to keep it moving. Yes, indeed. Of course, who knows how long this Labour government can really keep things together. Probably not that much longer. Speaking of keeping governments together, let's go to France, where Emmanuel Macron is still barely managing to keep French government from collapsing into chaos. Meanwhile, a local mayoral election in Paris is ongoing this week.
The French capital will soon be getting a new mayor. The first round of municipal elections are set for this Sunday with a runoff on March 22nd. To fill us all in on that, let's bring in France 24's Delano D'Souza. Welcome, Delano. What's different with this mayoral race this time around?
Can you believe it? After 12 years, the city of Paris will be turning the page on Anne Hidalgo, who became the city's first female mayor. Now, the voting method this time around will be different, with Parisians asked to vote twice. The first vote will be cast for the respective arrondissement or district, and the second for the citywide council of Paris, which chooses the city's mayor. The polls have broad implications on the national stage, as it comes nearly a year before the presidential election.
All right, so who's the one to watch?
Well, Rachida Dati, without a doubt. The city of Paris has been run by a left-wing mayor since 2001, and the right is desperately trying to return to City Hall. Now, the candidate for Les Républicains is hoping to secure the city's top job, and she's had her eye on the mayor of Paris for quite some time now, since she failed to win that bid back in 2020.
Yeah, but let's hope the left takes over Paris, or at least in the mayor's office here. This is for the best, honestly. She's a full-on centrist. A liberal conservative. Truly means just a pro-corporate shill. Now to Italy, where protesters took to the street yesterday protesting the actions of the United States and Israel in the Middle East. Here is Forbes breaking news from 13 hours ago. In Rome,
attacchiamo i fondi con il capitale israeliano che si stanno mangiando.
Fuori dalle logiche di subalternità ai trattati dell'Unione Europea, ai trattati della NATO, per costruire un mondo di pace tra i popoli, di giustizia.
Palestina libera! Palestina libera! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
All right. Well, there you have it, people in Italy. Quite a few people. It would seem thousands of people taking to the streets of Rome to protest the military actions of the United States and Israel. Now, I've lost my place. Oh, yes. Let's go quickly to Africa before we head to the Middle East. Starting in Guinea on the west coast, Al Jazeera English with a very concerning update on the political situation in this country.
Opposition leaders in Guinea say the country is now effectively a one-party state. On Friday, the government issued a late-night decree that dissolved 40 political parties. The list includes Guinea's main opposition groups.
If not sooner. A democratically elected government does not have the authority to dissolve a political party. There is a procedure that must be followed. The minister must follow the procedure.
The move strips parties of their legal status and control of their assets. The government says the parties failed to comply with legal requirements, including submitting mandatory financial statements. The banned political parties deny those allegations. President Mamadi Doumbouya came to power in 2021 after a military coup that overthrew former leader Alpha Condé. He promised a transition to civilian rule and a return to democracy. But in August last year, Guinea's military rulers suspended the three major opposition parties ahead of a referendum that allowed Doumbouya to run in December's election.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like democracy to me. Sounds very much like the opposite of democracy. Boy, oh boy. The west coast of Africa has a long and storied history. Of course, Guinea is one of a number of countries over there on the west coast that was effectively carved up by colonial powers in the 19th century. Who's the white lady? Great question. I was asking myself the same question. I don't know. I have no idea who that white lady is. I don't know why she's here. Although if I had to guess, I think it's this guy's wife. But yeah, 40 different political parties dissolved, disbanded in Guinea, effectively making it a one-party authoritarian dictatorship. Yay, another military dictatorship. Just what the planet needed. All right, now all the way south to South Africa. Reuters, 4 days ago, where South African expats have decided America is maybe not the place for them.
Would you jump up?
Naomi Sapphire was born in South Africa and lived for 2 decades in the United States. She came back home for a holiday and realized how much she missed this place.
You cannot dictate what makes your heart happy. So you leave and then you come back because ultimately this is home.
Last year, Sapphire left North Carolina for a seaside town in South Africa's Western Cape. Now, she says her 3 children spend more time outdoors, health insurance is affordable, and she prefers the schools. She's among thousands of white South Africans coming back from abroad, despite U.S. President Donald Trump's statements that South Africa's white minority is being persecuted by the country's black majority government.
Terrible things are happening in South Africa.
The Trump administration is ramping up its new refugee program for white South Africans, focusing on Afrikaners, the descendants of Dutch settlers, such as Sapphire and her family. About 3,500 South Africans have entered the United States as refugees since the program started in May 2025. Pretoria says there is no evidence of discrimination or persecution against whites. Many white South Africans and Afrikaners have welcomed Trump's support, but insisted they nevertheless want to remain in their country.
Yes, indeed. People not really taking up Donald Trump's offer of asylum from that supposed genocide. I mean, look at this. Look at this horrifying genocide happening right now. White people watching basketball. Oh, God. It's a genocide. Help.
I'm being repressed.
All right. Now to more politics. The African content. To the Indian Ocean. Madagascar. Place that has seen a fair amount of political upheaval with the Gen Z uprising last year. And now Gen Z is demanding a voice in shaping their political and social futures. Here's NHK World Japan from Monday.
The African island nation of Madagascar is defined by its very young population with a median age of 19. They are tech-savvy and politically engaged. Last September, scores of Gen Zs mobilized to protest against the government over shortages of basic necessities, chronic in one of the world's poorest countries. In the midst of what soon evolved into a nationwide movement for political reform, a military unit joined the demonstrators in October. Within days, its colonel, Mikhail Randrianirina, had taken over. The Gen Zs helped reshape Madagascar's political landscape, but will they be getting a say in the new interim government?
The capital, Antananarivo, hums as usual. But the scars of last year's demonstrations linger. Mihadi Rakotundravilo, who is 27, runs a consulting firm and attends an accounting institution. He is also an activist for the Gen Z Madagascar movement, which spearheaded the protests.
My personal participation in the demonstrations and my involvement in the Madagascar movement come from an awareness that it was time for change, really time to move toward renewal and toward a brighter Madagascar with future potential.
Yeah, and honestly, I could not hope more for Madagascar. You know, they really, have been ignored for a long time. They need a lot of change on this island. Unfortunately, at this moment, Madagascar is under military rule. Those Gen Z protests were co-opted like a month or so into them, perhaps longer. They were co-opted by the military. The military joined in and then seized power in the government and are currently literally sitting at the helm of the government, haven't held elections yet. And honestly, the people who started this are the ones who deserve to be in charge. Not a bunch of military opportunists. So hopefully democracy happens there soon. Fingers crossed. Speaking of democracy, unfortunately, up in NATO country Turkey, well, things are still not the most democratic, as Istanbul's mayor continues to sit in jail.
Right away.
The man who basically poses the biggest threat to President Erdogan. I wonder why he's in jail.
Istanbul's jailed mayor went on trial on Monday in a sweeping corruption case. It could end his hopes of rivaling Tayyip Erdogan to become Turkey's next president. Ekrem İmamoğlu is the chief suspect of more than 400 people linked to the Istanbul municipality, accused of corruption and bribery. He and his main opposition party, CHP, deny the charges, which carry prison sentences totalling hundreds of years. There was a chaotic start to the trial on Monday. İmamoğlu argued with the presiding judge as he demanded permission to speak. The case is the centerpiece of a judicial crackdown.
Now, we've been covering these corruption cases that's been going on in Turkey, and from my estimation on all of this, having been talking about this long enough, I think, from what I can tell, these corruption charges are just a political weapon for Erdogan and his political allies to go after their political opponents and just throw them in jail indefinitely, so long as they continue to pose a political threat to their power. And it's pathetic, undemocratic sort of thing to do. But while we're in Turkey, we may as well talk about a holiday treat. Seeing as it's Sunday Funday and still the month of Ramadan for, I think, a couple more days. I can't remember when, the 17th? I can't remember what day it ends. Let's go here to TRT World from 8 days ago and talk about a delectable beverage known as Ottoman sherbet.
Osmanlı mutfağının 600 yıllık şerbet kültürüne hoş geldiniz. Buyurun.
Welcome to the 600-year-old cuisine of Ottoman sherbet. In Ottoman cuisine, Sultan Süleyman, the Magnificent, walks through the bazaar. That is, he spends time with the Ottoman people. While mingling with the people, the Sultan is offered sherbet in a bowl. The Sultan likes the sherbet and drinks it. After drinking it, because he liked it, and to show his appreciation, he tells the person next to him to place a pouch of gold into the bowl. And a pouch of gold is placed into the bowl. After a pouch of gold is placed, every time Sultan Süleyman the Magnificent went out among the people, it became a tradition. After being offered sherbet, the Sultan would reward it with a pouch of gold in return. When this became a tradition in the Ottoman Empire, it was also carried over to the palace. And after that, sherbet spread across the something. The people as well.
Osmanlı mutfağının en önemli içecek.
One of the most important drinks in Ottoman cuisine.
Yaklaşık 600 yıllık bir geçmişi.
It has a history spanning around 600 years. Today, when the harmful effects of carbonated drinks have been confirmed all over the world, when harmful drinks have been reduced
minimum seviyeye
to a minimum
düşmüşken
in all
biz
developed
Osmanlı
countries,
şerbetlerini
we should offer
tüm
Ottoman
dünyaya
sherbets
sunmamız
to the whole
ve bunu
world.
insanlığın da içmesi gerekiyor. Çünkü
And
bu
humanity should drink them,
şerbetlerde aroma vesaire
because these
hiçbir
sherbets
şey yok.
contain
Bakın,
no
bugün
flavorings or similar
şerbet.
additives whatsoever.
İçinde gül yaprakları dans ediyor.
Look, in this rose sherbet, rose petals are shimmering.
En büyük
And in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons they are preferred during Ramadan is that because of long fasting, people's immunity drops,
susuzluk hissine
their strength weakens,
Osmanlı
and
şerbetlerinin
they begin to feel
getirilmesi
thirsty.
ayrı bir şifa deposu.
We always say that each Ottoman sherbet is a unique treasury.
En önemli özelliği
The most important feature
bağışıklığı güçlendiriyor.
of tamarind sherbet is that it strengthens the immune system, supports blood production, and gives energy. Okay. Okay, dude. This guy's got a lot of claims about this sherbet. I can't say one way or another whether or not Ottoman sherbet can do any of the things this guy's claiming over here on TRT World, but it does look delicious over here. I saw some good stuff going into that bowl. I wouldn't mind a sip of sherbet myself. What's interesting to me is when I clicked the video initially, I thought it was going to be ice cream, because in my mind, I associate sherbet with delectable frozen treats, and not some sort of strange beverage mashed up in a bowl, but hey. I'm into it.
Giderine özel
All right, well, while people in the Middle East are trying to celebrate Ramadan, the United States is, of course, waging a war. Let's talk about it with the Majority Report.
Kowalski from Nebraska. I missed the free half of the show because I was on a phone call with analysts that I follow. We should expect massive energy disruptions for a minimum of 3 months, but likely until December. Gotta love living in historic times. Well, I mean, that was more or less what we were saying at the beginning of the show.
Small price to pay.
If the war was to end tomorrow, we would still have at least 2 months of energy disruptions.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And I think it's going to go, whenever Trump says the war is over, it's going to go for at least another couple of weeks, because the Iranians are going to measure and decide how much we are going to pay. But here is the other danger. Trump says, I have declared they have unconditionally surrendered. And Israel, of course, wants to keep going, although it's a little bit difficult, but there are more and more reports that Tel Aviv is getting hit harder now than it was at the beginning of this a week ago. So there may be, Israel may also have wobbly knees, as it were. And I don't mean to articulate in that a way that I think they've lost their resolve. I think that's a good thing. Their resolve is bad. But the danger is the Iranians, who want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Remember, we bombed them a year ago or so. They want to make sure this doesn't happen again, and that there's a sufficient price to be paid by the United States and the world, frankly, for attacking them. They're not going to stop. And then the question is, okay, if they don't stop, how much humiliation can someone like Donald Trump withstand, or Pete Hegseth withstand, without saying, like, well, you know what we should do is actually just we should take over, this island off the coast of Iran, because that's where the Revolutionary Guard is based out of, and that'll show them. And that's when things start to really become a quagmire. And I suspect that's what Senator Blumenthal was worried about when he came out of a Iran briefing, because it is quite clear to anybody outside of a very small cadre of people in the White House that they had no idea what they were doing going into this, and they have even less of an idea what to do now.
I emerged from this briefing as dissatisfied and angry, frankly, as I have from any past briefing in my 15 years in the Senate. I am left with more questions than answers, especially about the cost of the war. My questions have been unanswered, and I will demand answers because the American people deserve to know. And I guess I am most concerned about the threat to American lives of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here. And there is also, as disturbingly as anything else, the specter of active Russian aid to Iran, putting in danger American lives.
Okay. I mean,
literally.
First off, no shit. I can tell you right now, there has not been one war that Russia has been involved in where we were not aiding the other side. They make movies about it.
Charlie Wilson's war.
Charlie Wilson's war is like, it's celebrated.
What now? But you guys
Are you
fucking
kidding
scotch
me?
over it.
I mean, he's trying to do this to get attention of the American public. But anybody who who's even remotely associated, anybody who has access to that meeting, who on day one wasn't like, of course, the entire world is going to be helping Iran against this. Of course they are. We have bumbling fools who led us into this war. This is a different situation than it was in Iraq, because these people knew exactly what they were doing. And I would say Dick Cheney.
Yeah, and Sam's absolutely right. And I am so sick of watching our leaders in Congress come at this situation from an angle of complaining about it on a procedural sort of level, like, oh, the president didn't ask us about it. It's like, just object to the war. Just object to the war. Yeah. Like everything else Donald Trump does, he's doing it illegally. We all know this. Find a backbone and just object to the war, full stop. That even if Donald Trump did come to you, you wouldn't vote for it because it's objectionable. Because we shouldn't be at war, spending billions of dollars a day fighting a pointless war with Iran. Now, before we get too bogged down talking about Iran, I think we should talk about Israel and their war crimes. One particular war crime which happened, honestly, over a year ago. At least I think it has. It's been more than a year now, right? It was like the start of 2025, wasn't it? God, I can't even remember now. Anyway, let's go here to Democracy Now! And I've been holding on to this story for 2 weeks, as we'll talk about war crimes on a Sunday FUNDAY.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to Gaza, where almost 1 year ago,
Israeli forces killed 15 Palestinian medics and aid workers in a sustained 2-hour attack on a rescue convoy and then attempted to cover it up. The soldiers buried 14 bodies in a shallow mass grave and crushed the rescue vehicles with heavy machinery. The ambush took place in the early hours of March 23, 2025, in the area of Tel El Sultan in southern Gaza. Those killed include 8 aid workers with the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, 6 Palestinian civil defense workers, and a UN relief agency staffer. The independent research groups Forensic Architecture and Earshot have painstakingly recreated a minute-by-minute accounting of what took place. The 11th-month investigation draws on audio and video recordings from the scene, open source and satellite imagery, and the in-depth testimony of 2 survivors. This is a clip.
To give you an idea, it was still dark. We crossed the ambush site without noticing the vehicle. Then we met Saleh and Ashraf's ambulance at the Iklimi crossroad.
Forensic Architecture built a 3D model based on the testimony and available visuals, while Earshot used echolocation to analyze the more than 900 shots fired. They concluded that Israeli forces were in an elevated position when they began firing, then moved towards the aid workers while continuously firing. Paramedic Rafat Radwan was recording on his cell phone from inside one of the vehicles when the attack started, showing the ambulances had their lights on when the attack started, contradicting Israel's initial claim that the convoy had approached suspiciously with their lights off. The sounds of Israeli gunfire were recovered when Rawan's cell phone was found after his body was exhumed. For more, we're joined by 2 of the investigators. Samaneh Moafi is Assistant Director of Research with Forensic Architecture, and Lawrence Abu Hamdan is the founder and director of Earshot. He's been described as a private ear rather than a private eye for his work as an audio investigator, was recently profiled by the New Yorker magazine. They're both joining us from London. Samaneh, why don't we start with you? Tell us about the day, what happened, what was understood at the time, and then what you found as you dissected what took place.
On the day, at shortly before 4 a.m. in the morning, there's an airstrike in Al-Hashashin. 2 Red Crescent ambulances are sent to rescue those who are injured, and one of them loses contact. So time passes. The Red Crescent sends more ambulances to search for the lost ambulance, and then they're joined by the civil defense, by a civil defense ambulance and a fire truck, and they find the missing ambulance. They approach it, and then upon approaching, they're shot at again. Our investigation brings and kind of shows a detailed analysis of what exactly took place, minute by minute, from the beginning to the days and weeks and months that follow.
And Samaneh, could you also talk about the broader context in which this incident occurred, what the situation was in Gaza at the time when this incident occurred, March 23rd last year, 2025?
Of course. So a ceasefire had begun in January in Gaza on the 19th of January. On the 18th of March, the ceasefire is broken by a series of nighttime airstrikes by the Israeli military. About 400 Palestinians are killed in these nighttime strikes. We have, on the 20th of March, leaflets dropped by the Israeli military across Gaza with genocidal messages. the incident, this airstrike in Al-Hashashin happens on 23rd of March, right? So 5 days after the break of the ceasefire by the Israeli military. Then the attack happens on one of the ambulances. Then it's followed by a kind of like an attack and an execution of a convoy of rescue workers who come searching for the missing ambulance. And then I can kind of like, I can also say what happens after, right? Immediately, around kind of like, so we've been able to show that the attack continues for over 2 hours. So until 7 a.m. in the morning, where we have the last recording of the night, we can hear sounds of shooting.
Yeah, the fact is we covered this back when this happened. We knew what had happened when we first heard about it. We really didn't need this to know, but it is just, in fact, more confirmation and evidence of this crime. A mass grave had already been found. People don't just, put themselves into mass graves. Now, in the last day, Israel has been murdering people in both the West Bank and in Gaza. The IDF seemingly has no limit on its depravity. Willing to just indiscriminately murder and torture human beings into infinitum.
تقريبا الساعة 7 إلا الناس نايمة طبعا صاحبين الأولاد الصغار نايمين يعني الواحد وإحنا كلنا نايمين محدش يمكن كان صاحي صار الضرب يعني الضرب لما صارت حسينا يعني فينا يعني بس فقد فيش حاجة يطلع لأولادنا يعني مضروب البيت نفسه اللي إحنا فيه مضروب طلعت نقول إن طبعا يعني بين الصغار الثروة يعني راح 3 شهداء.
Yes, indeed. Palestinians not seeing any respite while Israel wages a war against its neighbors. If anything, they're seeing increased devastation. However, with everything going on, Palestinians are getting less attention than ever. It's a real fucking tragedy. One which I don't have a solution to aside from just covering it on the show. What can I say? I don't even blame people. I really don't. Fucking World War III just got started. I'm not shocked. All right, let's go to Lebanon. And for a moment on this Sunday Fun Day, let's try and find a way to use creativity and art to reflect on crisis.
Sirens, airstrikes, and evacuation orders. Tragically familiar scenes as the war in the Middle East engulfs Lebanon, plunging the country into crisis, killing hundreds and displacing hundreds of thousands of people in the south of the country. It's a harrowing reality that Lebanese people on the ground and abroad are having to deal with, including the country's artists. One of them joins me in the studio, musician and producer Zaid Hamdan. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
And filmmaker Wissam Sharaf is with us via video link from Beirut. Hi, Wissam.
Hi, how are you?
Well, these last few days for you in the Lebanese capital must have been extremely tense. How are things there at the moment?
It's a day-to-day basis. Actually, we're just following the instructions as they happen, and we can't do anything about them. So we're like useless spectators, watching everything unfold. This big story unfold in front of our eyes. But the streets are empty. The country's paralyzed, and we have this really bad sensation of a déjà vu. You know, of a broken record that keeps spinning on and on every year and a half. So there's a big feeling of more than tiredness, beginning to touch the emptiness, the void. It's despair.
Absolutely, an emotional sort of exhaustion. Now, Zaid, you're known in music circles, of course, in happier times, as the father of Arab indie music, formerly part of the cult duo Soap Kills, blending classical Arabic sounds with electro, reggae, trip-hop, and then you went on to working with a Syrian musician, Lynn Adib, more recently. You're based in Paris now. How did it feel to watch this war erupt in your home from afar?
Yes, again, it's like a cycle, unfortunately, a cycle, like we relive the same bombings of our country and the same worries and those same nights without sleep and torment. So that's what's crazy. How do we break this cycle, So those first few days are torment and shock. And then we have to go to practical matters, is how can we help, how can we support the families that are on the streets. So I think I'm still in this shock because it's so fresh.
And of course, Zaid, Wissam, because you've worked together recently creating the soundtrack for his 2022 film, Dirty, Difficult, Dangerous. And Wissam, while this is a fantastical love story, this film, it is informed by the socio-political situation in Lebanon. One of your protagonists is a Syrian refugee. It's not a sunny picture at all. Since that bomb blast in Beirut in 2020, how have you seen conditions change for people in Lebanon?
It has been a multi-layer crisis, actually. I mean, it would be even absurd or funny to count them, since the explosion, then the COVID, that we even had an earthquake, for a change, then the first war, then now another war. It's a multi-layer crisis that's piling up on us. So as artists, actually, we don't have time to process a crisis. And we have to intake another one. So it's too fast for us. Usually you have to take in events as they happen, then to process them, and then this process can take years of, rendering the events into an artistic form and then giving it out in a form of film, in a form of music, or you name it. So it's going so fast that we don't even have time to process an event. So today it's very, very hard to concentrate, and to be able to think about anything. It has been going on since 2019, since 5 years. And this maybe explains also why many artists of the Lebanese scene have left the country, because it has been very hard, to create art, or to be able to even think or concentrate about an artistic view. We are like glued in the daily bad energy that's piling up on Lebanon since 2019.
There we go. A brief discussion about the struggle of artists in Lebanon. Unfortunately, the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon continues to grow worse and worse, minute by minute, with nearly 1 million people displaced as of 2 weeks ago. France 24 here now from 14 hours ago.
The Israeli military has issued new evacuation orders for those living in the southern suburbs of Beirut. This comes after overnight strikes killed at least 4 people in Lebanon. Israel is fighting a second front in the war, targeting the Hezbollah militant group. The ongoing bombings have deepened the country's humanitarian crisis, with more than 800 people killed so far and over 850,000 displaced. For more on this, we can cross now to Beirut and bring in Kevin Charbel, the deputy head of mission in Lebanon for Première Urgence Internationale. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us on the program today. So I want to begin with a figure here. Lebanon hosts the highest number of refugees per capita in the world, and now it's dealt with several rounds of conflict with these latest attacks by Israel on Hezbollah targets. What's the scale of the humanitarian disaster that we're currently talking about?
Seriously, fuck France 24. I'm so sick of their pro-Israeli fucking propaganda. Israel is striking civilian neighborhoods. They've been doing it over and over again. I'm so sick of them claiming, oh, they're just striking Hezbollah targets in civilian areas. It's a war crime. It's a war crime. France 24 is talking about war crimes like it's just normal shit.
I mean, it's catastrophic at the moment, as you just mentioned. You know, we're at close to 900,000 civilians displaced. 100 or so thousand living in collective shelters at the moment in terrible conditions. It includes very vulnerable categories of population, children, pregnant women, chronically ill patients, older persons. They're all living in conditions that are inhumane at the moment. The resources that are available in order to assist these people are just not adequate. And so humanitarian organizations are doing our best, but with very, very few resources. You mentioned the context. Over the past few years, Lebanon has been hit by a series of crises and conflict. And so once again, now it's compounding the civilian toll that this war is taking, as targeting seems to be expanding itself to notably civilian targets. Humanitarians are at risk. Health workers are being systematically targeted by the Israeli army, meaning that our access into those areas and our access to civilian populations are even further complicated despite the extreme vulnerabilities that they are facing right now. So we are seeing a very complicated situation on the ground. Yeah.
Now, Kevin, in these types of situations, it's not the civilians, it's not the women and the children who are starting these wars, but it does appear, unfortunately, that is women and children that are disproportionately affected.
Yeah, as always, as you say, it seems to be civilian populations that are disproportionately affected. The type of strike pattern that we're seeing now from the Israeli side seems to also be focusing itself in dense urban areas where obviously civilian casualties are inevitable. And as I mentioned previously, we are seeing a widening targeting of civilian infrastructure and in particular healthcare networks, which means access to services is increasingly difficult for civilians. The conditions inside shelters are terrible, but there are also hundreds of thousands of people that are living outside of the shelters. You see the images on your screen in front of you. People are living on the streets, on the beach, and that's not even to mention the non-Lebanese. As you said, the country is hosting a huge number of refugees, Syrian refugees, Palestinian refugees, as well as a large migrant population.
Lebanon now filled with double refugees, people who are already displaced and living in Lebanon, now displaced internally inside of Lebanon, among other native Lebanese people and everyone else in between. Is there any confirmation about Bibi? We have an update on the Bibi situation. In a little bit, we'll get to that. We will get to that. Okay, we're going to stay in Lebanon now. Continue talking about the displaced people It's a clip from Forbes breaking news on the ground posted 14 hours ago.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
طلعنا بالكنب بس ما طلعونا بالكنب
There you go. People still trying to live their normal lives. Young man here in Lebanon, young boy here in Lebanon getting a haircut in a tent camp. Let's go back to talking about Israel's war crimes, specifically in Lebanon, with CBC News.
Today in Lebanon, there is more destruction in Beirut's densely populated southern suburbs. Israel continues to strike what it says are Hezbollah targets there. United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres has also visited the city and says diplomatic channels remain open to end the war. Meanwhile, the Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon on Friday night is still sparking.
Like, I gotta give CBC credit here. At least they point out the fact that this is just a claim being made by Israel, rather than just ad nauseum, just like the literal regurgitation of all of these talking points without any context, just reporting it as if it is fact. At least CBC is like, Israel says it. Like, that tiny journalistic decision, I respect the shit out of. Like, even, like, you know, like, Oh, by the way, thank you for the follows over on Twitch to Natty Bumpo and MJJ. As well as thank you, another thank you to Frizzla for the super chat, and Orb Vroomer for the super sticker. Hey you. Oh, and another super chat from Frizzla. Free Gaza, free Iran, free Lebanon. Appreciate all you folks keeping the Galactic News Network alive with your donos. Really do. Without you, we would cease to exist.
And condemnation. Local health officials say doctors and nurses are among the 12 people, at least 12 people, the medical personnel killed in that bombing raid on a healthcare complex. And the attack happened just hours after a strike on a paramedic center where 2 people were killed in another community. Lebanese officials report at least 826 deaths since the conflict began. Now, the World Health Organization has condemned the deaths of healthcare providers as tragic and is once again emphasizing that healthcare workers and providers must be protected. Dr. Abdi Nasir Abu Bakr is the WHO representative in Lebanon, and he joins us today from Beirut. Doctor, thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Dr. Abu Bakr, since March the 2nd, the World Health Organization has verified at least 27.
Yo, the green screen is doing some fucked up shit to this guy's head right now.
March the 2nd,
Holy
the
shit.
World Health Organization has verified at least 27 attacks specifically on healthcare facilities, on hospitals, on care centers, just in Lebanon. Are healthcare workers being targeted in this war?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think, as you rightly said, what we have seen for the last 13 days actually is the gradual increase of the healthcare workers that's been attacked, actually, whether it's the healthcare workers, facilities, but also the ambulances. I think what we have seen is that I should agree with you that this is probably a targeted, attacks for the healthcare workers and the health facilities in order to impede their humanitarian services and also their primary mission, which is saving lives.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I really cannot answer that question. But the reality is that, and WHO...
You think that's just his head? No. No, you can see it when he moves. I was watching it. Like, when he moves, his head looks normal for a second. And then he goes, I don't know, it's the lighting. I think it's the lighting. Because he's bald. Because he's bald as fuck. So it's the lighting, right? He's in front of a green screen. And so the green screen, the green glow, this is a problem with green screen. Like, the green glow is like reflecting back onto his head, and then the chroma key is cutting it out because it thinks it's the green screen because his shining ass head is reflecting the green back.
Always advocates is that health facilities, healthcare workers actually should not be the target for all means and all the time, regardless of all the situation. And I think what we are seeing right now is whether it's an indirect attack or direct attack, I think the healthcare system, the healthcare workers, the facilities and ambulances have been attacked, and that's impacting the services provided to the vulnerable people where the conflict is affected. I think this is really serious situations where really need to be addressed because healthcare workers are protected under international health law.
Exactly. More war crimes from Israel here in Lebanon, paid for by U.S. tax dollars. Yep. 1 million people displaced, 1,000 dead in Lebanon, and at least a dozen health workers, each a separate war crime, killed. But since when does Israel face repercussions or consequences for its crimes? Haven't seen them yet. Trust me, Frizla. Trust me. I've dealt with a lot of green screen in the past. All right, let's go to Iraq, where on this Sunday Funday, people have been trying to enjoy long Ramadan nights while this war goes on around them.
كل ما يجي شهر رمضان.
Well, there you have it. People in Iraq, late at night, drinking, eating, smoking, playing games, partying, all they can before their fasts begin once again in the mornings. As Ramadan continues, I think, for at least another couple days. We do try to keep track of and celebrate all of the holidays, regardless of what religion, here at GNN. Now, while that all may be going on and it seems very normal, people are in fact dying in Iraq as a result of this war. A funeral was held earlier on Sunday for soldiers killed. Yep. Iraqi soldiers killed by the United States and Israel. You know, people in Iraq already, I felt like, were doing a lot to accommodate the United States to some degree, especially Iraqi soldiers who have been working hand in hand with the United States on security for decades. I'm sure this won't cause any sort of problems. You know, aside from the dead people. When will the United States and Israel pay for our crimes? It's a question I ask myself. Now, while Israel's been killing people in Gaza, Palestine, Lebanon, and Iraq, they've also been killing people in Iran with the United States' help. France 24 English from 15 hours ago on this story.
Israel says it's carrying out fresh strikes on western Iran as the war enters its third week. Israeli officials say the bombing campaign is wide-scale and targeting regime infrastructure. This comes as the IDF says it's detected missiles fired from Iran. It marks the sixth wave in the space of 10 hours. Alerts have been sent encouraging people in affected areas, including Tel Aviv, to seek shelter. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has dismissed making a deal with Tehran, saying the terms are not good enough yet. He also said the U.S. may hit Harg Island, Iran's critical oil export hub, a few more times just for fun, after military targets were obliterated. Let's take a listen.
He's a completely deranged fucking lunatic. Maybe we'll just do it for fun. Just a few more strikes. No president should feel it okay to use the military for fun. It fucking disgusts me how little respect the president has for the military. It's not my favorite institution, I must admit. I feel we spend a great deal more money on it than we should. And we use it far too often. But under Donald Trump, it's fucking insane that that this man feels it okay to use the military as much as he does, and for literally no reason at all. At least in other administrations, the United States government has tried to justify its military actions to the people. In this case, just doing shit on a whim. Let's do a few more strikes, just for funsies. People are telling me it'll be a really good time.
Would you jump up?
Now to some residents in Tehran.
They hit us, we hit them. Ultimately, this is war. We've seen through the 8-year Holy Defense War and the imposed 12-day war, and this war will also eventually end. Iran is the victor. Iran is always the victor.
This is not a good situation, but both sides seem to be testing each other, one being the West and the other Iran. But I hope they come to a conclusion fast because people are a bit under pressure. The businesses have been closed for a month or two, and no one earns an income.
For more on this, we can bring in Doha-based journalist Hoda Abdel Hamid. Hoda, what more do we know about the strikes that are happening on Iran?
Well, they concentrated on the west and the south of the country, mainly the historic cities of Isfahan and Shiraz. The deadliest attack was in Isfahan, where, according to the Iranian authorities, a bomb struck a factory and 15 people died there.
Just murdering factory workers now. Great. I guess factories are military targets now. All right, let's go to the ground and see the results of some of these strikes, the devastation in Iran as a result of these Israeli-U.S. I hate to see what God's wrath looks like. The United States' main export is human misery. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. You look at images like this, and there's no other conclusion that I'm capable of coming to. We have seen too many images like this in the last few years. Humanity is just tearing itself apart right now. We need to find a fucking solution to it fast. I remember growing up thinking we were bound for great things. Now, as someone who's grown up somewhat since then, feels like we're in fact going the opposite direction. Bound for the very worst. Seemingly seeding our own demise. Making all the wrong decisions at all the possible moments available. Sowing destruction rather than kindness. Hurting one another rather than helping one another. The fact is, if you're an American, you have a very serious responsibility. Whether you want it or not, you vote for a government that runs the world's largest economy and military. And our decisions are more important because of that. And I'm not saying that as some sort of like narcissistic, like, oh, America, great. Not an America great type thing, it's just an America fact type thing. As a result of the capitalist system that we have in our global economy, those two facts make what I just said true. And that who you vote for is incredibly important and has a lasting effect on the planet. You have the largest carbon footprint per capita in this country. I mean, we could go on, but these decisions are incredibly important. All right, France 24 English next.
So far, Iran has launched strikes across 9 countries in the region. More than 2,000 projectiles have been fired at Gulf states. Most of these attacks have been intercepted, but at least 19 people have been killed across the Gulf states. United Arab Emirates largely bearing the brunt of these attacks. Earlier this week, it reported over 270 missiles and 1,500 drones have been launched at the country since the start of the war. So the U.S. and Israel started this war, and yet the Gulf states are bearing the brunt of Iran's retaliation. For more, we can speak to Joe Macron, a non-resident associate researcher at the Arab World Institute here in Paris. Hello to you, Joe. Thank you for coming in. Iran is hoping that by hitting these Gulf states, it will drive them away from Washington. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel want them to join the war effort. So which scenario do you think is more likely, that they'll be pulled away from Washington and Israel, or that they will join the war?
I don't think they have an option at this stage. I mean, they are now entangled in a war that they didn't pursue directly. We see different kind of missiles. You see more striking on the UAE, for example, because of its position. Less on other stuff. They are trying to basically lower the strikes on Saudi Arabia. They can't basically go into war without the U.S. coverage. So far, the U.S. has been distant in that sense, and this is going to impact the long-term U.S. Gulf relation moving forward. They believe they didn't help them with the Houthis, and now they started a war, and they felt they would not have support enough. And if they enter a war, they're going to have a higher cost from the Iranians. They are small countries. The ballistic missiles can basically overwhelm their systems. And also, if they continue to do the same policy of neutrality, which they are doing now,
Yeah, that comes with the cost.
This comes with the cost because they just have to wait for their moment to restart mediation or to. So I think they are stuck in a way that there's nothing much they can do besides defend themselves and wait for the moment for the Iranians to calm down.
And will
Right. It's a weird way to put it. Honestly, we're living in a weird upside down fucking universe right now where nothing makes sense. Let's go to CNN now, see what Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, had to say earlier on Sunday.
How worried are you that this war in Iran is going to divert attention and even resources from Ukraine? After all, a lot of American-made weapons were being bought by the Europeans and then given to you. Are you worried that these weapons will now all be diverted to the war in Iran?
Yeah, of course we have big risks, I think so. And of course I think that we can have deficit with air defense, especially Pak 3, Pak 2, for Patriot systems, for defending our sky. And, you know, after such difficult winter, such massive attacks using Iranian Shaheeds, by the way, 500 per day of Shaheeds, and dozens of ballistic missiles. And of course, for us, it's a very difficult, sensitive question.
There's Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine discussing a difficult and sensitive question, that being access to American weaponry. All right. Now, let's go back to France 24 English. Talk about Donald Trump's new demand. A new demand which completely contradicts a previous, claim of his. But that is his demand of U.S. allies and enemies to help defend the Strait of Hormuz.
It's Iran's most effective retaliation so far to U.S. and Israeli strikes, blocking the Strait of Hormuz, causing unprecedented disruptions of oil shipments, leading to historic price hikes. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged other countries to step in and secure the strategic passage. Hours later, France and the UK said they were examining ways to ensure safe navigation through the strait, while stressing that the fastest solution would be de-escalating the conflict.
It's in all of our interests to get the strait reopened. I will also say that we also need to de-escalate this crisis because the best and most conclusive way to get the strait reopened is to get this conflict to come to an end.
Meanwhile, Iran says it has been preparing for such a crisis around the Strait of Hormuz for decades, as explained by this former Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps commander.
After the Iran-Iraq war, we took steps to reduce our dependence on the Strait of Hormuz and on exporting oil from the islands. To achieve this, we built oil pipelines in different regions so that we could export oil easily by land and sea without relying on the Strait of Hormuz.
Iran's foreign minister has also warned that American companies operating in the region could be targeted if Iranian energy infrastructure continues to be attacked.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's keep talking about this new Trump demand. This new demand that everybody come and do our bidding and protect the Strait of Hormuz, which is, I mean, it's honestly, this whole thing is so fucking incredible. It really shows you how little they actually understood about this before getting into it.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Well, so far, no countries have publicly agreed to U.S. President Donald Trump's call to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. British officials have told U.S. media the U.K. is discussing a range of options to ensure the security of shipping in the region. Also speaking to U.S. media, Chinese officials, embassy officials, have said Beijing is calling for hostilities to stop and that all parties have the responsibility to ensure stable and unimpeded energy supply. Japanese officials told local media Japan won't dispatch ships because Trump asked, saying Japan decides its own response and independent judgment is fundamental. And France has said it is not sending ships, posting on X, no, the French aircraft carrier and its group are staying in the eastern Mediterranean. Posture has not changed. Defensive it is. Well, to discuss this and all the latest development in this conflict, I'm now joined by Paul Musgrave, Associate Professor at Georgetown University in Qatar, and Salman Sheikh, who's the founder of the Sheikh Group and a former UN official. Good to have you both here on Al Jazeera. Salman, let me start with you. So President Trump's plan right now to reopen the Strait of Hormuz relies on this naval coalition. What's the likelihood of this coming together? Do you think any country is willing to risk being dragged into this conflict, even if it's to keep Donald Trump happy?
No, they're not. They're very reluctant. I'm coming from London right now, and I don't see that there's going to be this grand coalition. Very different from Gulf War I and Gulf War II, where we had 40, 50 countries joining in this respect. No, the emphasis has to be on ending this conflict. They're not going to try to go into a situation which is going to bring immense harm to them and to their ships, whilst there's this gaping hole of still, which is producing more and more escalation in the conflict. I think that's where the focus has to be. And then, in that time, trying to put together a proper protection of the sea, of the Strait of Hormuz, and a free flow of goods and people.
Yeah, Paul, with no international coalition yet for the Strait of Hormuz, what does it say about the Trump administration's credibility and influence in this conflict?
Well, I would say that they have torched a good deal of what they had going in. And of course, since he came to office in 2017, President Trump has been forthrightly hostile to many traditional U.S. allies. And I think now that he's reaping the whirlwind, you have Japan, South Korea, France, the U.K., all at best saying that they are going to consider possibly sending some ships. That is really a blow to the Trump administration's belief that America is naturally a leader.
Do you think Trump has lost control of this war, Salman?
Yes, it's the wrong war at the wrong moment, without the right planning, and it's illegal. There is no mandate for it. And it shows, frankly, the limits of U.S. power now, not just in this region, but more broadly on the global arena.
All right, we'll talk about the future of the U.S. power in this region in a minute, but I wanted to ask you first about the Iranians both. The calculations from the Iranians right now seems to be not who has a bigger bomb or bigger munitions, but who has the higher threshold for pain. Who do you think that is right now? Is it Iran? Who has the upper hand in the conflict at this stage, 3 weeks in?
Well, it has the higher threshold for pain. The Iranian regime is fighting an existential battle, which is now becoming a nationalist struggle. So, for sure, and you see how Americans who have not really supporting this are measuring the pain of every single soldier that is hurt or killed. So, for sure, that's what the Iranians think. And they've put together a strategy of asymmetrical warfare, whereby which even if their military and conventional military has been severely degraded, they're still able to fight on and create the kind of pressure that they are right now.
Do you agree with that? Do you think, Paul, that Iran has the upper hand right now? Or are they also starting to budge a little bit in terms of negotiating, perhaps?
I think Iran has demonstrated a high threshold for pain. I mean, on day one, their government was decapitated. Since then, Tehran has been turned into a hellscape. But they also have to continue to demonstrate the power to hurt the GCC, Western Europe, the United States, and Israel. So far, we are not far enough into this conflict to say that Iran can do that. But let's be frank, the indications are that as long as they can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, they will be able to deal a great amount of pain.
Yeah. The GCC now, Salman, Iran's strategy right now seems to be to convince the GCC countries that the U.S. is not there to protect them, right? Do you think it's working, this strategy? Are the GCC countries now reconsidering their position vis-a-vis the U.S.?
Well, for sure. We see that now in terms of the simple fact is that the U.S. has not been able to protect the GCC states. And in fact, there is talk and very much how the U.S. has focused on trying to protect Israel and the kind of missiles, salvos, which are directed more towards Israel than the GCC states. That's not to say that the GCC is not mad with Iran for what they've done. And we saw that with the UN action last week as well. And the Iranians have to be very careful, too. This is why I believe Foreign Minister Grahi has been trying to reset some of that conversation.
But how united or divided are the GCC countries right now in their response, not just towards Iran, but also towards the US? Are they on the same page?
Well, they're talking to each other, for sure. They have to know that if they're not more united, and I think this is something which is still work in progress, they're probably going to face more threats and maybe even another round, because I don't see this war necessarily ending decisively. So the question is then what are they able to do? And we see that voices like Prince Turki in Saudi Arabia or Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim here in Doha are suggesting things like more collective alliances, like a Gulf alliance of sorts.
Paul, your thoughts about that? Are we likely to see a reshuffling of regional alliances as a result of this conflict, and perhaps the GCC pulling together more effectively now than they have in the past?
Well, I think that having a common threat is a great foundation for common approaches to security. The GCC itself was founded in the shadow of the Iranian Revolution, which gave the organization a good deal of its impetus. There's going to be a lot of challenges, though, because
But what's their biggest common threat right now, you think? Is it Israel, US, or is it Iran?
Israel is a spoiler. The United States has been a bit of a rogue actor, but Iran is always going to be here. And what this conflict has demonstrated is that Iran has a tremendous amount of leverage over the GCC, which is why I think you will see additional players, including the United States, become more enmeshed in the security architecture here, because this region is key to global prosperity.
Do you think they all agree on what the biggest common threat is right now, the GCC countries? Because, yeah, go ahead.
I think they think it's the Israelis, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with him. Or at least I think that they are coming to that consensus slowly. You know, really, I think to some degree why it's taking so long is because a lot of Gulf countries have gotten on board with normalizing relations with Israel. You know, the Abraham Accords and other sorts of diplomatic events that have happened over the years brought Gulf countries, Arab countries that were formerly much more anti-Israel had become much more comfortable with having a normalized relationship with Israel. I think this is making people question that right now. I think it's making people ask if that is what To what end? What is that bringing countries? It would seem the only thing Israel's bringing to the region is pain, destruction, suffering.
The Israelis were the ones
chaos
who started this war of choice, and Netanyahu managed to push Trump over the edge in that respect. Iran, as Paul has said, is a neighbor that they have to deal with. Now, how they organize themselves, I think, is already showing what they've managed to do in order to protect themselves. I think is actually giving them a little bit of confidence, a fair amount of confidence, because they have taken a huge onslaught. I think we should not also forget the Europeans. I know the Europeans are often maligned as being weak and irrelevant, but in fact, there are European pilots, there are British pilots flying side by side with Qatari pilots shooting down missiles. So there is a stage here for a more collective security, a NATO-style security, which is defensive in nature. So it's not necessarily threatening Iran, but which involves other states. The United States will, of course, play a role in that, but it won't necessarily be the predominant role.
Paul, we've heard from Foreign Minister Arakchi, who's doing the rounds on U.S. media this Sunday, saying no talks for now. President Trump also indicating that he's not interested in talking to the Iranians. Do you see any realistic off-ramp diplomatically, a diplomatic path that could emerge in the coming days, or is that still out of the question?
The coming days, no, but I will say that, standard negotiating, you would never say that you're looking for an off-ramp first. Anything is going to be very quiet until we hear something that breaks through. I know that there's a lot of people who are quietly optimistic that something might come, but I think that publicly we will continue to see something that looks very much like this conflict right up until the end.
Finally, Salman, are you optimistic that there could be something diplomatically happening behind the scenes, or are we in for escalation for the long run?
You started with the Strait of Hormuz. That's ground zero. Nobody can take the pain of this being choked for too much longer. And if the Houthis also enter with the Bab el-Mandeb Strait on
which they haven't done so,
which they haven't, but they're indicating they could. We're really in a catastrophe. Look, I think there is a possibility of a grand international coalition, which is the Europeans, others allied with the Gulf states, which are pushing for ending this conflict. And I think that is the way to go. And if they don't, yes, this thing is going to go more and more out of hand.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, but for that to even happen, it requires for pressure to actually not only be applied, but to be listened to, especially by the United States and Israel. Right? Because we're basically, I mean, not that I'm not optimistic that happened, but I'm just saying, I'm just being realistic here. Donald Trump is not a pragmatic guy. What does he care about people complaining? The guy, what pressure from foreign actors would it take? That's my question. What pressure tactic would hit Donald Trump from a coalition of any countries? Honestly, I'm just wondering what. I guess they'd have to say we will no longer export goods to the United States or something. It'd have to be something insane. It would have to be something like that, in my estimation. What else would what else would speak to Donald Trump? I guess they could just offer him money. You could just bribe him. We know how receptive he is to that sort of thing. But I can't remember if it was that video or another video where they say this. But I just want to say this about the Strait of Hormuz a little bit. Although we will probably come back to this later. But the fact is earlier, literally last week, Donald Trump said that he didn't need the help of the United Kingdom because we'd already won the war. And now he's asking for the help of the United Kingdom with the exact thing he said he didn't need help with. But not just the United Kingdom. He's literally asking everybody, including China. Yes, that China.
China? I have to have my
Yes.
China.
The same China that Donald Trump just waged a years-long trade war against. And is still literally, we're still technically in a trade war with. Because tariffs are still not normalized. And until we go back to the level at which tariffs were before Donald Trump came into the picture, then we're still technically in a trade war with them. It's incredible for me to think about Donald Trump simultaneously waging a trade war against China and also asking them for help in the war against Iran. It is mystifying. Yeah, he really is an idiot. Proves it every single fucking day. You really have to be a world-class moron. Unfortunately, we do have a world-class moron running the country. And U.S. soldiers are dying as a result. And the 6 soldiers who died in the crash of the K-135 fueling jet have now been identified by the Pentagon as of earlier Sunday.
The identities this morning of the 6 Americans killed when their refueling aircraft went down in Iraq Thursday. 38-year-old Captain Seth Koval, an instructor who trained pilots worldwide and enlisted with the Air Force in 2006. 30-year-old Captain Curtis J. Angst, who was deployed for Operations Spartan Shield and Epic Fury. Major John Alex Klinner, 33, deployed 4 times since 2019. He flew 362 combat hours. Captain Ariana G. Savino, 31, who just earned her wings last year. Technical Sergeant Ashley B. Pruitt, 34, who flew 888 combat hours since 2018. And Technical Sergeant Tyler Simmons, the youngest of all 6, at just 28 years old. Investigators are still working to determine what caused the crash. One of the damaged planes can be seen in this image obtained by CAN 11. The Pentagon says hostile nor friendly fire was not to blame. But the situation in Iraq is deteriorating. All U.S. citizens are now being urged to leave immediately after an Iranian missile on the U.S. embassy in Baghdad Saturday. Iranian proxies have also stepped up their attacks on U.S. targets in the country. Iraq has now suspended all oil and gas production as a result. And oil is in U.S. sights too, after American strikes on Karg Island, the terminal where 90% of Iran's crude oil exports are processed.
Okay, we're not going to rehash all of that stuff. Just want to talk about these troops who have died as a result of that crash. Forbes breaking news now from 14 hours ago to Ohio, where leadership from the National Guard in Ohio spoke. About the loss of their fellow soldiers in Iraq.
Our Ohio National Guard family is grieving. We lost 3 exceptional airmen in a tragic KC-135 crash in Iraq, and our hearts are extremely heavy. Captain Seth Koval, Captain Curtis Angst, and Tech Sergeant Tyler Simmons serve with dedication, professionalism, and pride. They are valued members of our team, and their loss is deeply felt across the 121st Air Refueling Wing and the entire Ohio National Guard. Today, we honor their service and remember the impact they had on the people around them.
These airmen were more than just uniforms they wore. They were our teammates, our friends. mentors who help make the organization stronger every day. Behind each of them is a family who supported their service. Those families and the teammates who worked beside them, please know that you are not alone. Our entire Guard family stands with you.
This tragic accident has affected all of us. The most important thing we can do is take care of one another. Check in with your teammates, support those who may be struggling, and do not hesitate to reach out if you need help.
Moments like this remind us how strong our Guard family truly is. We'll continue to stand beside the families, friends, and units most directly affected by this loss. We will remember those airmen for their service, their commitment, and the example they set for us all. The best way we can honor them is by continuing to look out for one another and carrying forward the National Guard values they lived every day.
Honestly, I'm kind of disturbed by the fact that we're deploying National Guard. They're really not supposed to. I mean, these guys shouldn't be in fucking Iraq right now. They should be here, basically, you know, keeping the homeland safe. It's in the name, right? National Guard. They're not Marines. I mean, they took the same oath, but I guess my point is like, you know, do you get what I'm saying here? The whole thing is a senseless waste. Sadly, no one was made freer by their loss, by this loss. A loss that's absolutely going to, as that National Guardsman said, will hit the community, the families, friends. Probably the local economy, too, not to be crass. But, you know, National Guardsmen, people, you know, those guys tend to have also, like, regular jobs back at home when they're not on deployment. And none of them will be able to contribute to their communities ever again. Now let's talk about some of the leadership responsible for all of this. Although I guess this guy no longer has the same sort of responsibility in this. I keep thinking he's the National Security Advisor. But actually, Mike lost that job last year when he fatefully allowed the Atlantic editor into that Signal group chat. Now the UN ambassador... Let's go to CNN, where Jake, Write a Book Tapper, interviewed Mike Walls regarding progress on the Iran war. Spoiler alert. Jake has a fascinating, sorry, I was going to say fantastic, fascinating journalistic perspective on all of this.
Joining us now to discuss, the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, a former Green Beret who served in Afghanistan and the Middle East. Ambassador Waltz, thank you so much for joining us. The president just said that the U.S. has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. Help us understand what that means, that Iran has been beaten. Does that mean that U.S. service members will soon be coming home?
Well, Jake, let's just unpack that for a moment. Militarily, the U.S. military has decimated Iran's air force, their air defenses, their missile capability, their missile production capability. This has been a dominant victory, the likes of which we haven't seen in modern American military history. Economically, the maximum pressure campaign that President Trump put in place his first term and reinstituted the second as the second major item executive order that he signed this term. Their currency is tanking. Their foreign reserves are completely depleted. And that's why you saw the most recent uprising. You saw the uprising based on economic terms. And then diplomatically, we just saw this week at the UN Security Council, 135 nations, Jake, it was a UN record, 135 nations side with the Gulf Arab countries and condemn the GCC, with the Gulf Arab countries, the GCC countries, and condemn Iran for its atrocious attacks on civilian infrastructure.
This is this guy's job. You can't even manage to get this shit out right. What the fuck? This is Mike's job. He's the UN ambassador. He can't even remember what happened at the UN. He thinks that the resolution he put forward was a condemnation of the GCC countries. What a fucking moron.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Ports, airports, hotels, resorts, and as I pointed out at the Security Council, I don't see how the regime argues that those are military targets. They are clearly not, and they are clearly deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure. And I got to tell you this.
I don't know if you've seen this clip yet, Pimp Limp Fresh, but you're absolutely right. Just hold on to it. Just hold on for a moment, because Jake will absolutely do his job worse. Just hold on.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Shoot in all directions strategy that Iran has taken on is backfiring. They've never been more diplomatically isolated. Just one more point. Russia and Iran had an opportunity to veto that measure, and they stood back and did not. They abstained. So with friends like those, I think Iran is going to stay incredibly isolated.
You said Russia and Iran abstained. I assume you meant Russia and China abstained.
Excuse me, Russia and China. That's right.
Is he willing, the president?
Oh my God. Mike really does suck at his job, though. So the fact that Jake somehow does outsuck him later is truly incredible. But this guy he can't even manage to say a single thing correctly.
I never sucked any ding dong.
It's insane. He keeps saying the wrong thing. He's a representative of the U.S. government and of the Trump White House. And he can't even ambassador properly. This guy used to be the national security advisor. He got demoted to UN ambassador. He still can't do that job properly. What can Mike Walls do exactly? That's my question. What is Mike capable of doing, if not at least saying the correct words?
Please. To accept an end to the war that leaves whatever of the regime is left still in place, the new Ayatollah as supreme leader, because it sounds like the way you describe it, it sounds like President Trump, with the exception of the stranglehold that the Iranians have of the Strait of Hormuz, it sounds like everything has been achieved pretty much, with the possible exception of a new regime, which was not one of the specific goals.
Well, the president has said he's not happy with this new nominated Mujtaba Khomeini, who by many accounts is an incredibly hardline individual, a hardline cleric. We'll see if he's actually really in charge. As Secretary Hegseth said, he was wounded during the initial strikes, and it's unclear that he really has control of the country, if he's even alive at this point. So, look, I'll leave it to the president where he decides and when he decides and on what terms he decides as commander-in-chief to end hostilities. But I think the important point here is the United States has never been in such a position of strength, and the Iranian regime has never been in such a position of weakness when it comes to its options.
Despite U.S. strikes on military targets on Iran's key oil hub of Karg Island Friday night, Iran says that oil production on the island is proceeding normally. If Iran does not reopen the Strait of Hormuz, is President Trump prepared to target those oil facilities, which, as you know, handle 90% of Iran's crude oil exports? And if so, are you worried that that could risk even more of an escalation when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, yeah, President Trump's not going to take any options off the table, Jake, and he pointed out in his truth where he announced the military infrastructure strikes in Karg, which...
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that unironically quite in that way before. In his truth. In Donald Trump's truth on Truth Social. Oh, God. It is so... We live in fucking dystopia, dude.
By the way, they use to project their fast boats, drones, and other types of attacks on into the Gulf, that he deliberately hit the military infrastructure only for now. And I would certainly think he would maintain that optionality if he wants to take down their energy infrastructure. But we have to take it.
Oh, thank God. At least we're keeping the optionality open. By the way, I'm not going to lie. I find this word hilarious every time. Every time that I hear Pete Hegseth say the term lethality, I'm amused. What can I say? I'm amused by the term maximum lethality. Because all I can think of is this. Every time. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. This is a classic.
The Predator. The Predator? Lynn, that's just a plastic... see? You're mine now. The Predator is 100% biodegradable, it's friendly to the Earth, and it can hurt you in 100 ways. It has warrior capacities, and it looks a little bit funny. Jesus, stop! Funny thing is, you could see this just laying around on the ground. You would never know that it has such lethality. Eyeballs.
Step back, Jake. I mean, look at what they're doing to global energy supplies. Look at what they're trying to do in terms of constraining the world's economy with drones and boats. One could only imagine if they had a nuclear arsenal or if they had a nuclear weapon. That's what many of these Gulf Arab countries have woken up to, that they now realize, and why they've been so supportive and are standing with us as we seek to...
Now, that's a weird claim from Mike Walls because, of course, Donald Trump and the Trump administration came out and said that Iran didn't have nuclear weapons and that we, in fact, knew with great certainty that they didn't because of Operation Midnight Hammer. So is he trying to say that within the last 6 months, somehow Iran may have created a nuclear weapon? And because we didn't know, because we couldn't know somehow, even with all of our intelligence, whether or not they had a nuclear weapon, that we just had to do it. That's a fascinating
Sure,
take
this
from
regime
Mike.
can never have a nuclear weapon, which President Trump has been consistent about for 10 years.
If not longer. President Trump said that the Navy, the U.S. Navy, is going to begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, and that will begin very soon. And he said, quote, many countries will be sending warships to keep the strait open and safe, unquote. The administration's been talking about
China.
potential Navy escorts for more than a week now. Shipping executives tell CNN that all their requests for escorts have, as of now, been rebuffed. President Trump said, quote, hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others will send ships to the area, unquote. Is he hoping that those countries are going to send?
Hopefully everybody I've been talking shit about for the last year and a half will come to the rescue.
Ships, or have they committed to sending ships, and how soon will those naval escorts be ready?
Well, I'll leave those, those conversations to him. The conversations are ongoing. I think there's an important point that's getting, kind of missed in the conversation, and that 80% of the oil coming out of the Gulf heads to Asia. Only about 7-8% heads to the Western Hemisphere. And thank God for President Trump's energy dominance agenda. Everything from opening up Anwar, a new pipeline in Alaska, incentivizing fracking, what we're going to see come out of Venezuela and Guyana in the coming months and years. This is why we have to be energy independent. And I have to just say, it's a little rich coming from the progressive left, who has literally been at war against oil. Literally, we're putting policies in place to drive up the price of oil in order to force Americans to buy EVs and go to wind and
What? What is he talking about? What is this deranged lunatic talking about? The progressive left has been at war? Oh, we've been at war with oil. We're making it more expensive for everybody.
What now?
I wish that the progressive left was at war with oil, driving the price of it up to make everybody do green energy. We haven't. That hasn't happened. Now, I feel like he's making some sort of weird conflation here, like EPA regulations to prevent emissions, right? There's multiple EPA regulations that exist to prevent things, including one that came out of the last oil shock. Like, one of the EPA regulations that exists relating to miles per gallon on cars and stuff like that, like requirements for MPG, it came out of the last oil shock. I think the last Iran crisis, actually, and I think it's back from, I think it was like back in the 70s. That this regulation was created, but like it's just weird. Like, cause no regulations that have been created have forced the oil prices up. Like, nobody who's doing climate policy in the United States is doing any such thing, and it's a nonsense claim. And it also has nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
Solar are now suddenly celebrating it or decrying the lack of it. Like I said, it's a little bit rich. We have the energy dominance in place. But to your point on escorts, look, back in the 80s, under the tanker wars, then the last time Iran tried to constrain global energy supplies, you had French, United Kingdom, even Soviet Union forces in there escorting their tankers out that were heading to their markets. And I think that's what President Trump is calling upon the world, saying the entire world is affected. Iran can't hold your economies hostage. And we certainly welcome, encourage, and even demand.
The whole world is affected by our war, so come fix it for us.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Their participation to help their own economies. And meanwhile, the U.S. military will continue to pound the Iranian military, their missile, boat, and drone forces to keep the straits open.
Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence to help Iran better target U.S. service members. You said in an interview last week that President Trump will, quote, deal with it accordingly. Here's what President Trump had to say about this on Friday.
You think Putin is helping him?
I think he might be helping him a little bit, yeah, I guess. And he probably thinks we're helping Ukraine, right? China would say the same thing, you know. It's like, hey, They do it and we do it, in all fairness. They do it and we do it.
Do you see an equivalence between the U.S. helping Ukraine defend itself and Russia helping Iran target U.S. service members?
Well, Jake, we've known that Russia and Iran have this symbiotic, have this strategic partnership for some time now. I'll tell you what Russia has lost out of this. They've lost their biggest manufacturer of the Shahed drones. Russia's been licensing those drones for quite some time and hitting Ukraine with it. All the more reason why we need to defang this regime, and all the more reason that they cannot have a nuclear weapon. And I'll just point out, too, because a lot of critics out there are making hay of this, it was President Trump that put sanctions on Russia's largest oil producer, Rosneft. He also put sanctions on Lukoil. The Biden administration did not do that for many years. They only did a kind of a pinprick action at the very end of the administration. He also took tough action on India. And now he's put a temporary pause on that in order to calm energy markets. I think these are all pragmatic, common sense approaches while we deal with the Iranian regime.
But surely Russia helping Iran target our service members is upsetting and distressing, and action needs to be taken.
Well, I'm not going to get into...
There we go. Full circle. People, at least some people on Twitch were waiting for that. Full circle. Mike Walls doing an utterly terrible job in this interview, trying to answer for the actions of the Trump administration. Just doing a terrible job as UN ambassador, as a representative of the United States and of the Trump regime. But Jake Tapper, supposed journalist, coming out and saying, but actually, wait, hold on, I almost phrased it incorrectly. Jake Tapper interjecting, but you should probably go to war with Russia, right? Like, he didn't say it in so many words, but he's basically like, look, Russia's helping Iran, and the United States should respond. And I don't know how else to interpret that. And it's fascinating that this is what CNN calls journalism. People like Jake Tapper, who are so pro-war that in the middle of a war that's turning into World War III in front of our very eyes, he's like, don't you think you should respond to what Russia's doing right now? Dude is a fucking deranged lunatic. What is he doing? Fucking war, exactly. Fucking warmonger psycho. Hey, you know how this is devolving into a war where more than a dozen countries are currently involved in this? Don't you think we should add more? He's not even, I keep saying it wrong, or almost like, I mean, I finally said it actually wrong, because he didn't actually say, don't you think? He literally suggests it. He says, Jake does an editorial in the middle of an interview with the UN ambassador. He goes from asking questions to giving, not even giving advice, but giving, like, he's like, dude, do war with Russia. It's insane. Fucking psychos, dude. I'm afraid we're going to have to stay with Jake and CNN for a moment. Hear from another U.S. official. Actually, I take that back. We don't have to hear from this guy at all. I take it all back. This is a completely unnecessary interview. I just remembered. This guy is not a U.S. representative. He's just a fucking weird... He's just a loser with a weird name. Pete Buttigieg. Okay, Buttigieg. We're good on you. For a second, I almost forgot. He's not an elected official, nor an appointed official. He's just some guy. They don't care. Two guys I could not care less about. Centrist-ass Pete Buttigieg and warmonger-ass Jake Tapper. All right, back to talking about the Strait. Global news from 8 hours ago. Not a single U.S. Navy vessel to enter Persian Gulf via Strait of Hormuz.
The war in the Middle East is showing no sign of letting up. On day 16 of the conflict, Iran and Israel traded more strikes with several Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait, intercepting Iranian air attacks. Meantime, U.S. President Donald Trump says Iran is willing to negotiate a deal to end the war, but he's not ready for it yet. In an interview with NBC, Trump claimed several countries have committed to help secure the Strait of Hormuz after Iran vowed to block the flow of oil.
تنگی هرمز باز نخواهد شد. هیچ ناو آمریکایی حق ورود به خلیج فارس را نداره. حضور آمریکا در خلیج فارس عامل اصلی ناامنی‌های 50 سال اخیر است. بدون خروج آمریکا از خلیج فارس و کنترل تنگی هرمز به دست خود کشورهای منطقه، مخصوصا ما و کشور عمان که دو طرف این تنگی هستیم، امکان نداره امنیت به وجود بیاد. پایان جنگ هم در دست ماست. ما زمانی به پایان جنگ نگاه میکنیم که اولا تمام خساراتمون رو از آمریکا خواهیم گرفت. ثانیاً به یک تضمین 100% باید از آینده برسیم که اون بدون خروج آمریکا از خلیج فارس امکان پذیر نیست. بنابراین شرط دوم خروج آمریکا از خلیج فارس است.
Okay. IRGC making it clear that the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be closed, and any vessels entering it without permission will bear the consequences of that. Now, while Donald Trump is claiming that Iran offered a ceasefire deal, Iran is saying the exact opposite.
What you talking about?
Since the war began just over a fortnight ago, the Iranian human rights group HRANA estimates the number killed in Iran is around 3,000, including 1,300 civilians. More than 850 are reported to have been killed in Lebanon, and 800,000 people have fled their homes there. Retaliatory missile strikes have killed 12 Israelis, and thousands have been reported injured. 2 Israeli soldiers have also been killed in southern Lebanon. 30 people are thought to have been killed in Iraq. The United Arab Emirates Defense Ministry said 6 people have been killed there by Iranian attacks.
Oh, I almost forgot. we went way over the break. Although I guess we don't need to take a real break. In lieu of a break, let me just remind everybody, if you're listening right now, if you're enjoying the show at all, finding it even somewhat informative, do consider following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, as always, remains Patreon. where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Now back to the show.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Deaths are reported in Kuwait, 2 in Saudi Arabia, 2 in Bahrain, and 2 in Syria. 14 US military personnel have died in the region, and a drone attack killed a French soldier serving in northern Iraq. Jonathan Rugman reports now on the latest events in the Middle East as the Iranian government says it is not ready to do a deal with the United States.
The city of Isfahan was targeted by US and Israeli airstrikes, with at least 15 people reported killed. In Tehran, this was the Iranian Space Agency. The Israelis said it contained a military research laboratory. But for all their combat supremacy, the limits to this air campaign are ever more obvious. The price of petrol is now up 25% in the US, and while President Trump claims to be way ahead of schedule, his administration is under growing pressure to declare victory soon.
The conflict will come to the end in the next few weeks, and we'll see a rebound in supplies and a pushing down of prices after that. But yes, we were very aware that we would have short-term disruption.
Can you guarantee it'll just be weeks before prices go down?
Hey, there's no guarantees in wars at all.
Wow. Thanks, Chris. How reassuring. No guarantees at all. Great. So, actually, prices are probably going to stay high.
I can guarantee the situation would be dramatically worse without this military operation to defang the Iranian regime.
Really? If we hadn't gone to war, oil prices would be worse? That's weird, because oil prices are up like 75% from 3 months ago. How? Wow, they would have been worse than that, you say? How's that possible? Someone explain that one to me.
What you talking about?
Iran's Revolutionary Guard claims it has now started firing this Sajil ballistic missile. It runs on solid rather than liquid fuel, which makes it harder to detect prior to launch. We don't know how many of these speedboats Iran still has left in the Strait of Hormuz. This training exercise was filmed last month. What we do know is that the Americans have been unable to keep the waterway open. Several navies from the UK to China have been asked to help. So if the White House had a plan to protect this vital sea lane, well, it isn't obvious.
تنگی هرمز باز نخواهد شد. هیچ ناو آمریکایی حق ورود به خلیج فارس را ندارد.
The Strait of Hormuz will not be opened. Not a single American Navy vessel will be allowed to enter the Persian Gulf. How this war ends is in our control. We will only look at it when we have received full reparations from America for the destruction caused.
Iran is also continuing to attack Israel, where dozens of people were injured in several explosions. Israel's foreign minister has denied that his country is running low on missile interceptors. And though President Trump claims Iran wants to make a deal to end the war, it claims no such proposal exists.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes, and this is what we have done so far, and we continue to do that until President Trump comes to the point that this is an illegal war with no victory.
Iran's Red Crescent claims over 1,300 civilians have been killed in US and Israeli airstrikes so far. That may not be enough.
That is a scary thought. Am I the only person disturbed by that thought? Oh my god. This thing is going to go on for a really, really long time. This is the worst game of chicken ever. Oh my fucking God. Did you hear what he just said? This is going to continue until Donald J. Trump realizes that there will be no victory. How long you figure that'll take? Donald Trump? Donald motherfucking Trump?
Cyclone Cheeto.
Mr. Cyclone Cheeto?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That guy? You're telling me we gotta wait until Donald Trump realizes that he can't win? The guy who promised an unprecedented amount of winning? When do you figure that's gonna happen? 2050?
Iran's Red Crescent claims over 1,300 civilians have been killed in US and Israeli airstrikes so far. That may not be enough to persuade this tyrannical regime to negotiate. And with President Trump using social media to encourage other countries to send warships, you wonder if this conflict is going as much to plan as he says.
Well, here in Israel, the government denied reports that it is set to hold direct talks with Lebanon in the coming days. Over 1,000 strikes have been carried out against Lebanon, according to the Israeli Prime Minister's office, since the start of this conflict. The World Health Organization has released $2 million of emergency funds to Lebanon, Iraq and Syria. Well, I'm joined now by the former Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, Fleur Hassan.
I mean, I am just sitting here thinking to myself, when I've ever heard Donald Trump admit that he was wrong about anything or that he lost anything? He's an egotistical, he's an egomaniac. He's a megalomaniacal idiot who's incapable of admitting that he's wrong or that he's lost at anything. If we have to wait for him to realize that he's lost and that he can't win, we're going to be waiting until he dies or until he's like taken out of office. We will be waiting into eternity.
A trade envoy for Israel. Thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks, Matt.
Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot. For 1 second, I forgot what I was doing. We are skipping this fucking unhinged interview. I cannot do it. If you want to watch that, you go right ahead. Channel 4 News. The former mayor of Jerusalem, I think it was. Woman is a psycho. Look at that totally non-psychotic smile.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, at least 4 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza, including 2 boys and a woman pregnant with twins. The health authorities in Gaza said the strike hit a house in the refugee camp of Nuseirat, killing a couple in their 30s and their 10-year-old son. A 15-year-old neighbor was also killed. And in the West Bank, funerals were held for a Palestinian family killed by Israeli forces. The couple and their 4 children were traveling in their car in the town of Tamum when Israeli soldiers opened fire, killing all but 2 of the children. That's it from us in Jerusalem. Let's go to Aisha in London for the rest of the day's news. Aisha.
Exactly. No, exactly, Bad Lefty. He still claims to have won the 2020 election. It's 2026. And he is still hung up on the 2020 election. And you're telling me this is going to go on until that guy decides that he can't win the war? Shut up. That is such a bleak future. This shit is so fucked. Good way to start the week here, people. What a Sunday fun day. Look, I didn't even promise fun today, okay? I made sure not to promise fun. I started this off saying this was going to fall off fun-wise very quickly. Sure. Is it more slightly precipitous than all of us would probably like? Yes. I don't control the news, okay? I mean, sure, I report it, but I'm just trying to be as even-handed with it as I can. And that's what this is what that looks like, okay? BBC, 9 hours ago to talk more about this fucking war.
Hello, I'm Lauren Taylor. It's day 16 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Over the next 10 or so minutes, we'll bring you our special programme looking at the key developments from today as the war continues into its third week. Israel says it's extending the scope of its military action against Tehran with strikes in western and central Iran. These pictures, released by the Israeli military, are said to show attacks on facilities described as part of Iran's drone operations. Despite relentless bombardment, Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks on Israel and across the region. These pictures, filmed by a BBC team, show the immediate aftermath of a missile strike on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. It caused some damage, but no casualties. Iran's foreign minister says Tehran has not asked for a ceasefire with America and Israel. Abbas Araghchi told CBS News that Iran was ready to defend itself for as long as it takes. His comments follow an earlier claim by Donald Trump, who said the Iranian government appeared ready to make a deal, but in his words, the terms were not good enough yet. Let's focus first on the military campaign, because Israel says it's expanding the scope of its strikes on Iran, targeting what it calls regime infrastructure. An IDF spokesman said the Israeli military had plans for at least 3 more weeks of the campaign, with thousands of targets that could still be hit. In Israel, emergency services say several people have been injured following Iranian strikes. A missile armed with cluster munitions hit a residential area near Tel Aviv, causing damage but no casualties. Our Middle East correspondent John Donnison arrived there shortly after the strike.
Right, you can see here we're just on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, and just as we were driving in, the sirens went off, and you can see here where we've got the impact. You've got a couple of cars completely destroyed, fires burning, and a bit of a sense of panic here amongst the people here. A lot of people running towards this spot, presumably to try and find out if anyone they knew had been hurt. We've not heard that there have been any casualties here, but you can see it's a pretty built-up residential neighborhood. And these Iranian missiles, most of them are getting shot down, but some get through. And some of these missiles, what happens is they break up in the sky and form these smaller cluster bombs that don't do as much damage when they fall, but they're still potentially deadly.
Israel's foreign minister has dismissed reports that the IDF is running short of ballistic missile interceptors. Gideon Saar spoke to reporters during a visit to the site of another Iranian missile strike near the town of Zarzir in the north of the country. He also touched on Israel's campaign in Lebanon, where the IDF has been striking targets linked to the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. The latest figures from Lebanon show the human cost of that campaign. Health officials say Israeli strikes have killed more than 800 people since the start of the month. It was 826, and that figure has now risen to 850. In terms of displacement, the United Nations also says the fighting has forced more than 800,000 people to flee their homes. Gideon Saar denied reports that Israel and Lebanon were preparing to hold direct talks in the coming days.
Hezbollah is working accordingly to instructions from Tehran, not from Beirut. They are acting against the will of Lebanon and its citizens. If the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army want to change something, they should do something in order to stop the attacks being done by Hezbollah from Lebanese territory.
You just pick up on what this genocidal maniac just said? He just said the Lebanese army should start fighting Hezbollah.
This is ridiculous!
I can't listen to any more of this fucking drivel. Oh, thank God, that's it.
The most recent images coming in from Iran show the damage inflicted by US and Israeli bombardment. This was the scene early Sunday in a neighborhood of Tehran where a police station was hit and some surrounding buildings were damaged. These pictures were filmed as part of a media tour organized by the Iranian government, but we've also been hearing directly from people inside the country. A man from Tehran said he disagreed with the attacks and told the BBC that Iran could be ruined if attacks continued at pace. Our correspondent Azadeh Moshiri has more.
Communications are very, very hard, but when you can get a glimpse, it gives you a bit of insight into what life is there. And while at the beginning Iranians were had feelings that were mixed with hope and fear, right now they're very concerned about what kind of country they're going to be left with. One person talked to me about feeling like it will be, on the one hand, a lack of basic.
I love how BBC talks about Iranians as they're a monolith. Like, that like 100% of Iranians hate the government and want Western regime change and to be bombed. It's a fucking insane propaganda wheel I feel like I'm on right now. It's like this sort of this broken record of complete nonsense being regurgitated by the media over and over again. Because it's just... It's so easily, demonstrably false. Right? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not like some sort of like Ayatollah simp or something. I'm just here living in reality. And Iran is a country of 90 million people. And while there may be millions of people who don't like the government, there are millions of people who do support the government. And while this, like, you know, depending on what numbers you want to look like, you look at, you know, you could say that less than a third of Iran actually supports the regime. A third of 90 million people is still 30 million people we're talking about here, right? And while we're talking about popularity of governments, the U.S. government, Congress in the United States, has a 19% popularity rating right now, right? Nobody in America likes Congress. The U.S. government has a very low popularity rating amongst its own people. Does that mean that China and Russia should do an invasion, do a little regime change here, bring communism?
Communist China.
Labor government's incredibly unpopular. I can't remember what their rating is. I think it's in the low 20s as well. Does that mean France should go across the channel and do regime change there? I'm just saying, like, who are we kidding right now?
Goods, inflation in the economy, and potentially unrest and bloodshed, as he put it. And that after all of this, they will still be left with a regime that they hope they'd never see again.
As the military campaign looks set to continue, what are the chances of a diplomatic way out of the conflict? The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran has never asked for a ceasefire. It follows an earlier claim by Donald Trump, who said the Iranian government appeared ready to make a deal, but in his words, the terms weren't good enough yet. Let's get more on this from our correspondent in Washington, Simi Jolo-Osho. So, Simi, bring us up to date with what each side has been saying.
All my homies hate Keith. Exactly, bad lefty. Nobody likes Keir Starmer and the Labour government. They're incredibly unpopular right now. Does it mean that the Republic of Ireland should invade Northern Ireland, do regime change there for the people?
Yeah, well, President Donald Trump says Iran wants to make a deal, but that he's not ready to make a deal with Iran because it doesn't have terms that are good enough for him. He says that the terms need to be very solid, but he didn't expand on what very solid would look like. We know that one term President Trump would want in any deal with Iran is for the country to abandon any nuclear ambitions. On the other hand, you've got Iran's foreign minister who spoke to the BBC's US partner CBS News saying that Iran never asked for a ceasefire and has not asked for negotiations. And he also said, why would Iran speak to the US? Because in the middle of negotiations, that's when the US struck Iran. He also claimed that 48 hours before the US struck Iran, Iran offered to dilute 440 kilos of its enriched uranium. He says right now, nothing.
Like, honestly, all of these Western governments, like, the more I think about it, all these Western governments that are claiming that regime change needs to be done in Iran based upon popularity are incredibly unpopular in their own right? Or at least the media apparatuses of these countries like BBC and France 24. I mean, France? Are you kidding me? Emmanuel Macron? He's wildly unpopular in France right now. Don't give me ideas. Okay, very funny. No, but I'm just saying, like, you know, Emmanuel Macron is incredibly unpopular. He's had to dissolve the government multiple times. He called a snap election and lost. He's had 7 different prime ministers. I mean, what are we talking about? Like, none of these Western governments are popular with their own people. None of them can govern properly. And they want to be like, oh, but we should do regime change in the Middle East. The great bringers of democracy. People who can't even do democracy themselves.
Is on the table between the two countries, and that Iran will continue to defend itself or continue fighting until President Trump concedes and says that this is an illegal war. But on the other hand, you've got President Trump who says that the US will continue hitting Iran very hard. He also mentioned potentially hitting more targets on Hog Island for fun, he said. It looks like a diplomatic breakthrough between these two countries currently appears really limited. There could have been some sort of indirect communication between the two countries, perhaps through Gulf intermediaries. But right now, both countries are clearly determined to continue exerting military pressure.
Simi Jalosho, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams. And Paul, given what we've been hearing about the language on both sides, of the US and Iran, is there any room for diplomacy or de-escalation at all?
It doesn't feel like that at the moment. And I think a lot of the Western diplomatic efforts are probably focused around how to secure the Straits of Hormuz, because the thing that is worrying people from, all around the world is the long-term economic impacts of this crisis. And so that's why we're seeing governments talking about how, and even if it's possible, to guarantee shipping through that narrow waterway at a
Guaranteeing shipping through this waterway is a fucking insane idea. It's fucking insane. So long as Iran is able to do airstrikes in any capacity, people going through the strait are fucking sitting ducks. Giant fucking targets. Let's go to New Zealand. Talk more about the Strait of Hormuz.
Here's a question for you, a question many of you have been asking, and you might want an answer to. Why can't America just seize control of the Strait of Hormuz? Well, there are a couple of reasons. First, geography. Think of the Strait of Hormuz as not a big open ocean, more of a narrow alleyway, just 33 kilometres wide at its narrowest point. That's roughly 10 kilometres wider than the Cook Strait. But the actual shipping lanes are even narrower, only 3 kilometres wide in each direction. For a giant oil tanker, these ships can reach up to 400 metres long. It's a tight squeeze, and the whole time you're being pelted with projectiles from the sidelines. The US might have the world's top navy, but it can't shoot what it can't see. Mines. Reuters reports Iran has already laid at least a dozen of them in the Strait, and the US Defense Intelligence Agency reckons they have a stockpile of 5,000 to 6,000 more up their sleeve. These aren't like old World War II mines, they are modern smart mines. They sense a ship's magnetic signature or water pressure and then explode. They can do serious damage, and clearing them takes ages. After mines were laid during conflict in the 80s and 90s, it was reportedly 2 years before it was safe to declare the northern Gulf mine-free. The threat isn't just in the water. Iran uses Shahed drones, which have been described as like flying scooters. They cost about 30,000 American bucks each. Cheap. The US is forced to use very expensive, think millions of dollars, interceptor missiles to stop them. We spoke about them with Sios Aerospace here in New Zealand last week.
So the conventional air defense systems are designed for missiles, and so they're quite high cost per unit. Whereas now with these cheap Shahed drones, they're getting deployed in the hundreds per night in Ukraine, and presumably similar in the now Iranian conflict. So actually, they're delivering a high. They're delivering ultimately a force multiplier with a lot of systems going through, which is very difficult for air defense.
So even if the US clears the water, a swarm of cheap drones from the coast makes those billion-dollar tankers basically sitting ducks. Also, another big problem, the biggest problem, insurance. Even if Trump declares the strait open, commercial shipping won't move. Why? Because war risk premiums have gone through the roof. Shipping industry journal Lloyd's List says premiums for 7-day war risk cover in the Middle East and the Gulf region have increased tenfold since the war started. Many insurers have actually cancelled coverage altogether. Some have described the vessels as missile magnets. No insurance means no tankers, and no tankers means no oil. Trump can claim victory in the Strait, but that doesn't mean the insurers and markets will take the risk of actually sailing through it.
All right. Jesus Christ. I was really hoping Sunday Funday would be more fun day than... well... gun day.
You are not funny.
But that's what it is. They're still allowing allied ships through. Exactly. No, right. We talked about that earlier. Yep, they are 100% still letting their allied ships through it, including some Gulf countries now. There's been reports that Iran has been making side deals with certain Gulf countries. I think Qatar and the UAE. I can't remember who. Actually, I think it might have just been. I can't remember who it was actually. So don't quote me on either of those. But I heard a story. I think we heard it on the show. We covered it another day earlier. But yeah. Allies and people willing to work with Iran have been able to get through the strait no problem, as it turns out. As long as you aren't Israel or the United States. No side deals. Knowing Chuck Schumer, he's gonna call to like shut down the base in Bahrain or wherever it is that's been getting ships through. No side deals. Look, sure. Are they our ally? Yes. Do we have a base on the island? Of course. But have you thought about side deals? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to remind you about the importance of side deals. Thank God I was here to save you. Before you completely made a terrible mistake. Wouldn't want that.
I had been kind of thinking about this. I was listening to Jeffrey Sachs speak about how this is already a world war, and I don't see how you can classify it as any other way. If this was in Europe and there was a country that was attacking 7 other countries, bombing them, invading them in the way that Israel is, and as the proxy of the United States, I don't think we would have any hesitation in calling it a world war, but because of kind of, Western privilege, there's a sneering at the sovereignty of nations in the Middle East, and also Iran, of course, that prevents it from kind of being classified as such, but certainly also with all these Western countries involved in this multi-nation war, it would be fair to classify it as such, and obviously the U.S. and Israel are on the sides of aggression and cruelty.
Well, yeah, it's also very important that a lot of these countries, like several countries being hit by Israel, several countries being hit by Iran now too, in the Gulf, the Persian Gulf as well. Iran is a very, different country from a lot of the other countries that the U.S. has fought in the last decade or 2 decades in the Middle East, in the sense that it has a sort of, it wasn't created by Sykes-Picot. It has its own natural border.
Hey, I'll be right back, everybody. I gotta do something real quick.
You could say it was a civilization which was destroyed and then recreated itself several times in history as well too. It's much more, it's the foundations of its statehood don't have a recent provenance. That's why I think that when Trump thought that he just killed one guy, the whole thing would collapse. He didn't really understand what the situation was. It was not a personalistic regime centered around a dictator who, his bloodline or whatever, or his personality sort of defined the state. And without that, it would just be anybody. No, it's a deeply entrenched system. And maybe it's not popular with the majority of people. Maybe it's like a third of the people support it. But that's a lot in a country of 90 million people. That's enough to create a strong social base. And you can see that the government has not collapsed. So these characterizations of it seemingly did not match reality. These very optimistic characterizations of what would happen should the war have begun. So I do think that I don't know, it's really going to become now a contest of political will. And in some ways, it does seem to me that as bad as it is, the best option for Trump maybe should just be to walk away now and just declare victory. You can say he destroyed the Iranian Navy or killed such and such people and just say he won. And, his supporters, many of them almost have this uncritical support of him. Maybe they'll buy it enough that we just walk away. But I don't really know what he's going to do other than going more deeply in and getting into situations even more of a disaster.
I agree that domestically, politically, it would make the most sense for him to do that. But he has been, really talked into this by Netanyahu, by seemingly Lindsey Graham. The reporting was that Laura Loomer and Tom Cotton were some of the voices that he was listening to. And if you're listening to Tom Cotton, that is perhaps the most bloodthirsty person in the Senate. And yes, I'm including Lindsey Graham in that. Graham is just much more vocal and enjoying his appearances on cable television after a few drinks or something like that. But, it is pretty horrifying that Trump seems to have listened so quickly to the neocons and acted with such urgency that and look, this is part of his proclivity as well. I don't want to let him off the hook there, but the way that he launched this war seemed to have such little forethought that it's hard for me to view it as anything except him kind of ordering his cronies to act immediately.
Well, Trump's whole self-image is as an iconoclast. He's like the person who does what everyone else says you can't do, and then he gets away with it. And it seems like that was working for him. He was on like a gambling streak where he was hitting. Like he killed Qasem Soleimani in 2020. Nothing really happened. He bombed the Iranian nuclear program. Nothing really happened. He just last month, seems so long ago, sorry, January, he captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Again, he got away with it. So I guess in his view, this was just another sort of thing he was going to do that someone said he couldn't do, and then he would win and he'd be seen as a maverick. But he miscalculated because the Iranians, actually, it's a very important and sort of ironic aspect of this, is that the person, one individual who was holding back the Iranians from retaliating more forcefully, even in the last Trump term, was Ali Khamenei. Ali Khamenei is a very elderly man. He was very risk averse. He had a policy of not having a war with America, not developing a nuclear weapon, not having peace with America either, not giving up the nuclear program itself, but just not crossing any threshold, staying in a gray zone all the time. He's a very cautious individual. And many other people that the U.S. has killed in the last 2 years were very cautious. Hassan Nasrallah was also a very cautious individual. So now he has a younger generation of people, more hardcore in Iran, who never agreed with this and who view it as existential crisis, and they've been preparing for this.
Murtaza, sorry, just to interject, who also witnessed what happened to Gaddafi when he gave up his nuclear program, and the United States still overthrew him, and he was executed and in like the most gruesome possible way. And younger leadership, I would imagine, in Iran is saying like, we don't want to end up like this, or I don't.
Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely, Emma. I am back, everybody. But she's absolutely right. And it's now at this point, it's multi-decades worth of evidence that's proving that somehow, I mean, proving the worst possible point, that actually having nuclear weapons is a preventative defensive measure. And if you want to be safe from imperialist actions in your own country, well, better nuke up. It's not me saying it, it's the actions of the world. Ukraine gave him up, Libya gave him up. Iran didn't pursue them as much as, well, I mean, they didn't pursue them long enough to get them. Saddam Hussein didn't get them. But North Korea has them, Russia has them, China has them. What do those guys have? Oh, that's right, their sovereignty. Let's go to another country that has its sovereignty. Another nuclear power. Down to the streets of Israel, where outside of the home of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, protesters congregated, calling for peace. anti-war demonstrators outside of the residence of Benjamin Netanyahu on Saturday evening. Now, one thing we were discussing yesterday on Saturday, around the time that this was all going on, was the whereabouts, what do you call it? The I can't think of the word right now. The whereabouts and the condition, I guess you might say. It's not quite the word I was looking for. But that of Benjamin Netanyahu. Speculations were flying all around social media about his... there's a word I keep looking for that I cannot think of. Someone please help me. For the love of God. Why can't I think of it? Well-being. The well-being of Benjamin. I think it's hard for me to think of that word because I don't care for Benjamin Netanyahu to be well. I think that's part of the problem. I think that's part of the issue. I would actually prefer he be unwell. So thinking of the word well-being, it's just I don't associate it with Benjamin Netanyahu. That's part of the problem, I think. Unfortunately, for lovers of international law, I guess technically, fortunately, I take it back. Fortunately, for lovers of international law, Benjamin Netanyahu could still face trial for his crimes, both in Israel and perhaps at The Hague one day. I don't know.
What you talking about?
Look, pie in the sky thinking on Sunday Funday is allowed. But as of now, it would seem Benjamin Netanyahu, well, not dead.
מה שאלת אותי? ראש הממשלה אומר ברשת שאתה בכלל מת? אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. פה. ראית? יפה מאוד. לחיים. ראש הממשלה מסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה. נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף.
L'chaim, he says. It's a shanda. That's what it actually is. You should be ashamed.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Now there's Benjamin Netanyahu getting coffee. Proof of life. Given. Although I would point this out. You look at this, it could be the lighting, but he looks tired. Like, he looks like he has not been sleeping at all. I mean, like I said, it could be the lighting. Warm light in here, but his eyes look red and glassy and puffy. And he's hoofing down coffee, so... I think he might be having a hard time. Do you think that looks AI? I don't think so. I don't think so. Ow. All right, staying in Israel. Wait, did this get taken down? I think this got taken down. Oh my God. How did this get taken down? I'll bet you I know. I'll bet you I know how this got taken down. Hold on. Let me look at something. Dude, Israel is wild. Their propaganda machine is constantly working. They're doing everything they can to try and control the narrative. Look at the coffee inside of the cup. What's wrong with the coffee in the cup? It looks like a latte. It looks like coffee and steamed milk. I'm not seeing what everybody else is seeing. The coffee looks perfectly fine to me. Here, we'll watch the rest of
אבל
it.
עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם, גם אתם תמשיכו. תמשיכו להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, כל הזמן, להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, וגם לראשי הערים, להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן.
Like, I think I hate Benjamin Netanyahu as everybody else in the chat, but I'm not seeing what you're all seeing. that coffee checks out. As a guy whose job it is to look at video currently, and whose job in the past has been editing video and other filmography related tasks, it checks out to me. It looks legit. It does move. It does move. I'm telling you, it moves. And I'm looking at it on a really big screen. Like, I have 3 screens, and the one that I watch all these on is a TV that's hooked up via HDMI to the computer. It's like 50 inches across. It's huge. It's a really cheap TV from Walmart, but it's big, and I can see it, and the coffee moves, I'm telling you. Go back and watch it. Zoom in. All right, Tel Aviv, where another airstrike made it through Israeli defenses. Honestly, to some degree, I would be disappointed if Benjamin Netanyahu died in an airstrike. Mostly because I want him to actually face justice. Because considering the crimes that he's like for instance, like Hitler should have been at the Nuremberg trials, right? The fact that he managed to kill himself before it got to that is a tragedy, really. terms of justice. I think it would be the same if Benjamin Netanyahu were forced to actually face justice for his crimes. All I could think of when I was watching this, it tells you just where things are at, I think. With what, but all I could think of when I was looking at this scene was, what if Iran did a double tap strike? What if Iran did a double tap strike, knowing that civilians would, like, people like aid workers would come to the scene? This is exactly what Israel's been doing for the last 2 years in Gaza. What would the world say? I think the world would be rightfully horrified. But that horror would in fact sort of put to light the inherent hypocrisy of how the world has dealt with what's been going on over the last 2 fucking years.
It's day 16 of the United States and Israel's war on Iran, and the consequences of Operation Epic Fury continue to be felt around the world. The US and Israel have launched further wide-scale strikes on Iran, targeting what they called regime infrastructure. Residents of Tehran also reported explosions overnight. Well, the US President Donald Trump says the US is not ready to make a deal to end the war. Overnight strikes in southern Lebanon killed at least 4 people, as Israel said it was pressing on with its campaign against the Iran-backed Hezbollah. The French President Emmanuel Macron has already said the Lebanese government was ready to engage in direct talks with Israel, and he offered to host the negotiations in Paris. But the Israeli foreign minister has said his country has no plans for talks at this stage. Well, a wave of missiles has struck central Israel. Cars were burned out and overturned in a district of Tel Aviv when it was hit by a missile with cluster munitions. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has threatened to target the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying he would be pursued and be killed. Well, as well as ruling out a deal, President Trump said US attacks had demolished most of Iran's main oil hub of Khark Island. He hinted at future strikes there, which he described as just for fun. Well, the island, which is critical for the economy of Tehran, has become very much a focal point of the war. Well, let's get the latest now from our correspondent in Riyadh, Frank Gardner.
A US Air Force B-52 taking off from RAF Fairford this morning. Its destination, Iran. This war is now in its 3rd week and showing no sign of stopping. These oil storage tanks were hit in Fujairah yesterday, part of the United Arab Emirates. While oil and gas tankers are backing up, unable to get through the Strait of Hormuz, without fear of attack by Iran. That, in turn, is driving up oil prices.
I think it's a priority for the world that the strait is reopened. Obviously, the best and simplest way to do that is to de-escalate the conflict, and I think it's important to underline that.
Yet the stakes have been raised after the US bombed Khark Island, Iran's main oil export terminal in the Gulf.
They think that by striking Khark or some of the islands, they can put pressure on us. On the contrary, all the pressure will fall on the US and European-linked oil companies. That's why we face no problem in this regard.
Oil and petrochemical sites are highly vulnerable on both sides of the Gulf, and governments here know this could still get worse. The Gulf Arab states did not support this war, but if it had been over quickly and the threat from Iran's drones and missiles reduced, they could have accepted that. But that hasn't happened. And every day that it drags on, they worry more about the damage to their petrochemical industries, the global economy, and stability in this entire region. Tel Aviv was targeted again by missiles last night after Israeli warplanes carried out numerous airstrikes on Iran. Israel reported some light injuries, while Tehran has vowed to step up its attacks. And the Lebanese capital Beirut was hit by Israeli airstrikes today as they target the Iranian-backed Hezbollah militia. Even sport has not been immune. Both Bahrain and Saudi Arabia have cancelled their Formula One events. This war is casting an ever wider shadow over the Middle East. Frank Gardner, BBC News, Riyadh.
Well, let's focus on those attacks on Israel, which happened in the last couple of hours. Hezbollah claims it's fired what it called an advanced missile at an Israeli base south of Tel Aviv. Our Middle East correspondent John Donison has been to the outskirts of the city where one of the attacks today took place.
Right, you can see here we're just on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, and just as we were driving in, the sirens went off, and you can see here where we've got the impact. You've got a couple of cars completely destroyed, fires burning, and a bit of a sense of panic here amongst the people here. A lot of people running towards this spot, presumably to try and find out if anyone they knew had been hurt. We've not heard.
Yeah. Now, we've talked about the possibility of this. Honestly, the likelihood of Iran still having full hypersonic missile capabilities, that even though some of its rocket launching capabilities may have been taken out, some of its munitions warehouses and whatever else may have been taken out, that it still most likely has underground missile launching capabilities that basically can't be taken out from the air without extreme measures being taken. And those hypersonic missiles, those are a big problem for Israel. Because my understanding is the Iron Dome really doesn't have, that's not an answer. That's not an answer to these hypersonic missiles.
Heard that there have been any casualties here, but you can see it's a pretty built-up residential neighborhood, and these Iranian missiles, most of them are getting shot down, but some get through. And some of these missiles, what happens is they break up in the sky and form these smaller cluster bombs that don't do as much damage.
Oh, so actually this is not even that. I'm just realizing with this description he's just given, that is not even what we're talking about. This is the cluster munition strategy that Iran has still been doing. This is not even the hypersonic missiles. This is a lower grade munition. And of course, these cluster munitions, which are getting through and causing so much problems for Israel, wouldn't be an issue if Israel was a signatory to, the treaty on weapons of war. But they'd prefer to be able to use white phosphorus and other things on Palestinians. But that lack of interest in international law and treaties is now proving to be perhaps somewhat problematic for Israel. After a long time of disregarding international law, seems to be coming back to bite Israel somewhat.
We are covering this story for you from Beirut, Washington, D.C., Amman, here in Doha. But first, we're going to take you to Tehran and our correspondent, Mohammed Val. Mohammed, if Iranian officials say no one is asking for a ceasefire and no one is offering negotiations, what are they saying about this conflict continuing in the longer term?
The Iron Dome was designed before Iran had drones or hypersonics, yeah. But there is a hypersonic that clusters right after it goes terminal. Is that true? I'm not a munitions expert, so, you know, like I've done research on these things and we've talked about them a lot, but that's new to me. So thank you.
Well, Riley, they are saying that Iran has what it takes to continue this fight. And you have seen them talking today about using that Sigil hypersonic missile, which is 15 times the speed of sound for the first time. It's a message that after more than 2 weeks into this war, they are now showing new missiles for the first time and using them against targets in Israel and elsewhere. So that in itself is a message of defiance and also of what they have been saying, capability to continue. That's the only thing on which the Iranians are betting. They're not talking about negotiations. They don't have trust in the other side. They are relying on military might and on the resolve of the people and the armed forces. This is the gist of the message here. The prime minister, the foreign minister actually has also spoken elsewhere about this war being imposed on Iran and also on the United States, hinting there that the primary beneficiary of this war is Israel, and that there was bad advice that has been given to President Trump that caused him to catapult the United States armed forces into this war, which is not beneficial for the United States. Talks also about the Strait of Hormuz and talked about the smart control Iran has now on the strait. It's not completely closed. It's only closed to the ships and tankers that belong to the enemy, or the forces or the entities that are allied to the enemy, but not to other ships. So, I mean, this is another narrative, the counter-narrative of the Iranians regarding the Strait of Hormuz and regarding that American call to other parties and other countries to join with warships. So Iranians are saying there is no need for that. There is need only to stop cooperating with the United States and Israel in this regard. The IRGC and the armed forces also are announcing wave after wave of strikes against targets across the region. The last, they call it the True Promise number 4. The last is number 54, in which that Sigil missile has been used for the first time. They are also issuing warnings to people to evacuate areas that are around or close to the places where the American troops live within the Gulf region.
Oh, this war is expanding quickly. All right, I just want to remind everybody, since we are 8 hours in, but we're going breakless, generally speaking, on these streams lately, since this Iran situation just keeps developing minute by minute. And to some degree, I just feel like the breaks are just taking away from like our ability to talk more about these situations and to inform ourselves more about this stuff. But if you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, and like the video. Really helps me out. And while you're at it, these 8-hour streams, 8+ hours, I mean, God, this one's going to take us, this Sunday Funday is going to go well into Monday today. These 8-hour streams take a lot out of me, and they take a lot of work. So, if got a couple bucks to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. A spacecast brought to you by space fams like you. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch. We got a Cash App, we got a PayPal, we got a Throne as well. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. $3 a month. Get yourself access to an unprecedented number of space benefits for your Earth dollars.
Immediately, if not sooner. Are you not entertained?
You're about to be value-tained.
All right, back to Al Jazeera with Marwan Bashara being interviewed in this next one.
Now from Doha is Marwan Bashara. He's Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. Good to see you, Marwan. We are talking already in this conflict about people making extraordinary compensations for the things that are happening in this region, in shipping, in industry, economically. Does that help the Americans and Israelis, or does that help the Iranians?
Well, it should help end the war, no matter who that helps or does not help. The most important goal for the international community at this point in time, for those with stakes in the region, whether security-wise, well-being, human rights, or a financial and economic interest, needs to be to end the war. Otherwise, what any global power getting involved in the shipping or the freedom of shipping and trade in the Gulf could only just facilitate more war, more American-Israeli aggression in Iran, leading to more Iranian aggression against the Gulf countries, leading to a further escalation and a cycle of violence and instability in the region, and perhaps widening the war towards more the likes of Yemen and the Red Sea, and that would be even more disastrous.
Do you think that countries recognize that, and do you think perhaps that's why we haven't seen anybody enthusiastically join this coalition of warships that the president is asking for?
You know, one of the things I've noticed is that, you know, with the exception of Israel, no one really supports this war. Not too many countries condemned the war. A lot of them opposed it, but for fear of American they decided not to condemn. But as you said, there is no appetite for another imperial war like the 2003 war, for example. There is no appetite even in the United States for another 20 years entanglement like in Afghanistan, for regime change like in Libya, for regime change like in Iraq. Because each and every one of those disasters led to huge repercussions in the region and beyond. You know, people forget, but attempts at regime change, attempts at those wars of choice, those forever wars, led to not only disasters during the wars, but after the wars. Those who complain about Al-Qaeda, those who complain about the Houthis, those who complain about Hezbollah and Hamas, those who complain about ISIS, don't realize that most of these, if not all of them, are the byproduct of wars and invasions and the likes. So this war is going to have also its own byproducts moving forward if it doesn't end quickly. Already the disaster that Iran has become, already the displacements of millions of people, the crippling of trade, the crippling of the distribution of energy sources, all of that is really leading to further instability and violence, in addition to the international law violations and this law of jungle that we are living through today.
Marwan, I want to ask you about this statement, this most recent statement from the GCC countries, and now with the addition of Jordan and the United Kingdom. We've obviously heard the Gulf countries condemn this from the first day. Now we're seeing these statements put out with more countries putting their name to them. At what point does the pressure get so much that you might be able to actually get these three countries realistically to the table to end this?
I think that was the idea of certainly the Iran when it tries to widen the war, because let's just go back to the basics of this war, right? It's three-dimensional. It has to do with length, width, and height, right? The United States wanted a short war, 4 days, if possible, a week. They wanted it to be limited to Iran, and they wanted to be at low cost. Well, the Iranians are doing exactly the opposite. They're trying to make sure that this does not end well and in a short time for the United States, that it is not limited to Iran, but will expand and expand and expand to the region and beyond, and that it will be costly to the United States, its allies, and to the global economy, until and unless those partners within the region and globally interfere, not to just allow for trade, but to bring an end to the war. So the more pressure builds up on the United States to end the war, the more we're going to see, an end to this crippling energy and crippling sanctions and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and at this moment, oil is once again trading above $100 a barrel, which it was above briefly before the IEA announcement of releasing its reserve energy stores. But now it is well above, once again, where it was after that announcement. Only took a brief pause of its parabolic upwards trajectory. And if raising oil prices was Iran's objective in all this, and it was, it is, they've said it. They've said it directly that that's their plan, then they are winning. They are succeeding in their objective. It hasn't gotten to $200 a barrel yet. That would be an unprecedented price. I'm not sure whether or not that was ever their actual objective, but were it to get to $200 a barrel, shut down the global economy. Nobody could afford to do anything. You're talking about like $10, $15 gas.
A vital passageway for the world, all but shut down. U.S. President Donald Trump put out a call for other countries to come help open up the Strait of Hormuz. But according to Iran's foreign minister, it's his country getting the phone calls.
The Financial Times is reporting that European diplomats from France and Italy are talking to your government about trying to get safe passage for their ships. Are you open to restarting oil and gas vessels going through there?
Well, we are open to countries who want to talk to us about the safe passage of their vessels.
You are negotiating with France and Italy?
I cannot mention any country in particular, but we have been approached by a number of countries who want to have a safe passage for their vessels.
And there are reports that Iran will allow oil tankers to pass if they pay using the yuan.
I know we've already talked about this, but I just want to say it one more time. This is an interesting development. The fact that there are a number of side deals that have been going on between Iran and some unknown number of other countries, completely cutting out the United States and Israel and saying, look, we'll work with you. We just need to get our ships through. And Iran saying, great. Great, let's do that.
Reports that Iran will allow oil tankers to pass if they pay using the yuan, the Chinese currency, signaling that they will keep pressure on the U.S., Israel, and its allies. But as oil prices climb, U.S. officials are urging calm.
And we're still being briefed that it would be 4 to 6 weeks from the beginning.
I think that this conflict will certainly come to the end in the next few weeks. Could be sooner than that, but the conflict will come to the end in the next few weeks, and we'll see a rebound in supplies and a pushing down of prices after that.
But critics point out
these guys really didn't think any of this through. They thought they were just going to sail in and do another Venezuela. It's fucking insane. This is so Stupid. We've been dragged into World War III by some of the most blunderous buffoons. Some of the most ill-prepared idiots you could assemble. The Injustice League. Oh, God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of
Global
America.
trade has shifted dramatically since the start of the war on Iran. Maritime routes that once carried trillions of dollars worth of valuable cargo are being replaced by land routes crossing Syria.
We're transporting foreign goods coming from the Gulf countries through the Nassib crossing that are going towards parts of Syria. Some of the goods are also going to the Judaidah-Yabus crossing towards Lebanon, and others go towards Tartus. We're also getting products coming from Turkey through this crossing going towards the Gulf.
Amr Ghaddani, an Omani truck driver, says the queue for trucks waiting at the border has increased as shipping companies turn to alternate routes to move their goods.
In the past, we would stop at the border for a day or half a day. This time, I've waited for 3 days. It was so busy at the Jordanian and Saudi border crossings. But I hope the business stays good and the shipments keep coming.
While hundreds of freight trucks queued on the border, Syria and Jordan signed a landmark emergency deal on Thursday to operate the border crossings 24 hours a day, granting an exception to the back-to-back rule for trucks carrying goods of Syrian or Jordanian origin, allowing them to drive straight through to their destination, and letting Syrian freight trucks access the port of Aqaba.
Since the war on Iran started, the amount of shipping has increased significantly. There's lots of goods coming from Aqaba, and we're working through the night. We usually stop at midnight, but now we're working 24 hours a day.
Yeah, this war is causing chaos across the globe. At least we are making progress through my list of videos. It doesn't actually give me any excitement. We still got like 20 videos left to get through this thing. Remember when Biden was president?
I'm staying in the race.
Remember when Biden was president? I mean, those, like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 things that we were complaining about. Oh, do I yearn for that once again at this point. That would be nice. I remember when Sunday Fundays were actually fun to some degree. I remember a time where we were like 60 or 70% value attainment rate. But right now we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. Oh, my head hurts. And I'm not being hyperbolic. My head actually hurts. Jesus Christ, dude. Alright, so everything's fine, Space Fam. So let's keep doing this. Fun in this economy? Exactly, Bad Lefty. What am I talking about? We can't afford fun.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What a stupid idiot I am. What a big stupid idiot. Who would even say such a thing? Son fun. What a what a misnomer the title of this video really is. I set off on a truly quixotic voyage here. It's all my fault, Space Fams. I've led us astray. I should never have promised to you fun on this Sunday. Fun I could not deliver. Says false advertising.
I made a huge tiny mistake. Sparked a large fire. 5 people were wounded, including airport staff. Iraqi authorities say rockets also hit a nearby desalination plant. Well, Iranian-linked armed groups in Iraq have released video they say shows their recent attacks on U.S. targets. The images from the Iraqi Hezbollah brigades come from cameras mounted on drones, and they appear to show low-altitude strikes on Victory Base on Saturday. Well, across the Gulf in the past few hours, several countries say they have intercepted Iranian drones and missiles. Al Jazeera's Malik Trainer is live for us in Doha. Malik, so just bring us up to date with the latest on the strikes happening across the Gulf region. What more can you tell us?
Well, just about 20 minutes ago or so, we heard from the Dubai authorities that they were responding to a fire as a result of a drone incident near the Dubai airport, in the vicinity of the Dubai airport. This isn't the first time that the busiest commercial airport in the world has been hit by attacks. About an hour ago or so, Saudi Arabia said that it intercepted 6 drones in the eastern region, and a little bit before that, we heard about the alarm sounding in Bahrain. Earlier today, there were attacks in Qatar, which the Defense Ministry said they intercepted all the drones in their airspace, and also in Kuwait, the international airport there was also hit, and their radar was damaged. Although it's important to know that the Iranians said that they weren't responsible for those attacks. So we're seeing these attacks across the entire Gulf, and we're starting to see a united stance by all the Gulf countries. Earlier today, there was a statement by the GCC, along with the UK and Jordanians, condemning the aggression by Iran and calling for a de-escalation. Just a little while ago, we heard about a call between the Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister with the Saudi Arabian Foreign Minister. They talked about the escalation in the region and the dangerous repercussions on regional and international security and stability. And they talked about ways to resolve the disputes through peaceful means. They affirmed the necessity of an immediate halt to any escalatory actions, returning to the table of dialogue. And that's really a theme that we've seen across the entire Gulf. Just after that, we've also seen a phone call between Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia and Mohammed bin Zayed, the president of the UAE. They also discussed the aggression and that
Every moment seems like we just travel a little further down this deep, dark hole, down along this disturbing path of ours. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountain. Secret, secret, secret, secret tunnel. Why? Why, Space Fams? Why? Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Next video. To the president himself.
That's right, Darren. We just heard President Trump speaking aboard Air Force One there. A few points that are worth mentioning there. He's talking about working with Israel to secure the Strait of Hormuz, talking about apparently the United States is openly in communication with Iran, though President Trump made it clear that he doesn't think they're ready for a deal, and he doesn't seem to be sure that he is ready for a deal. That's what President Trump said to reporters aboard Air Force Ones. He also made a mention of 7 countries that he could be partnering with to provide security and secure the flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. We should note here that we cannot point to any country, at least not one that I'm aware of, as of Sunday evening, that is publicly committed to such a plan. But Darren, I will read
the mountains.
Is this real or a legend?
Oh, it's a real legend, and it's as old as earthbending itself. Two lovers forbidden from one another. A war divides their people, and a mountain divides them apart. Built a path to be together. Yeah, I forget the next couple lines, but then it goes, secret tunnel, secret tunnle.
Minesweepers, troops, and special forces to target threats along Iran's coast. You could argue here, Darren, that this is a mix of military strategy and diplomacy from the President of the United States as the White House seeks here to share the burden of securing the Strait of Hormuz, where some 20% of the world's energy supply transits through. It's a very narrow waterway to prevent a spillover into a larger global economic impact.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to U.S. media, saying they're willing to fight for as long as it takes, Manny. What does all of this mean, then, for the White House's timeline for the war?
The signaling by Iran's foreign minister certainly does undermine President Trump's sort of attempts to control the narrative here, or to control the framing of the timeline of this war. Now, on Sunday, there was a lot of chatter in the early morning, the Sunday news talk shows here in Washington, into what I would say is quickly devolving into a war of competing narratives. We're hearing from senior White House officials who repeat some of those same lines that President Trump is saying, including that the United States is way ahead of schedule in terms of its military campaign in Iran. We heard from Kevin Hassett, the White House economic advisor, who even went as far as saying that the war could be over in 4 to 6 weeks. Very different than what we're hearing from political pundits, what we're hearing from military analysts here in Washington, who say that the American public needs to read between the lines, that Iran is doubling down, changing strategy into what could very well be a war of attrition, essentially as a strategy of endurance here, dragging this conflict out politically, dragging it out economically, forcing Washington into a scenario where diplomats could essentially have to find a diplomatic off-ramp to this conflict.
All right, Manuel Rappler, live for us there in Washington, D.C. Manuel, thank you. Let's bring in Mohammed Val. He's in the Iranian capital, Tehran, for us. So, Mohammed, what more are you hearing there from the Iranians on who can use the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, Darren, the Iranians are very clear about this situation. Their narrative is that the Strait of Hormuz is not even closed. It's closed only to hostile powers, basically the United States and Israel and any other country that is allied to them and helping them in this war. So instead of the initial reports that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz completely, now they are making it very clear that it is not closed. And I think the intention there on the part of Iranians is that to attack and to undermine the narrative, the American narrative about the need.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it does. It undermines the US's narrative, which is we need everyone, including China, to come and guarantee passage through the strait. And Iran's like, actually, it's open as long as you call us. Just give Iran a call, and the strait is open to you. sort of flies in the face of that narrative. Keep talking about Donald Trump's desire to have countries like China and the UK
now let's cross to Katrina Yu,
come
who's joining us
guarantee
live
ships
from
in the
Beijing.
strait.
Katrina, Trump is expected to be in China at the end of the month, but in that article, he's making possibly a veiled threat, at least pressure on Beijing to try and help him. I mean, how's that going to go down?
I mean, I don't know what this woman's about to say. I added this in after we started the stream. This is from 4 hours ago. And we've been streaming for 8.5 hours. So I have no idea what she's about to say. But like I've been saying, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous to think that Donald Trump is going to get any love from China. Like, think about that for 1 second. Everybody, try and be reasonable here. Try and be logical. Donald Trump has been waging a trade war against the entire planet, especially China, for the last year. We are still technically, even though we've come to an arrangement, in a trade war with China. Because we are still at higher import tariff rate with China than we were a year ago. So why would China rush to do anything for Donald Trump? It's mind-numbingly stupid to suggest that China's gonna like send ships to the fucking Strait of Hormuz to interfere with whatever's going, like with Iran, whatever Iran wants to do. It's ridiculous.
China.
I don't think it's going to go down well. In the article, Trump mentioned China is one of the beneficiaries of oil being shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. That is correct. He also said that China gets about 90% of its oil through the strait. That's not correct. It gets more like 40%, but it is still a substantial amount. Now, as far as we know, that visit by Trump to China is still going ahead. In fact, over the last 2 days, today and yesterday, Chinese and U.S. officials have been meeting in Paris to discuss potential outcomes for that visit that Trump is expected to make.
Yeah, and also just think about this for a second. Like what was just said in the previous video, Iran says that the strait is open to any of its allies, anybody who wants to reach out to work with them, right? And you don't think China and Iran don't have some open communications? They're in a literal economic partnership. I don't know if you've heard of it before. It's called BRICS. China's the C in BRICS and Iran's the I. You don't think that they talk? You don't think that Iran will make an exception for China?
Come on!
Come on.
And the Chinese side and the US side said that was constructive and positive. So we're yet to hear any official response to this Financial Times interview. But if that meeting or that summit were to be cancelled, it would indeed be a blow. This has been months in the making. And the whole point of this visit is to stabilize the relationship between the two biggest superpowers, to prevent a long list of disagreements from spiraling out of control into a wider conflict. And there's a lot of a lot at stake for both the US and Chinese economies. On the agenda were a few trade agreements, the discussion about the export of rare earths from China to the US, and technology exports from the US to China. So if this were to be delayed or postponed indefinitely, that would be bad news for the companies operating in both countries. And it does show how volatile this relationship between Washington and Beijing is. China has made no promises that this meeting is going ahead, and actually there have been reports that China has been a bit frustrated about the lack of forward planning from Washington. But so far as we know, officials here on both sides are planning for that trip to happen.
Now, Katrina, one thing we do know about Donald Trump is he's very, very good at threatening nations. Now, if he does...
Well, he has been, but right now he's running out of threats. That's one thing we all have to think about right now. Donald Trump no longer has the unlimited tariff threat. Supreme Court ruled such earlier this year. So he no longer waged these unlimited, unmitigated, unilateral trade wars. You just can't do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Wouldn't just not be prudent, it would be illegal. According to the Supreme Court. And so that's been his number one, if not only, threat. He has used tariffs to try and solve literally everything. If Donald Trump was a plumber, he would try and fix it with tariffs. But now he can't do that. So what does he have for threats? My question. Military threats? That's not great. You can't threaten everybody with military force. That's not a good plan. Eventually everybody's like, you know what? If we just team up, we've got no chance of beating us.
Threatened to delay or cancel even.
Like, you get what I'm saying here? Like, you can only threaten so many people with war until even the United States, while it may have the world's largest military budget by far, like exceeding like the combined next, I can't remember what it's constantly changing, but like, you know what I mean? Like we are the biggest military on the planet, but at some point the combined militaries of other peoples are in fact enough to defeat us. That's being seen right now, in fact. It's not even combined militaries, and our military is clearly... You get what I'm saying here? Like, there's limitations.
It's science.
The summit. What does China do then?
Well, I think it's very unlikely that China is going to do what Trump asked, that is to send some material help to help keep the Strait of Hormuz unblocked. I think there are three main reasons for that. First, Chinese President Xi Jinping does not have a history of capitulating or following any of Trump's orders or coercion or threats. And we saw this last year with the long-running trade dispute when Trump hiked those tariffs up to over 100%. China just said fine, and it hiked tariffs up in kind. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is that we know that China has been one of the biggest critics of the U.S. and Israel's war on Iran. It condemned those attacks that happened when negotiations were still underway. China's foreign minister has said time and time again that force is not the answer. It's urging for de-escalation and return to the negotiating table. So it's quite difficult to imagine that Beijing would send firepower to that region. And third, I think the last reason is that when you look at the Chinese oil that is transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, there are some reports that Chinese ships are still being allowed to pass. And that is because China is a very friendly and positive partner for Iran. It's the biggest trading partner, the biggest buyer of Iranian oil. So there are reports, albeit unconfirmed, that Iran is still allowing Chinese shipments to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So that would reduce even further Beijing's motivation to send some warships or do whatever Trump said to keep the Strait of Hormuz unblocked.
That was the exact thing I was just saying. Thank you. Thank you for just confirming my exact hypothesis. How convenient. I'm like Nostradamus.
We are demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it is their territory. It's a place.
Oh my god, his voice is sounding really bad. He's like, what is going on over here? feel like my Trump impression like needs to keep changing because his voice just keeps getting shittier and shittier. Very. I can't even do. What is his voice doing right now? Is he like Johnny the Monkey over on Vertical suggesting dying?
What? We are demanding that these countries come in and protect.
It could just be that this is a really shitty phone microphone.
These countries come in and protect their own territory because it is their territory. It's a place from which
it is their territory,
and they should come. And
which they get their energy.
We are talking to other countries about working with us for the policing of the string, and I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great, and if we don't, that's
RFK maxing. Yeah, maybe RFK has him on whatever regimen he's on. And that's why he sounds so hoarse. Oh, yeah. Let's go to the Oscars. I know we already talked about the Oscars. But I think we should get into another aspect of the Oscars that was not discussed earlier this evening. And that is security. So apparently the 98th Academy Awards had unprecedented security as a result of the Iran conflict.
That's really weird.
The 98th Academy Awards are being held under unprecedented security. It has been 20 years since the U.S. was involved in a new war just before the ceremonies occurred. The last time was in 2003. That was the war in Iraq. This, of course, is the war in Iran. And you can see the results on Hollywood Boulevard. There's a 1-mile perimeter around the theater where this ceremony is being carried out. You can see there's almost no one on the street, but lots of security agents. And it's not just there. You might be able to hear from
a 1-mile perimeter for the Oscars. I know actors are just... I know there's so many narcissists, but wow. How self-important do you have to be to clear out a 1-mile radius of one of the most populous cities in the country? Holy shit. Heesh, these fucking megalomaniacs. Oh, there's a war in Iran. We need a 1-mile perimeter. Oh my god.
I mean, look, yeah, it's a very complicated world we're living in right now. You know, and recently I went back to Australia, which I...
Honestly, considering everything, why stop there? Why stop at a 1-mile perimeter? Why didn't the Oscars buy one of those THAAD missile systems from the United States military, right? Or from whoever makes it. Was it Lockheed? I can't remember who makes that. Northrop Grumman.
I mean, look, yeah, it's a very complicated world we're living in right now. You know, and recently I went back to Australia, which I always see as a very safe place. and it was affected by, you know, a mass shooting, which you would never expect in Australia, but it's a sign of conflicts all over the world that are very complicated.
I mean, I think it's a moment where we have a lot of pain, you know, in this world, and we have to hold the pain of everybody, and Palestinians are suffering, no doubt, and I would like to hold their pain.
You know, we're here artists for ceasefire from Gaza to the West Bank, from Sudan to Venezuela, from Iran to ICE. You know, these crimes against humanity are all connected.
Pin that you're wearing today.
We are here to celebrate movies, and it's a great moment, but also there's a great speaker, and it's a great, I mean, there's a great opportunity to say things like no to war, not to this illegal war that are creating so many deaths. This is the same badge that I used in year 2003, 23 years ago, with the illegal Iraq war, and here we are in the same position.
The world is in a very, very precarious, difficult place.
There we go. Messages from the Oscars. All right, all right. We're gonna leave the Academy Awards. I'm almost done with my Middle East war clips. Here's Al Jazeera from 4 hours ago. Another drone incident near the Dubai International Airport, damaging a fuel tank. What does his patch
Authorities
say?
in Dubai say
no
a drone incident near the international airport has damaged a fuel tank on site. The Dubai government media office says a fire broke out following the incident, but has since been brought under control by civil defence teams. Officials say no injuries have been reported so far. Dubai's Civil Aviation Authority has temporarily suspended flights at Dubai International as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of passengers and staff. Malik.
That was a fast clip. All right, might as well just go straight into the next one.
Embassy in Saudi Arabia just requesting or advising that people may want to leave the region if necessary.
That's Malik Trainer for us live in Doha. Now, Israeli forces have hit Beirut's southern suburb yet again. Lebanese authorities say the number of people killed in Israeli attacks has risen to 850. That includes more than 100 children. Israel says it's targeting the armed group Hezbollah, which entered the conflict after the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. We've got Rory Challens in Amman, Jordan, for the latest developments out of Israel. But first, let's check in with Heidi Pett in the Lebanese capital. More strikes yet again today. No let-up at all, right, Heidi?
No, there were strikes on the capital of Lebanon just a couple of hours ago. They hit the southern suburbs of Beirut, which is that area that has been pounded by Israel over the last 2 weeks. It is subject to mass forced evacuation orders by the Israeli military. They have told everybody to leave the area because they are in immediate danger. But speaking to people here, you know, some people have been trying to come back and forth to their homes to get their belongings. Many people who are displaced here, especially the last couple of days, it's been raining, people have been sleeping on the streets, and so some people have been heading back and forth trying to seek shelter. But there were 2 massive airstrikes in the last couple of hours. That's just here in Beirut. Across the country today, we saw strikes in the Bekaa Valley in the east of Lebanon towards the Syrian border. But once again, the largest concentration of Israeli airstrikes is in the south of Lebanon, down towards the Israeli border, where we've also seen this Israeli ground operation beginning to take shape. Now, the fear here is that that will expand but there are many, many points along and inside the border where Israeli troops are operating on the ground, and especially they have been trying to take control of the town of Hayam. Now it's a hilltop town, it's very strategic, which is why the Israelis have been trying to get in there and establish control. Hezbollah says that they have been engaging with the Israelis directly on the ground, but we've also seen over the last 24 to 48 hours a large concentration of Israeli airstrikes, which indicates that although they seem to have been moving in from the east, they're trying to encircle that town. They haven't been able to yet, which is why they are still using air support, and they're targeting Hezbollah forces, which obviously are still there. They're still present in and around that town, mounting resistance.
That's Heidi Petros live in Beirut. Now, Rory Challens is joining us now. The Israeli military censors so much information, but one thing they're not censoring is the fight, what they're calling the fight against Hezbollah. What have they been saying?
Well, these northern communities in Israel are still getting round-the-clock rocket strikes from Hezbollah, and in retaliation, the Israelis say that they have launched attacks across Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah infrastructure that Heidi was just talking about there. Aside from that, there are thousands of Israeli reservists who have been called up ready for this ground operation, which has begun in some capacity, but could well stretch.
You know, one thing that's entirely possible as a result of all of this is that the Gulf countries, the Arab countries who are in like the Abraham Accords, who have had less than stellar diplomatic relations, I guess you might say, with Israel over the years, lose their patience and in fact decide to wage their own strikes. I'm just thinking purely theoretically here, hypothetically. They could, in fact, you know, decide to take Iran's side, essentially. And as we've already seen, Israel's defense systems are being overwhelmed. You see a country like, I don't know, Egypt and like, do you see where I'm going with this? Like, if any number of countries decided to say end diplomatic relationships with Israel and instead engage them militarily, things could change. Things could get dramatically worse for Israel very quick. And we're already seeing, like I said, like way more projectiles making it through the Iron Dome than I think we've seen in the last 2 years in any given stretch of time.
Much further than Israel has gone into southern Lebanon since 2006. They are talking about a buffer zone being established right up to the Litani River. And that would set up perhaps, you know, a long-term occupation of southern Lebanon. There are talks at the moment, or at least there are talks about possible talks, peace talks between Lebanon and Israel. But we're getting mixed messages on this from the Israeli government, which is, on the one hand, saying through Gideon Saar, the foreign minister, that no peace talks are on the table at the moment. But on the other hand, Benjamin Netanyahu has appointed Ron Dermer, one of his chief fixers, to head up the Lebanon brief. And there are reports that he has already been across to Saudi Arabia to prepare for any possible peace talks that might be coming down the track.
Rory, just stay there for a second, because we are going to come back to you. We're talking about peace talks. I want to go to Heidi now, who's in Beirut. We keep hearing about these possibility of these talks between Lebanon and Israel. Rory was saying that even the situation in Israel seems to be slightly confused. Have we got any clarity when it comes to Lebanon?
Not exactly. So as Rory was explaining, there's mixed signals coming out of Israel, but the picture and the political system here is in Lebanon is just by definition the way that it's set up very mixed. And so on the one hand, you have this quite historic willingness from the Lebanese Prime Minister and the Lebanese President, so that's Nawaf Salam and Joseph Aoun, saying that they would be willing to engage in direct talks with Israel. This is a country that they have been technically in a state of war with for decades now. And so the possibility of Lebanese sitting down across the table from the Israelis is very, very significant indeed. But they are not the only players in the political system here. The other key player who would need to be on board is Nabih Berri. He is the Speaker of the Parliament. He is the most senior political representative for the country's Shia community, which of course is the support base for Hezbollah. And he has said that he's not willing to join this negotiating team that's reportedly being set up because he doesn't find it appropriate to negotiate under fire. And so until the Israeli attacks on Lebanese territory, whether that's the ground invasion or the airstrikes stop, and until the hundreds of thousands of people who are displaced are able to go home, that it wouldn't be appropriate to enter into negotiations. Now that's on the political side. Obviously the military force that it's engaged on.
Yeah, already Hezbollah and Iran are dug in. They're saying we're not going to stop defending. We're not going to stop defending ourselves until Israel and the United States stop bombing us. And honestly, that's not a crazy position to take. It's a fairly reasonable and normal position to take. We wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of Americans would see that as weakness if we were under attack and Donald Trump went to the negotiating table. You know, if like somebody invaded Florida and Trump was like, all right, we'll give you part of Florida. Let's just stop fighting.
Authorities in Dubai say a drone incident near the international airport has damaged a fuel tank on site. The Dubai government media office says a fire broke out following the incident, but has since been brought under control by civil defence teams. Officials say no injuries have been reported so far. Dubai's Civil Aviation Authority temporarily suspended flights at Dubai International as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of passengers and staff. Now, Zain Basravi is monitoring developments live for us here in Doha. So we had that attack, but there have been more attacks overnight.
That is correct. Well, just in the last few minutes, the Crisis Management Authority of the UAE announced that air defenses are now dealing with a missile threat and urged people to remain safe, in place, and follow warnings and updates from official websites. So that was just at 7:51 a.m. on their X account on social media. And this comes after these early morning attacks on Dubai International Airport. As you said, a temporary suspension of flights after a fire on a fuel tank. That was sparked by a drone impact. It wasn't one that was intercepted. What we understand from the official Dubai authorities is that it was when a drone made impact and sparked a fire on a fuel tank. Flights have been diverted. The airport has been closed. We have to remind people that this is the busiest international airport by commercial air traffic and air travel in the world. So disruptions to already limited flight schedules at this airport will have knock-on effects throughout the day, likely again throughout the week. And again, it was another busy morning. Qatar and Kuwait taking down multiple drone attacks in the last 24 hours. Bahrain this morning woke up to air raid sirens, and Saudi Arabia reporting that it intercepted 23 drones in the east of the country in 3 separate waves. That was after the early morning hours, between 3 and 4 a.m. They reported intercepting 37 drones. That was in the early hours of this morning. But as we
This thing really doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. It just seems to be hitting a plateau. It feels like we sort of hit a fever pitch and then just sort of maintained through the last couple weeks, really. In week 3, here we are. Actually, we're 3 days into week 3. Yay. Progress.
You are not funny.
All right, so I'm just trying to bring some levity here. Settle down there, Nick. All right, people. Well, let's see what's going on the Al Jazeera live stream right now. Oopsies, what did I just do? Oh, right, it's the live stream. Close the chat. I have no sound.
Let me ask you this.
You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Iran, and Israel. I'm Rashad Salamat. At least one person is killed by an Iranian missile in Abu Dhabi, and some flights resume at Dubai's airport after a drone incident.
Unfortunately, we have had 101 healthcare workers wounded in these centers, and 17 are killed.
Iran's deputy health minister tells Al Jazeera medical facilities are being targeted in the US-Israeli attacks across his country. The US president warns NATO allies of a very bad future if they don't help to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz. And Israel says it's begun what it's calling limited and targeted ground operations in southern Lebanon. Authorities in Abu Dhabi say one person has been killed in an attack on the city's Al Baya area. Officials say it happened after a missile landed on a civilian vehicle. Earlier, a drone incident near Dubai airport set a fuel tank on fire. Flights were suspended but are now resuming. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump is warning his NATO allies that they could face a very bad future if they don't help to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Trump said nations relying on oil from Gulf states have a responsibility to protect the waterway. He said his administration is talking to 7 countries, but he did not identify them. Trump also said Iran wants to make a deal, which Tehran promptly denied.
We're talking to them, but I don't think they're ready. But they get pretty close. I don't know that I want to make a deal, because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with, because most of their leadership has been killed, as you know. So I don't even know that we're going to make a deal. They want to make a deal badly, yes.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes.
And in Lebanon, Israel has begun what it's calling limited and targeted ground operations in the south. Fighting has intensified between Israeli forces and Hezbollah near the town of Khiam, which sits on high ground just a few kilometers from the Israeli border and the Litani River. Now we're going to be live in Tehran, Beijing, Brussels, and Ramallah. But first of all, let's get to Tawhid Asadi, who's in Tehran. Now, Donald Trump says Iran wants to make a deal badly. It doesn't seem that way with the way the Iranian officials are really characterizing that position.
The Iranian position is quite contradictory to what we heard from the U.S. President Donald Trump, as we heard from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi coming out to say that this is a sort of illusion that the United States has regarding Iran wanting a negotiation or ceasefire, and the reality on the ground is also indicative of the escalation scenario. As we a few minutes ago heard massive sounds of explosion from the eastern parts of the Iranian capital, showing that we are dealing with a continued airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, which goes well beyond the capital. In other cities such as Isfahan, Qom, Iraq, we hear the same airstrikes. The footages and reports coming show that we are dealing with the continuation of these strikes. And Iran, on the other hand, is saying while these strikes go on, it's not really appropriate or relevant, as the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs put, to talk about any idea of negotiation or ceasefire. On the other hand, this is the vice president, the first vice president of the country, the other day came out to say that the retaliatory strikes are going to continue to make sure that the security of the country is fulfilled and guaranteed. We are dealing also with the military side of the country, talking about wave after wave of retaliatory strikes, latest of which they said that they used most advanced weaponries to target, quote-unquote, the heart of the Israeli territories. And of course, we know that this is also another layer of the complexity, and that was the attack that happened on Khark Island, which is the geostrategically significant point from which Iran's most of oil exports actually are being conducted, and that has added to this already complicated situation. And of course, it goes without saying that we hear from Iranian side about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz in respect of these developments. They're saying that this is just a response to the wartime conditions that they are facing.
Okay. Well, almost the last on Iran. Certainly the latest on Iran. However, I figured we'd end our discussions of this Iran war talking about who is profiting from all this. Who is profiting from all this? Well, all sorts of people are profiting from this. Certainly, weapons manufacturers, big time profiting. Benjamin Netanyahu, who would be facing criminal trial in Israel if he weren't waging endless wars, he too would be, I suppose, one of the profiteers. Unfortunately, I think it's a sign of the dystopia that we live in that some people in society think it's activity worth their time to wager money on things like Kalshi and Polymarket. The outcomes of this horrifying debacle that is ongoing right now in front of our very eyes. In my opinion, it's something of a travesty.
The U.S. and Israel have been hammering Iran with deadly airstrikes for over 2 weeks now, and some gamblers are making big profits from it. On the online platform Polymarket, a handful of gamblers made hundreds of thousands of dollars betting that the U.S. would strike Iran by Saturday, February 28th. Most of those wagers were placed in the hours before the first bombs fell. Many of the accounts only created days earlier. And it's not the first time online gamblers have profited in this way. In January, one user made $400,000 just hours after placing a correct bet on when the U.S. would capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. And it's raising questions about whether the users had extremely lucky timing or insider information.
Government insiders are using your tax dollars to fund wars, which they then gamble on using insider information to make massive profits while bombs fall.
The controversy has also drawn attention to prediction markets' political connections. Donald Trump Jr. is a major investor in Polymarket, a strategic advisor to Kalshi, another betting site, and the director of an upcoming expansion to the Truth Social universe, Truth Predict. For more on this, let's bring in Alex Goldenberg. He's a fellow at Rutgers.
Predict. What a fucking farce. Oh, what a circus! What a circus of stupid that we live in right now. Oh my God.
University's Miller Center and has written about war markets. He is in Charleston, South Carolina this morning. Thanks so much for talking to us today.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So for many of our viewers, this may be a world they are just not familiar with. So can you first explain?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Obama did the same thing? Or Joe Biden did the same thing back when they were president? If Obama back in like 2015, 2016 decided to start a betting platform called Obama Predicts, where people could wager money against one another about what could happen completely anonymously, and it came out that insiders in the Obama administration were enriching themselves by placing bets on outcomes that they knew were going to happen due to their inside information in the government. Alex Jones, and I'm trying to think of who else. Alex Jones and crew would have stormed the Capitol
immediately, if not sooner.
Explain what exactly a prediction market is and how is it different from other online betting sites?
Sure. Think of prediction markets like a stock market, but instead of buying shares in Apple or Google, you're buying a contract on whether something will happen. These contracts are typically priced between $0 and $1. Zero meaning there's no chance that something will happen. $1 means near certainty. So if something is trading at 17 cents, for example, the market is saying there's a 17% chance that the thing you are betting on happens. When the markets are liquid enough, they actually tend to be genuinely predictive, more accurate than polls in theory, because people...
More accurate because people are using insider information. I love that fucking shit when people come out and be like, actually, this is good for society because inside information gets put out onto the platform by people who could profit off of that information. Then they do profit off of it. And it's actually encouraged. It's actually not a bug, it's a feature.
Preparing for the end of the world or just a short war? Either way, this bunker has blast doors and a decontamination area to keep you covered. Inside the bunker, beds, a kitchen and a bathroom. Here in Texas, Atlas Survival Shelters designs and manufactures a whole range of options.
Our $25,000 backyard bunker, which is only for 4 people, but it's designed to keep a family of 4 alive for up to 7 days. To our larger bunkers that can cost millions of dollars, that could keep somebody alive in them for a year, 2, or even more, depending on their food, their water, and their power supplies.
The company installs its bunkers directly at the customer's premises, sometimes several meters underground. Its models offer a wide range of options, from wine cellars to armory.
I see somebody making the argument that it's the same thing as the stock market, but technically it's not. At least in the United States, to purchase a stock, that transaction gets reported directly to the IRS, essentially. you know, or the SEC or somebody. I can't remember which organization, but like your Social Security or whatever fucking entity purchases that stock, like it's EIN or whatever else, like that transaction gets logged somewhere, right? Because there's like financial regulations put in place to prevent a certain level of corruption from happening, in theory.
Customers include celebrities such as social media influencer Andrew Tate, reality TV star Kim Kardashian, and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. And right now, demand from the Middle East is on the rise. A customer calls from Dubai.
You want to prepare for the end of the world. Okay. And I'll have somebody come and talk to you as soon as possible, okay? We've seen a large spike since the war in Iran, primarily from the Gulf states, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE primarily. Ironically, we opened our offices in Dubai on February 26, 48 hours before the war started.
Around 20 steel containers are ready to be shipped.
Oh, that is an irony. Honestly, when somebody like that in this business says something like that, you wonder, you know? I'm conspiracy brained enough to have this tinfoil hat. And a guy in the bunker business selling bunkers to the ultra wealthy all over the Gulf. Guy like that, I feel like might have some connections that could have clued him into the potential of this sort of thing happening. I don't think it's necessarily just an ironical happenstance. It's entirely possible that guy got clued in. But bunker business is apparently booming in the midst of this war. Guys like that making a boatload of cash. But, it's not just weapons manufacturers that are making big money. It's also weapons software guys. The AI intelligence bros. Your Palantirs. Your... Oh, my brain just broke. You get what I'm saying.
Speaking of those oligarchs, just some of the companies, corporations that worked closely with the Nazis during Hitler's rule. It's important to point out that there will be many corporations and companies that are known, that will be complicit when we look back in this moment in history. But I'm not sure if there's one company and corporation that will be more complicit in Trump's crimes, both domestically and internationally, than Palantir. Palantir was a part of helping the IDF create their AI lavender bombing technology, kill lists in Gaza, where they had different programs, including one that was called Daddy's Home, where they would bomb residences with anyone that they suspected was a Hamas militant. And it didn't essentially matter if their entire family was there.
Yeah, anybody they suspect of being a Hamas militant means any male from the age of 12 up.
And we know from the Epstein emails that Peter Thiel was connected with Jeffrey Epstein, and then Epstein connected him to Ehud Barak. And that was conveniently when Israel, shortly after that, ended up opening its Tel Aviv office and was a part of the Palestine laboratory experiment, where they essentially test out surveillance and weapons technology on the Palestinians in Gaza. And this is how Palantir got to where it is and why it's one of the biggest corporations in the country right now. And also on the backs of the U.S. taxpayer. There is no company that I think has gotten more contracts under the Trump administration than Palantir. In July, the Army issued a contract with Palantir worth up to $10 billion over a decade. And that includes a nearly $800 million intelligence targeting software, this thing called Maven. And Maven uses Anthropic's AI tool Claude, and Anthropic has been getting a lot of good press for trying to say that they don't want the Trump administration to use some of their technology. In fact, the Pentagon.
I love how incestuous the AI industry is. Not only are AI companies like OpenAI and Nvidia and Oracle getting into these weirdly circular business deals that is not clear action. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are anything else other than just sort of funneling money to one another. Like, not only that, but they're also, their own products are just recirculated people, like products of their competitors. How are any of these people what is the usefulness of this? Like, did you hear it? Like, this program, whatever, Maven is just another program. It's literally just Anthropic. Fucking wild. What is the point of this? Like, really? Why is this like a multi-trillion-dollar industry?
This is ridiculous!
Pentagon ended up retaliating against them because they had some qualms about the use of their technology in wartime. Now, cynically, my view is that Anthropic is looking beyond the Trump administration to a new administration that might want to have the good AI on their side. OpenAI is angling in the same way as the Palantir gets richer and richer. But Alex Karp, said on CNBC that they're still using this technology. It's integrated into Maven. So for all of Anthropic's kind of public stance on this, their technology is still being used right now in wartime by Palantir. Palantir also, of course, we know has gotten billions and no bid contracts for ICE. And the number of federal contracts that they had doubled in 2025. So that's
a company reliant on taxpayer money. They don't do anything else besides that.
And here is Palantir CEO Alex Karp talking about why he supports Trump's war in Iran. I wonder why, given all the context that I gave you. He's was on CNBC this morning, and this is him lobbying for even more contracts from the federal government. You should view this appearance in that light.
The total power of our fleet and all of our resources, and bring it to bear against adversaries and enemies, has shifted the way in which war is fought. And I have read that Palantir's Project Maven is the core backbone of that. And then I've also read that all the allies, Arab and non-Arab in the Middle East, may or may not be users of our platform as well, and that's expanding rapidly. I think the most important thing, leaving aside the heroism of our troops, which is the most important thing, is our adversaries and enemies are witnessing an ability to fight that they don't have.
The most important thing is heralding our troops? In what context? What does that even mean? The most important thing is heralding our troops. Do I not understand the word heralding? I feel like I'm questioning myself right now. Doesn't even make it's a stupid. This guy is a moron. All of these tech geniuses are actually idiots. This is the definition of herald. Be a sign that something is about to happen. Heralding our troops is a nonsense statement. This guy is a fucking idiot. All these people are fake geniuses.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
And they are going to find it very hard to acquire for a couple reasons. we have, for better or worse, as many know, I've been essentially an anti-neocon. I don't really believe in the wars we fought in the past, but because I don't believe in regime change, and that's one of the reasons I'm supportive of this policy that we currently have. But what you want is to have a capacity that no one else can replicate, and America is the center of the AI revolution.
No,
the large language models on the battlefield are only useful if powered inside an ontology, and that's our ontology. And yeah, I guess I've read we're at the core of everything, and maybe that's exaggerated.
Maybe.
Yeah,
but,
for investor pitch.
Yeah, on CNBC. So I found that amazing. I've not been supportive of regime change wars in the
say. We are run by a literal cactus oligarchy. The dumbest, richest motherfuckers you could find. They're all profiting off of this insane war that Americans are paying for, and everybody else. Of course, gas prices are hitting people across the planet, especially hard in Asian countries. Places like Thailand are struggling big time.
I have never seen something like this before. Sales are much higher than usual. The manager of the gas station has limited trucks to 5,000 baht, $154 per fill, and jerry cans to 50 litres.
Gas, what's it called? Gas restrictions in Thailand, people forced to ration. People waiting in lines to get their share. That's our transition to a few stories in Asia. Try and round this out with some fun. Let's see if we can do it. By the way, everybody, great job for making it through this nearly more than 9 hour long stream, which will probably approach 10 hours when it's all said and done here. Or a little less, like, whatever. Oh my god. I am beat. By the way, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Otherwise, you might never be able to find this stream again. And as a reminder, folks, we are completely funded by individuals like you. So if you like this kind of content, please do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Alright, to Indonesia. Not very far from Thailand. At all. Some say right next door. Oh, I'm sorry, not Indonesia. Singapore. I'm awake. I'm awake and I'm fine. Everything's fine. Look, I get a little delirious, okay? I get confused between Singapore and Indonesia. Excuse me. They're only literally right next to each other. Jeez.
Come on!
Reuters, 5 days ago with some Sunday Funday action. To the biggest cruise of the most wonderful place on earth. Disney. That's right. Disney's biggest cruise is set to sail from the tiny island nation of Singapore. Look at it. Disney's largest cruise ship is set to embark.
And the Disney Adventure, being the largest in the fleet, she's joining her sister ships, but with a slight difference. She's coming down to this brand new demographic with a brand new audience, with a new take on storytelling. And we're very excited to see how our new guests, will respond to her.
Our team's main goal in designing the Disney Adventure is to bring over 100 years of Disney storytelling to this region. And we did that by researching and working really closely with our Asian Pacific Consumer Insight team, where they talked about what stories would resonate with this audience. Then we went back and looked at all of our intellectual properties and did a lot of work with Pixar, Marvel, and Walt Disney Animation Studios, and we collaborated with them to bring these beautiful stories to the Disney Adventure.
Well, there you have it, people. Disney Cruise, the biggest one on the planet, taking off from the small Southeast Asian nation of Singapore. Looks fun. I wonder how much that costs. Brasmo, taking the galactic plunge. Becoming a member on YouTube, much appreciated. Great life decision, pal. I appreciate you. It's donations like that that keep us alive. Considering the number of people that now follow and or subscribe to us on Twitch and or YouTube, it would really only take like $1 a month or less from our viewers to keep this stream going indefinitely into the future, to infinity and beyond. Dark Sparkle making sure Leica gets puppy treats before bed. Very thoughtful. I know she appreciates it. Alright, people. Last 2 videos of the night. To Japan. The bout of the day. Day 3 of the March 2026 Grand Sumo Tournament. From Friday.
It could be Fujinokawa's day. Be exciting for him to pick up a kimboshi in his first attack at Yokozuna.
I like how they try and psych each other out by seeing whose stomach is louder. That's fun.
Could be
Let's watch that one more
Fujinokawa's
time.
day. Be exciting for him to pick up a kimboshi in his first attack at Yokozuna.
Now, just purely judging based upon loudness of stomach, I'd say light blue is likely to take this. However, dark blue is like twice the size of this guy. It's unclear whether stomach loudness has any bearing on ability to sumo. Let's find out.
Attack at Yokozuna. Into the chest of the Yokozuna. One hand and pulls, and he picks up a kimboshi.
Oh!
3 straight losses for Ono Sato. Hello and welcome to the land of the Yokozuna for Fujinokawa.
Unprecedented quickness.
ただいまの決まり手は引き落とし、引き落として無事の顔。
Apparently, stomach loudness does have something to do with sumo skills. Light blue wins. Apparently, there are no weight classes in sumo. What a surprise upset. All right, final video. Well, whether you're in it for fun or you're in it for the money, Japanese trading card games have taken over the planet. NHK World Japan once again from last Sunday. Pokemon.
Another vibrant sector of Japan's pop culture is going global. That's trading card games. It was once a playground hobby. Now the cards have evolved into a serious obsession for players and collectors of all ages, including investors. NHK World's Igarashi Jun has more.
A packed tournament in Tokyo. People of all ages turn up, armed with a deck of trading cards. They face off for intense one-on-one battles, unleashing the characters and their powers illustrated on the cards. Unlike many video games, this offline experience brings the whole family together. Kanno Koji is a longtime Pokemon fan. He used to compete in official tournaments, winning Japan's Grand Championship 2 times. Now apparent, trading cards have become a bridge between Kanno and his children.
My children always ask me, Dad, what's battle? We all really enjoy playing.
And they are not alone. The trading card market in Japan has exploded, topping 300 billion yen or 1.9 billion US dollars in fiscal year 2024.
Well, whether you're in it for the fun or you're in it for the collecting, Japanese trading card games are the place to be. People love their Pokemon. Gotta collect them all. So I hear. Your Squirtles, your Pikachus, your Charmanders, Charmeleons, Charizards, your Jigglypuffs, your Alakazams, Weedles, Butterfrees. There's so many options out there, really. Rattata, Raticate. Maybe you're a Grimer guy. I don't know. I don't know what you're into. I don't know what you're into, but I support it. Okay. Just remember that, Space Fams. Just remember that on this the end of the Sunday FUNDAY stream. Support you. I appreciate you. What a crazy weekend. Hope we're all ready for a crazy week. Because it's literally officially started. Yep. It's true.
Come on!
Well, we got through another stream. Quite long and also difficult. And thankfully, we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Hebe, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monoup, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, as it turns out. All for the low, low price of $3 a month. That's right, 10 cents a day on Patreon.